without that backbone. Can't imagine a life without it. Like I've lost something. You know. I'm chilling underneath the tree. Having my last drinks for border. Please get in the airplane as we are boarding soon. Where's my stuff? Did you drop it? I have so much work to do. Where is Christy? Let's take it out. I'm sure. Home again. What can I still have for you? I like to be here when I can. Yeah, I'll sing it for you. Okay, wait. Let's do this. I'm Pink Floyd. I like to be here when I can. When I get home, cold and tired. I like to warm my bones beside the fire. It's the acoustic version. Give me a minute. What's up, searcher? Welcome. Hey guys. What's up? What do you got? What I got. Well, I was just listening to the conversation earlier, and I heard something on the lines of even if it's placebo, as long as you get to that state. What is that state that we're talking about? 3. So we were talking about. It opens up on 3, right? They fixed it. My bad. Oh shit! I'm just gonna go. I had to do this shit. Like I think I'm some off-ish. Say. Okay.
like that.
It's very calming.
Like a samadhi state, maybe.
So
Whatever
what?
that is.
Yeah. So what is it? I mean, what does that mean for a human being, for example, to be in that state? Are we then closer to God?
Yeah, I guess you can call it that. Like humans will call it closer to God, but mostly I think it means like closer to your highest potential, like highest perfection state, like a state of completeness. Because that lack will just persist within humans, right?
Can you be in that state while you're awake, or do you have to like shut down, sit in a lotus state in a dark room somewhere with eyes
Oh
closed?
no. I don't, yeah, I think initially it's like a discipline, but eventually I think it ends in some sort of like being able to produce that anywhere and everywhere, sort of. It's like there's a poet called Kabir, and he says like, Bazaar mein khada hai Kabir. In the bazaar, Kabir stands still, like no matter what happens, right? In that loudness and that crazy humdrum.
I see. So that's what what you can also call a state of bliss, being
Yes, yeah.
where you can look at the clouds, and the trees, and you get this feeling, right, of everything alive.
Alive and one.
Alive in one, yeah.
Without distinction, without calling it anything.
Yeah. Have you ever had that experience?
I've had that experience.
And how long were you able to retain?
Very short. Like I think forgetfulness becomes our like biggest enemy. Mine at least.
Mm-hmm.
Like you kind of fall back into states of like material calculations. And for me, like I have these plunges into like hedonism every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So you're overthinking it, Narjas. All you need to do is take the deepest breath of the day and do an om, and then you can get right back into the creative vibration.
Have you ever tried to document for yourself what made you get into that state? Like,
Or desire.
mm-hmm.
Like nothing. Everything begins with some sort of I think intent and desire. They need to want to know.
Yeah. Well, all these, religious exercises that have been given, across, be it Islam, Christianity, or Hinduism, there's always a state where you are supposed to disconnect from the world and pray. And you need to make a repetition out of it. So there must be something to it, right? To that repetition.
Yes, you're just disconnecting from need. The more need for something, the more attachment to that thing. Like you give your body less of food. This is why like yogis and most gurus would like meditate in caves within the foothills of the Himalayas and stuff. Because you're not just disconnected from the world, you're also like sort of disconnecting from need of sensory perception. Can't imagine a world without that.
I think the whole thing can be boiled down to property taxes because in other parts of the world, you can use your house as like your permanent meditation and hermit, kingdom. But in the West, you're forced to constantly be in movement your whole life to constantly just be able to afford your property taxes. So we have like a legal categorization on the planet. Different parts of the world are operating legally different, and that impacts our behavior.
Yeah, but a lot of it, Okay, let me just put it differently. How much of
Hold on. Let me
go on, April.
Understands it doesn't even pay property tax. So, Mr. Universe, when your children are young, right? You want to live in an area in which the taxes are good. They might be a little high. Because guess what? Your children are going to be sucking up those resources. But when your children are gone and in school, there's absolutely no reason for you to stay in such a high tax area. And you see, if you're just not smart enough or witty enough to know that life goes through these cycles, right? And maybe your father didn't teach you, or your uncle, or your brother. I don't know who the fuck taught you, but they taught you wrong. You have it all wrong. It's not about paying the tax. It's about paying the tax at the right time. Because we're all going to pay tax. Okay? Someone like you who's single, doesn't have children, yeah, I'd be pissed about paying a high tax. Because you're not getting the resources. You're not sucking them up. I'm putting 4 kids through school. Okay, I'm going to pay high tax. Do you know how much it would be to send them to private school? Do you even have an idea? So yeah, I'm going to live in a better area with better schools. And then when me and my wife get old, my kids graduate from high school, we're already making our way out. We're making our great escape. Does that make sense? I think the last year or so, you should be paying more because, your last child is doing, depending on how, far apart they are from one another. Are you going down? Are you going down? No?
Well, in response to what you're saying, I looked up the.
I don't know why you even brought that up. I don't even know why you brought that up.
Well, I looked up the tax brackets in Muslim countries, and it goes as high as 9%. Like, they barely have taxation in Dubai and all these Muslim countries. They don't tax the way we tax here. And I'm just saying that actually prevents many people from spending time on philosophy. Anyways, it's just the West versus the East. And I'm just saying, I think you can break it down categorically by law and taxation. Because obviously
they don't have to tax in countries like that. They have so much money.
No, but they do tax. It's in Islamic law. I'm just saying Islamic law.
I understand, but they don't have to. But they're not really taxing for the operations of the government, right? Like, there's so much money.
Yeah, I know, but what do they do with it? That they let it sit in Wall Street investment banks. That's what the Saudis do. I mean, that's why they're so goddamn integrated and powerful and so influential with the United States and our operations. And anyways, I was just merely commenting that because
I think they can afford to bomb each other too. I think that's the other great thing.
That's true. But I don't like the thought that like people are obsessive compulsive over, oh my God, I gotta find out how I can figure out God is real. How can I prove God is real? And then spend years like engaged in religious debate, religious research, reading books. Like, to me, that's kind of a neurotic, schizo way of education. And I feel like there were parts of my life where I was like all consumed with trying to discover some kind of secret that other people weren't hip to. But I like what Alan Watts says, that the meaning of life is, not it's not a riddle to solve, it's an experience to enjoy, basically. So that's kind of the way I look at life now, is even Clubhouse is an experience and a happening. And I want, I record everything because so much of it is so frivolous. And as somebody called me, pedestrian. So there's just like this frivolity and ludicrousness of people coming on a conference call every day to play a game, in the way that there's so many varieties that people play this game. So it's an interesting like observational piece, but also the words that people are using from an observational perspective, if you're like contrary to their position, is interesting. you could just Google like top Democrat buzzwords of 2026, and like that's very insightful to see how people on the left are using specific terms to have communications, or vice versa. You know, Republicans on the right, or Muslims, or evangelical Christians, or you know. So, anyways, hello.
Got a question. Yeah, so like I'd like to know what is the reliable information regarding Jesus and before his crucifixion? Like in Islam, they say that he substituted. Sometimes it says he swooned. So how do I know which one is right?
Which one do you think is right?
So in Christian narratives, they say that like the apostles, they died for believing that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. I'm starting to believe that. I'm having doubts in Islam. So I like to know, like, because Islam says that he was substituted and that he didn't die on the cross. But some people say that he went on the cross, but he didn't die. He just survived the cross incident. How do I like resolve this?
This may not be.
That was written before the Quran, and where they got that idea. I could share that with you. I think ultimately the choice is going to be up to you, man. You know, so but I'll share the book with you. Give me one second. Read this.
Hello?
Yeah, so
Hello?
I'll show you a text from the first and second century, right? Which that might, gear you in either direction, which is up to you. Libertarian is going to be more, you'll probably find more information with that. So if you go to that book, 479 is the page. 479. I'll even put it in the chat.
Yeah, can you please put it in the chat?
Put it in the chat, and the page is 479. And these are the people who thought it wasn't like he didn't have a human body. Because he was just spirit. It was just pure spirit. No, he couldn't die on the cross because he wasn't a man. And this was their view. Yeah, this was their view.
Is that the right view?
You know what? I don't think it is because he was a real person. Like, so now he asked me about my personal stuff. So, he was a real person. He had a ministry. He had a real life. The reason why I don't believe in that one is because they made the Old Testament God, the demiurge, like they made him the evil God that could never know who the real God is, because he was only the God of this universe. But there was a higher God. But it's a multiple God theory. It's a hierarchy. And plus, when they took Paul's letters, or they took stuff from the Old Testament, they kind of changed. They kind of just picked and choose what they wanted text and what it puts out. So I wouldn't, that's the reason why I wouldn't believe in that one.
Where do I get more information about the truth? Like, is there like
That's on you, bro. That's on you. I can only push you in the right direction. So I'm telling you, I'm going to be very biased. I'm a Catholic. I'm gonna believe, he's sent from the Father and all that good stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. There's plenty of information out there, bro.
Clubhouse has definitely proven that reading comprehension is a major problem, and actually spending time to read for consistently day to day, an hour a day, it's like it doesn't happen. And what's interesting also is when you listen to people actually try to read on this app, it's very difficult for people to read, and you're like, wow, I thought this person would be able to read at a much higher rate, but they're actually very slow and they can't pronunciate a lot of words and they struggle. So, there are nonprofits that help people actually practice reading, and it's not necessarily intuitive because we're just so technologically consumed with all that content that to actually help people relax and sit down and read, like, that's a great gift for somebody, because like many people are just so quickly running through life that they don't have basically, I guess, like a Havruta or something, twin flame to like consistently read, because that experience of reading it, especially if you read it out loud, is a very unique experience, unlike any other experience, and it's actually what people here in this room particularly are most interested in. So it to me, it's actually like a mystical experience reading some of these books, even the Bible, obviously. So, hello?
Hello? Yeah, I mean, if you keep searching for those answers, you're gonna get them. And either way, you're making the best decision for you, brother. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So, I think you'll be all right. A lot of people like the rituals about religion. The prayer, supplications, these types of things. People really like those types of things. So, like, if you're happy in Islam doing those types of things, I would just tell you to keep doing that. Figure it out.
What's some of the non-profit organizations that help you read Universe? Can you
just go on Google and you could maybe try to find something local. I used to work with one in Manhattan Beach, California. It's just like, I can't remember the name of it, but you could just Google like local reading workshops, local book club. One way to do it yourself without the club is to just come here on Clubhouse and use the Clubhouse as like a reading room to record yourself reading and to record other people reading. And you can, try to coordinate and get the same book so you can follow along. You can also record yourself using another cell phone or your current cell phone reading a book, just using the recorder function, or you can use YouTube or use your camera and record yourself reading and then upload the video and then listen to the playback. That's how I do it. It really reinforces the comprehension if you can hear yourself reading complicated material, because then you start piecing together all the concepts and it becomes like a large language model for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The Prescriptive is running a message of raising wages and lowering costs.
I'll see that later.
You know what? How about lifting all ships? Right? They talk about, we're going to make it more affordable. J.B. Pritzker's
My wife made some slamming meatballs last night.
Well, how'd you eat them? You make a sandwich or just pasta?
Oh, it's pasta.
I was looking up yesterday the Constitution of Islam. Have you ever read the Medina Constitution by Muhammad?
No.
So I looked at it. There's I think 47 amendments to it. A lot of it deals with blood money. A lot of it deals with like political organizing and making different tribes responsible for their prisoners, for their hostages, for paying the blood money. A lot of it is allowing Jews to operate underneath the authority of Muhammad, and then also calling themselves out as a new separate political entity throughout the world, independent of all other political organizations, and they call themselves the Ummah. But from the perspective of the Jews living in the area who are involved in many of these declarations, it's incredibly odious, obnoxious, ridiculous. I mean, it's as if somebody in your own neighborhood said, "You now work for me," and it's basically gangsterism, mafiaism, and criminality and tribalism and gangsterism. I mean, it's gangs, and it's right there in the Medina Constitution. If you read it, it's 47 amendments, and I was reading it yesterday on Wikipedia. I was like, oh my God, I've never heard anybody talk about this, because I was reading Winston Churchill quotes about Mohammedan law and how ridiculous it is, and just quotes on Islam are really interesting. But that led me to realize there's got to be an Islamic constitution. Like, it has Mohammedan law. So what is Mohammedan law? And then, you can get into the Sharia aspect. But the problem with a lot of religious Muslims on this app, etc., other places, is that they're not willing to discuss Mohammedan law as opposed to the Sharia religious Ummah perspective. They are incapable of basically stop being religiously extremist and get to the law on the ground in the courts and, all that stuff. So I just thought it was really interesting. I bought a bunch of books on Muhammad and Islamic history. I'm looking at one right now called The Many Faces of Political Islam. It's just a really interesting topic because historically, the Christians and the Muslims with the two caliphates and the invasion of Europe, there is this major conflict between European Western Christendom and political Islam in its multivariate form, because it's different throughout all the countries. So it's just a really interesting topic and debate. Especially, a lot of these people are just learning English for the first time, and they can't express a lot of the, I'm sure, concepts in English. I am complete.
Here it goes. Constitution of Medina. Thank you for the new topic. Sometimes we need somebody else bringing up topics. This is a good one. This looks like a rabbit hole. You know what? I haven't punched it in my chat yet. Let me tell you something. Once I do,
I was debating Mikhail on it for like an hour yesterday. He kicked me to the goo 5 times and eventually kicked me out of the room because it makes all or nothing claims. From a debater's perspective, to me, it's like the holy grail of debating Islam, because the Constitution of Medina makes such outlandish, ridiculous assertions and legal proclamations that and I used Grok to do a literary and a historical analysis and comparison between Western judicial progression and Islamic law, or the Mohammedan law. So it's really interesting how they contrast. And from a Western perspective, Islam is intolerable because it's, anyways, I don't want to say it's psychotic, but it is. It's an in group that declares all out groups under its control. It's basically it's mafia gangsterism, and it's tribalism at its worst. So that's what the Constitution of Medina. That's why you can use it to debate in such a way that spiritual, religious Muslims can't win that debate, because they're living in 2026, not 700. And when you update them to the year in which we're living and the progress of judicial and legal Western progression from Magna Carta to the Constitution, etc., these documents make the Constitution of Medina look so ludicrous and low IQ that it's shameful that people can actually agree with what it's saying, especially with regards to the treatment of Jews. That in itself is so despicable that Islam, in my opinion, needs a constitutional convention. And the Constitution of Medina is where it has to start. Muslims around the world have to come together and update the Constitution of Medina. I am complete.
I'm sorry, I wish that was the case, but where Allah speaks is eternal, it's forever. So, yeah, good luck.
I mean, it's just a talking point, but I'm just saying that, like, debating the Constitution of Medina with Muslims is a very interesting way to engage with Muslims, because now we take them off the ledge and bring them back into the courtroom. And we say, hey, these are your amendments and your proclamations. Let's go over them one by one and try to find out whether or not we think it's okay in 2026. Hello?
No, but you see, hello, what you're doing is you're letting the cat out of the bag. We shouldn't be telling them these things because we want them involved in them, and then they figure it out when it's too late. So I don't understand why you want to tell them these things. Let them back this shit up. Why educate them? Why keep universe? Why do I have to keep educating Muslims on their own doctrine? Is it my response? Is this my calling?
No, but
Am I the Muslim whisperer?
I'm just saying that Clubhouse you should try to treat it like a courtroom, because there are people on this app that come on here and make death threats regularly. And I've told those people they're out of compliance, and I say, you can't come on this app and use it as a place to make death threats. That's out of compliance and you're in the wrong. And as you've heard, many Muslims on this app just regularly make death threats. So what I'm just trying to say is that, like, you're the judge. We are either, the plaintiff or the defendant, and we are here to engage in a professional legal correspondence communication in a court. It's your creation, it's your experiment, but I'm not trying to educate. I'm trying to bring up a topic that no one brings up, the Constitution of Medina.
It's going to be to the point where this is such an interesting topic that they're not going to know about it, because they'd rather hide than asking me. What's a contradiction that God and man can be a God and man at the same time? That's more important than knowing about the Constitution of Medina. Did you hear the conversation I had with this guy? His name was Toto. I literally explained to him the who and the what and how he see God. What's the first question he asks me? The same thing that I just said to him. They have no respect for nothing. They have no respect for other humans. They only want to hear out.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't have conversation.
You see Rabbi down there? You know, he is basically pulling the same shtick that Jordanian schmuck in Toronto, who also went by Rabbi McDickerson. See, these Christians that come out of the Middle East that have lived amongst the all or nothing Muslims that claim that they are their bosses, I think it all originates in this Medina Constitution, where today you have all these Orthodox Christians living amongst Muslims, and you know what the percentage of approval rating is from Christian to the Muslim? It's like less than 10%. They hate. Talk to any Christian that comes out of the Middle East, and they literally hate the fucking Muslims. They hate them. They hate their attitude. They hate their legal correspondence. All of it. Like, their attitude sucks, and it's all, in my opinion, it's all because of this Medina Constitution.
Oh, so you're saying that it resonates, even if they don't know about it, it still resonates within that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, why don't you read me one or two of them? Is that possible? I mean, what are the most? Let's
Yeah, sure.
start with charity, and then we'll get worse and worse, I guess. I mean.
It's also a historical document. It's not like a religious, esoteric teaching of Muhammad. It is a legal, historical document. And it's like, I mean, it's not legislated. It's a proclamation. It's not like a debate. It's not an election. It's gangsterism. It's mafiaism. It's tribalism at its worst. And what I'm saying is many of the Muslims today that the Christians hate, those Muslims don't even know about it, but they still are acting subconsciously through progression as if they are the Ummah, and everybody outside of it, you know, is subjected to their political organization. It's not just religious, it's political science and political organizing, and it's right there in this historical document. It's a very important Islamic historical document, and every major religion has their set of laws, and Mohammedan law, this is the first example of Mohammedan law. And I've run it through Grok. I've run it through ChatGPT. There's a tremendous amount of information on it in terms of like groundbreaking political science. But it's not groundbreaking. It's fucking oppressive. It's fascist. And it's not socialist. It's oppressive gangsterism. And it makes Muhammad the final arbitrator on everything. If you can't solve, it says I can't remember which one, but it says, if you have a conflict, you have to go to God or Muhammad with your conflict. They are the judicial branch. Muhammad is the executive branch, and Muhammad is, you know, the congressional or legislative branch. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's so perfidious or so odious because it takes our three branches of government that we believe, you know, has checks and balances and makes it an all or nothing fascist, messianic, occult, gangster, tribalist, you know, type of setting. Hello?
It's just old. Are you saying it's just an outdated system, or like, you know, what is it? Is it outdated?
Yeah, it didn't update. And what I'm saying is the experiments in the West with jurisprudence, Magna Carta, and individual liberties and freedoms, that's the update of mankind. But Islam is still living from this, you know, the 622 Medina charter. It's the Charter of Medina or the Constitution of Medina. They're still living off of rules and laws from 622. They don't update. And so, you know what? Fuck them. Fuck them real good. They're cocksuckers. Fuck them all.
We get rid of the conflict at the same time. I'm just saying, for us regular people, it's not really beneficial.
I mean, I guess if you want to, yeah, sure. Why not? I would be more focused on seeing if the United States can help update this system in Medina. I think with our influence, we could show them the proper, because I mean, we did a great job with the oil. That I'm thinking that if we just show them the same way with the government, I mean, we wouldn't have these problems in the future. I mean, look how well of a job we did with Israel. I mean, look at their government. It's so liberal and progressive, and I mean, look at Germany. Look at what's the other one? Japan. You know.
Okay, so
The thing about Israel is it raised the gay flag more than except the Torah nowadays.
Okay, so listen, these are some key features and principles of the Charter of Medina. It's the creation of the Ummah, and then they claim religious freedom. See, this is like the woke version of it, in my opinion. It says the document is divided into 63 clauses explicitly allowing Jews and other non-Muslims to practice their own religion, which we know is a fucking lie, because the next one asserts collective defense. It says all parties are required to share in the expense of Muhammad's wars and mutually defend Medina against external threats. So it forces, compulsory. It basically, it enslaves Jews. Either you will join us in our war or we will fucking kill you. And we don't care if you practice your little fake religion at home. It's so ridiculous. Caleb, do you know about the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam?
Wait, this sounds like a civil war. Sounds like the Civil War to me. I don't know, man. I don't think this is a good argument. They're just gonna throw this back in my face. Like, well, you brought the Africans here, then you made them fight, and then you made them build the country. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna say the same thing about us. The one thing we can say is they're not second-class citizens. I mean, sky's the limit. So, I don't know. I guess we can look at the times. The problem is that they're not practicing it. So they don't have a system.
No,
they don't have any research and development.
What I'm saying is right now, if you talk to a Muslim on this app, they are still literally living by the 622 Charter of Medina. And if you want to live with them, you got to pay them their tax, but they're the boss. There's no parliamentary debate. The Ummah and Muhammad and Allah, that's the rules. It's just so unfair. And this Medina Charter shows the way they treat Jews. And I got to read you some other parts of it. I mean, you have to read the text and actually think about it from our perspective and just how ridiculous it is. You can. It's obvious that the Jews that were living there wanted to get the fuck away from this mafia kingpin. It's just gangsterism. And it's right there in the history. The Charter is a historical document. Anyways, the way that they break it down.
Let me get some bullet points. Yeah, keep going.
Well, let me just go to the Wikipedia page and read to you what I think are the most controversial clauses of the Charter.
Would you be able to tell us about the dancing Israelis by any chance, Mr. Universe?
I don't know. What's it like being schizophrenic and retarded? Okay.
I don't know. That's you.
Yeah, I know. Projection's a motherfucker when you figure out what it is.
Interesting. You're that happy with Islam, but at the same time, it's double standard, and you won't call out Israel.
So the second amendment in the Charter says they shall constitute a separate political unit known as an Ummah, distinguished from all the people of the entire world. That to me is the first warning sign, the red flag of an all or nothing statement, which is a cognitive distortion disorder. We all know that parliamentary debate, parliamentary decision making is a collection of intelligence. But the Ummah relies solely on one man. Okay, that would be my first complaint. As we continue on, you go through all the blood money declarations, which basically relieves Muhammad and his Ummah of all liability. This is the second part of the scam, is that he literally defers liability of prisoners and hostages and all reparations to these individual groups like the Banu an-Najjar. and the Banu Amr ibn Auf. So he's basically naming these groups as captains in his new hierarchy of Mafiaism. Now we get to section 12, where it says, and the believer shall not leave anyone hard-pressed with debts without affording him some relief, in order that the dealings between the believers be in accordance with the principles of goodness and justice. So calling people believers and non-believers to Muhammad's all or nothing statement that he is the prophet of God is, again, another major red flag. Second part of that is, also no believer shall enter into a contract of clientage with one who is already in such a contract with another believer. Meaning that you can't do two deals with two believers, because basically now you're creating a Ponzi scheme. So much of this charter deals with debt resolution, because at that time historically there were tremendous debts between these groups, and everybody's arguing. So Muhammad is trying to act as the judiciary to essentially resolve these major conflicts, and that's what this charter deals with. A believer, this is number 14, a believer will not kill a believer in retaliation for a non-believer, and will not aid a non-believer against a believer. And as Megatron said, basically this sets us up for civil war conflict, because either you're with us or you are against us and you're a non-believer. Number 15, the protection, dhimma, of Allah is one. The least of them, the believers, is entitled to grant protection. Again, protection, this is what the mafia does, or they call it yujr, that is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies, mawali, to the exclusion of other people. Again, the believers are each other's allies, known as a mawali, to the exclusion of other people. This is just basically a charter for a mafia organization. I cannot believe people can't just break it down that way and see how, like, the Cosa Nostra and their hierarchy structure, it is the exact same fucking thing. This is number 16. And that those who will follow us among the Jews will have help and equality. Neither shall they be oppressed, nor will any help be given against them. Number 16, that sounds pretty nice. Now, don't forget, Muhammad views these people, they're not going anywhere. He thinks they're a part of the background. And so he's not just going to give up a group of people that can contribute to his ummah, but it's not true equality. Number 17, and the peace of the believers shall be won. If there be any war in the way of God, no believer shall be under any peace with the enemy, apart from other believers, unless this peace be the same and equally binding on all. So again, we go from, we will give Jews equality and we will not oppress them, but they have to join us in our wars. Like, what the fuck? I mean, number 18.
All right, let me push back before we go to 18.
What the fuck?
So, what they're saying here in this post is that it's often described as one of the foundational documents of the first Islamic
They call it the first Islamic State.
Party in Medina.
It's the charter of the first ISIS.
The surviving text is known mainly from early Muslim library sources, especially Ibn Asham and Ibn Ashaq, rather than from an original signed manuscript. Scholars do not agree whether this one single document or collection of several agreements issued over time. The page says most historians accept some form of its authenticity, but there is still debate about the wording, participants, the timing, and how exactly it's functioned. So that's going to be their pushback. Do you understand? Can you handle some of these questions? I mean,
yeah, for sure. Again, you have to look at this as like a constitution or a charter, which is the roadmap for a project. If you've ever worked in project management, which I know you do, and you have to create charters and do all of this planning.
just do scope of work.
Scope of work. This is a scope. Yeah. This is a scope. Anyways.
Yeah, the scopes are short term. They have goals.
Okay, this is number 19. It says, and the believers as a body shall take blood vengeance in the way of God. Number 1, and undoubtedly pious believers are the best and in the rightest course. Number 2, and that no associator, non-Muslim subject, they call non-Muslim subjects non-associators or non-believers, shall give any protection to the life and property of a Qurashiti, nor shall he come in the way of any believer in this matter. See, if you look at the different caliphates and their expansion into Europe, that's why this is such an important document, because it's very simple, and it gives them the legal authority to essentially do what the Ummah does, which is described in this document. It's not like this is some kind of advancement in human theory or political science. This is like, I'm telling you, this is so rudimentary gangish. Like in Chicago, we have the Gangster Disciples. And if you want to join that gang, you have to write the charter on a piece of paper, and it becomes like an incredible piece of artwork. But it's got all the rules of the gang. This is the same fucking thing. Our Constitution.
Look, you gotta see what I'm getting out of this. Preserves identity, but subordinates it. Each tribe keeps its customs, disputes upwards of Muhammad, and there's a constitutional inclusion of Jews. The Jews are described as one community with the believers. They keep their religion, and they must be loyal to the political order. But they do say religious tolerance doesn't equal authority.
Okay.
They do say that many of these rules conditional loyalty to Muhammad's system.
Yes.
Jews must be okay with it.
Listen to
must participate in defense.
Yes. Listen to number 20.
Yeah.
And
cannot ally with enemies of Muhammad.
Listen to number 20. And again, these are supposed innovations in governance. They're not innovations. They're basically duplicitous methodologies to get what Muhammad wanted. This is number 20. And if anyone intentionally murders a believer, and it is proved, he shall be killed in retaliation. If he kills a believer, that guy's going to die. Unless the heir of the murdered person, that means the son or daughter or the husband or wife, be satisfied with blood money. Isn't that kind of like intimidation? You know, like you're going to take the fucking money. There's not going to be no fucking trial. You see what I'm saying? And all believers shall actually stand for this ordinance, and nothing else shall be proper for them to do. That, dude, that's fucking intimidation money, man. That is, so number 20 clearly shows you that there's no due process. There's no trial. You don't get social justice when your fucking husband was murdered. The Ummah comes to you and says, hey, we're sorry about your loss. Here's the money. And say, oh, I don't want the money. I want you to try, I want you to try Abdul over here and kill him for killing my husband. And then they say, well, he was a believer. We can't kill a believer, and you guys are not believers. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's unfair. There's no trial. Anyways, socially, it sucks, dude. That's fucking gangsterism right there in number 20.
Yeah, I can see issues with this. Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep reading.
Number 22 says, and that whenever you differ about anything, it could be like, I don't like the color of the button on your shirt, you got to refer to God and Muhammad. Now, Rabbanu Shalom, if you listen to the Jews, Rabbi Tevye said to Rabbi Tuva, hey, you're missing a button on your shirt. And he's like, why didn't you ask Hashem, to get you a new button? He goes, I wouldn't dare go to Hashem, waste his time about my button. He says, go to Hashem with everything. But here in number 22, we learned that if you got an issue, you don't have to just go to God. You can refer it to God, but you also have to take it to Muhammad. And now that is really one of the problems with Islam, is that Muhammad has this special judicial dispensation. And this judicial dispensation, again, gives Muhammad the ability to make all or nothing claims in the Ummah, the separate political body from the whole fucking world. So, again, this is in-group, out-group. It's not Gnostic. It's not unity. It's not one God. It's one God, but with one political all or nothing special appropriation. It's really totally unfair to people outside of the Ummah. And thus, it creates perpetual conflict, which you could say is a methodology. And I think in America, with the Republicans and the Democrats, this uniparty system, I think actually it's kind of the same principle, where it's the Tao, basically black and white. We intentionally create a friction and a conflict to basically excel, exceed, to go forward. That it's in some ways part of the recipe. And a lot of people don't like that cooking. They don't like that recipe. Anyways, number 23. And the Jews, this is what I was most surprised about, is that the Constitution of Medina, the Charter of Medina, it's like all about Jews. So it kind of shows you like an inferiority complex, meaning that they know that they're up to no good. These are all the red flags. I was so happy to read this because I was like, man, I could tear this apart in a debate and make a Muslim look like a fucking asshole. This is number 23. And the Jews shall share with the believers the expenses of war, so long as they fight in conjunction. So, could you imagine making this proclamation, going to like an auditorium full of Jews in one of these tribes and being like, listen up, everybody. You guys are going to have to share in the expenses of our war and our conquest. And you have to fight in conjunction with us. If not, well, we got bad news for you guys. You ain't going to like the outcome. Number 24. And the Jews of Banu, shall be considered as one community, Ummat, along with the believers. Again, remember, this is a declaration. The Jews there didn't get a vote. They were told this by their new masters. Again, this is a reframe. This is Muhammad's imposed projection and reframe upon the Jews of Banu.
Sounds like protection to me.
It is. That's why I say it's so much like the mafia. It's protection money, blood money, intimidation money. You know, we killed your husband, so here's a little money. Shut the fuck up. There ain't going to be no trial. For the Jews, their religion, and for the Muslims, theirs. Be one client or patron, but whoever does wrong or commits treachery brings evil only on himself and his household. I kind of like how they follow it up there with like, even though we might not catch you, we want to warn you. That's what it's really saying. Number 25. And the Jews of Banu An-Najjar shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. Oh, isn't that nice? They are literally publicly declaring in their charter that the Jews of Banu An-Najjar and the Jews of Banu Auf will have the same rights. Isn't that nice of them to declare that they get the same rights? But they don't actually even say equal rights with us in the Ummah. Again, this is all framing. And if you understand political science, and you can also detect the inferiority complex of the individuals who are now trying to essentially reframe the entire dynamic of their environment. And the Jews of Banu Sa'ida shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. And the Jews of Banu Jusham shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. So all these Jews living in the Saudi Arabian province, in this area, or in Medina and all, we have the same rights, and you're taking away our fucking rights. So now you guys can kind of see the reframe of the frame. Number 30, and the Jews of Banu Thalaba shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. But whoever does wrong or commits treachery brings evil only on himself and his household. Remember, that's the warning. Like, don't fuck around or you're going to find out. Number 31, in Japhna, who are the branch of the Thalaba tribe, shall have the same rights as the mother tribes. Man, I can't... See, if I was Jewish living around these cocksuckers, this would have been my warning. This would have been my red flag when I was like, you guys, We have got to get the fuck out of here. Where are we going to go? And I'd be like, well, I heard about this place called Europe. Germany sounds nice. They got plumbing? Let's go! That's what I would have been said as soon as I started reading the Charter of Medina. Number 35, subsection 1 of the Charter of Medina. And that none of them shall go out to fight as a soldier of the Muslim army without the permission of Muhammad. Meaning that basically that's what the five families say. You can't whack a capo unless you get the permission of the Godfather. Oh my God. Do you guys see the genius of basically reinterpreting the Charter of Medina as the charter of the Don Corleone crime family? God, these guys were fucking merciless. Number 2, and no obstruction shall be placed in the way of anyone's retaliation for beatings or injuries, and whoever sheds blood brings it upon himself and his own household, except he who has been wronged, and Allah demands the most righteous fulfillment of this treaty. Now that sounds like an all or nothing statement from hell. You could just say that to like anybody in any situation, give nobody any justice, and they'd just be like, what did he just say? 36 subsection 1, and the Jews shall bear the burden of their expenses, and the Muslims theirs. Again, the Jews shall bear the burden of their expenses, and the Muslims theirs. But you know what? What are the Jews' expenses? Well, it's what we fucking tell them. It's what they're going to pay. Subsection 2, and if anyone fights against the people of this code, thereof the Jews and Muslims, mutual help shall come into operation, and there shall be friendly counsel and sincere behavior between them, in faithfulness, and no breach of covenant. Now that sounds pretty nice, right? However, again, this is a public proclamation declaration. It is political propaganda, meaning when people read this, they were like, oh, well, that sounds very nice that they're going to give some equality.
Well, you keep saying, but you said that like 12 times to like 12 of them. Like, so like half of them are saying it nice.
Well, what I'm trying to say is Muhammad has to frame it to make it politically acceptable. If he was to just make this a troll document and shit on them, it wouldn't be nice. But he's trying to essentially conceal his true intentions. That's the essence of all political science, is to basically make people think that, see, he's trying to do a positive dialectic here, but it's not, bro, because you know at the end of the day, the Godfather, he's the shot caller. This is just a way to basically make it seem like he's not the shot caller that he is. Up next, the clients, Mawla, shall have the same treatment as the original persons accepting clientage. He shall neither be harmed, nor shall he himself break the covenant. So a lot of this is contractual agreements and trying to define what it means to go into contract with someone. Number 40, and no refuge shall be given to anyone without the permission of the people of the place. The refugee shall have no right of giving refuge to others. Now, this is reminiscent of our own Constitution about housing foreign soldiers without asking permission. Number 41, and that if any murder or quarrel takes place among the people of this code, from which any trouble may be feared, it shall be referred to God and God's messenger, Muhammad. And God will be with him, who will be most particular about what is written in this code and act on it most faithfully. Well, again, this was written during the time of Muhammad. It's not perpetual. It's not like you can go to Muhammad right now in 2026 and get some judicial relief. This was specific to the time and place in which Muhammad was living. He was trying to essentially protect himself and make himself the sole authority. Number 42, the Quraysh shall be given no protection, nor shall they who help them. The Quraysh shall be given no protection, nor shall they who help them. Meaning that Mohammedans will destroy the Quraysh and anyone that helps them. Number 43, and they, Jews and Muslims, shall have each other's help in the event of any force invading Yathrib. So again, this document was not voted on by the Jews. It was told to them by the new Don Corleone, aka Muhammad. Number 44, subsection 1. And if they, the Jews, are invited...
Wait. How do you know that?
How do I know? This is a
They
proclamation.
didn't have control
This was a
of
proclamation.
this document.
The Jews had no input into this document. They're being told. This is a proclamation by Muhammad.
I think you're looking at this completely wrong.
This is the Charter of Medina by Muhammad, not by the Jews. The Jews are all like, what's this new shit? What's this new document we gotta read? What the fuck is this shit? Holy shit! Let's get the fuck out of here and go to Europe. This is fucking bananas. Who the fuck agreed to this shit?
You know what you need to look up? As I think you're leaving a big part out of this. Is the Ibn Asham. The people that say these works of his lifetime. And who actually is on that document to say that they have these, or who's the one who went to go look for them? Because they only know about it because of some German guy that went down there and collected information about it. It's not like they actually have these documents. They don't. They have copy, and then it gets to a German guy, and then he writes about it. I think over a year he did that, and then someone else wrote it after him, and then that was it. And then from there they take the story to be authentic, which is really weird. So it's kind of funny how you're coming up with this information. Or how they have this information. Because I'm not exactly sure to take any of these things serious.
Well, I don't think people do take it seriously, and I think that they probably should, because if they knew just how rudimentary and obnoxious their own constitution is to the persecution and prosecution and malevolent treatment of their fellow neighbors, they would realize, you know what? Maybe we weren't so nice to all these people, and we came down kind of hard on them and forced them into our revolution. Because again, the Ummah is its own separate political body. That's the new in-group, and everybody else, well, you're part of the fucking out-group, and now you got to pay some protection money. And we're sorry if we killed your dad, but here's some fucking money, and you ain't getting no trial. So fuck off. Like, that's the type of attitude that's going on here. Number 44. And if they, the Jews, are invited to any peace, they also shall offer peace, and shall be a party to it. And if they invite the believers to some of such affairs, it shall be their Muslims' duty as well to reciprocate the dealings, excepting that anyone makes a religious war. So they were worried about religious war between themselves. I'm thinking, like, these Jews at this point, like, they had to be on not on the fence. They were on guard, I think, as soon as they saw this charter. Subsection 2. On every group shall rest the responsibility of repulsing the enemy from the place which faces its part of the city. Oh my God, every group. So now they're saying now the Jews got to fight for their part of the city against an invading force trying to destroy the Ummah. Number 45. And the Jews of the tribes of Aus, clients, as well as original members, shall have the same rights as the people of this code, and shall behave sincerely and faithfully towards the latter, not perpetrating any breach of covenant. As one shall sow, so shall he reap, and God is with him who will most sincerely and faithfully carry out the provisions of this code. See, I really love how at the end of it, they always throw out this very like pompous declaration, which is like a flattery to good intentions, but it's really
Can I
not.
say something?
Go ahead.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, but listening to you read something from a book is so much better than what I did for the past 25 minutes, which is maybe 35 or 45, which is listen to concrete rant and drone on monotonously, endlessly, racially charged without making any sense whatsoever. I feel like I am stupider for having listened to that. and listening to you read from a book, I don't care what the book is. Just the fact that you're reading from a book, it just sounds more pleasing to the ear.
Keep going, please. Thank you.
Somebody muted me up, but
Yeah, okay. Keep going.
See, I think when you use Clubhouse and you actually listen, to somebody who's allowed to just free flow their thoughts, you become the Concrete. And that's actually the experience you had here, and that's what you don't like, because it's totally obnoxious and outside of what you think could be productivity. So you aren't just what you say you are what you listen to. And it's an experience. And we are currently reviewing the Medina Charter by Muhammad and just how unfair it is to the Jews. Subsection 46, and this prescript, this is the last one. And this prescript shall not be of any avail to any oppressor or breaker of covenant. And one shall have security, whether one goes out to a campaign or remains in Medina, or else it will be an oppression and breach of covenant. And God is the protector of him who performs the obligations with faithfulness and care, and is also his messenger, Muhammad. All right, everybody, I want to thank you for coming to Muhammad the Musical, an Islamic journey of faith in the Ummah. This is Bible and Quran, the Constitution of Medina. In the Bible and Quran room put on here by Megatron, our faithful shop steward, constantly putting in drills, working on all kinds of carpentry and banging around with hammers. He himself is
I don't know if I can partner. I'm going to be doing something out in Megatron. Did you ever get a partner the other day? Or did you have to do it all by yourself while everybody else had a partner to work with?
Well, I complain about that because they have partners. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand all too well, my friend.
Okay, thank you. If you have a partner, why should you be bitching about what you do? I don't have one. But do I need to hire another guy for that? Are you okay?
What do? Do you do carpentry? Do you do drywall? You do roofing? You do flooring? You do walling? You do pressure washing? What do you do? Electric? Plumbing?
I do like a little bit of nothing.
You like a handyman?
Yeah, I'm a gardener.
He's a gardener. Like a lawn guy?
Exactly.
So do you think that the Jews living in Israel and all the Arabs and the Muslims that surround them, do you think it's kind of like the white and black relationship in America? Hello?
That's actually. But everything you described there is exactly what the Christians did when they came to America. So I'm gonna think that those rules are kind of like pansy compared to the ones.
Wait, what did the Christians do?
What haven't we done?
Did they cut people's heads off?
I guess no. I mean, somebody didn't tell them. This is not cool. They read the book, they know.
You know what I think is weird? Is when, it's not only that the immigrant drivers are driving bad, but then you pull up alongside them, you roll down your window, you try to give them a tip. Like you say, hey, you're in a left turn only lane. You're not allowed to go straight from this lane. And they say, what do you want me to do? What do you expect me to do? And they don't even say, thank you. They just say, leave me alone. Go to drive your car.
Is everyone in this group from
It's East Coast.
okay.
Well,
The universe contains multitudes.
I was talking to
Everyone on the Sabbath from New York.
Well, I was talking to Mikhail yesterday, and he claims that the Medina Charter is like resolved, and that I don't know. He has a way of like resolving this. I suppose even historically or spiritually. But the only reason I bring it up is because it just when you try to like reframe their frame, it holds up, and it's totally unfair and ridiculous and medieval. Um, but I just don't get the feeling that Muslims are updated. And actually, I do kind of believe in evolution of the human body, not just like spiritual evolution or cosmic evolution or psychological evolution. I think like physical evolution could, and I think that Americans could be like actually higher evolved human beings than the English, the British. Because I've seen some videos of like British leaders who look actually, in my opinion, like their bodies haven't evolved. And therefore, I think their intelligence has retrograded and possibly brain rotted out because to let your whole country become Muslim in the way that they've done it, like unstoppably since the 60s, like maybe it's because the best of them left and went to America and they were left with all the low IQ and unevolved body types. It's just a theory. Could be comedy. I don't know. Hello?
What's with the whole thing?
Oh, it's a clubhouse thing. No, it's I understand. It's a clubhouse thing because I go into rooms all the time and I hear women going, "Hello?"
Yeah, you knew he was coming, so there's more to the show. Hello? Hello? I'm figuring I go do something. Maybe I something to do over here. But is your job like this, my friend? You just walk around and bishop.
See, what's so amazing about the cult of Muhammad is that it's just right there in the paperwork. He actually says, if there's conflict, go to God, but also come to me. I'm the new guru and arbitrator of all your conflicts.
Yeah.
So,
That sounds legit.
yeah, but basically, he's so successful at it. I mean, to think that right now in 2026, he has 1.1 billion people that pray to him, love him, and think that his way of life is the optimal solution to colonialism, to Western imperialism, to unenlightened legal systems. But when you actually look here in the charter, the legal system is just based on intimidation, blood money. And it's just, so it goes to show you that a true Muslim is a true Muslim if they know nothing about it. If you know nothing about Islam, well, then you are a true Muslim because basically you have to just be stupid, and you don't know anything about what you think you know. And I'm not saying that doesn't apply to all religions, but what we really have here is not a religion. We have a guruism, a political shop, a political in-group versus the political out-group, and it's all or nothing. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, they call that a cognitive distortion disorder. And there's a checklist of cognitive distortion disorders, like mind reading. Many people mind read. They think they're thinking about what somebody else. It's a red flag document. Like, view this as like a dating profile. You swipe right on the Charter of Medina, and you're like, I'm detecting a lot of red flags on this profile here. That's basically one way to like compress it, to try to get home my point that Western culture and Charter of Medina culture are at odds, and it's just a historical fact. The Islamic invasion of Europe, whether it's 2026 or 725 or whatever year of the caliphates, it's a dark period in human history because it's basically industrialized mafia gangsterism. All or nothing thinking based on brutal slaughter, like hardcore conquest.
Yeah, but I don't know what's wrong with that.
Well, it's not intelligent, and you can actually basically do a comparison between the intelligence of Magna Carta Constitution.
Really sloppy. I think they're kind of sloppy when they talk about it, probably. I'd like to answer. I'd like to. Other than that, I mean, I think it's just, hey, they took over the land.
Well, if you say what's wrong with that, the answer is it's not intelligent. But why? What's not intelligent about it? It's because with language translating apps and books and writing and psychedelic drugs and psychotherapy and meditative thought and cross-cultural experience, we are able to
Add one
communicate.
more.
No, just chilling and being homies. We are able to communicate with each other through the process of chilling and being homies, and we should be able to transcend what we've been doing for millions of years, which is smashing each other's brains with a rock. And if he's saying the charter of Medina culture is not compatible with cosmopolitan, contemporary Western culture, the issue is if we keep smashing each other's brains with rocks, we're going to keep smashing each other's brains with rocks. And eventually somebody's going to smash your brain with a rock. Or you're going to be forced to smash somebody else in the brain with a rock, which I don't know if you've ever cut off the head of an animal, but I've cut off the head of a deer. It sucks. It's very challenging to do, and I would never want to smash anybody's brain with a rock or have to cut off anybody's head. And so I think that the problem, when he says it's not intelligent, it's that it's caveman stuff. And we've been doing caveman stuff for 3 million years. Now we have Clubhouse, and we have thick lighters, we have automobiles, and we should evolve. We should allow ourselves to evolve past.
I think, my friend, I think Megatron gets that, but I just want to submit that if I could try to define God in any way accurately, it would be to say that God has to be the highest level of intelligence in the universe. Whatever, if you want to say the whole universe is like a collective intelligence, one way to look at it is to actually look at a tree. My friend here actually does a lot of stuff in the forest, but I have a tree in my backyard and I was looking at it and I thought, you know what? Every man and a woman is a leaf, and the branches are communication networks. And there's all these other variables impacting this tree system of leaves and branches. And there's all these different variables and names for different parts of the tree, whether it's the roots or the husk or the whole, there's different parts you could probably give names. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at is that whole network is the intelligence of God. And when we can expose historical Islam as being unfair and not up to date, we can try to bring other people who are actually not up to date. And in that way, we can actually create a more stable peace and security, because there are homicidal people on this app. Mikhail is one of them. And yesterday he confirmed that he will kill, he wants to kill, he wants to be in a war, he wants to see incredible chaos and devastation. And he does believe in an Islamic caliphate, and he thinks that Islam is the greatest updated version of religion 2.0. And those are the dangerous people who, the thing is, you'll never convince them. I'm just saying from like a public speaking perspective to try to put some light on dark periods of history by showing the all or nothing statements in documents like this. Because we could also now transition to Magna Carta and then get into Declaration of Independence and try to show transcendental thought, which is saying that we will still engage in professional soldiery and war, but this type of gangster, mafia, Don Corleone, five family shit, it's not acceptable in polite society. And we will root it out and we will fight it to the death. In the same way that the FBI, CIA, etc., has probably gone to war with secret societies, and they themselves are a fucking secret society. But anyways, I'm just trying to say, the last chapter of Balthasar Gracian's book is be good. In a word, be a saint. And when I talk to Mikhail, he's like a demon saint, And I'm trying to say be good on both ends of the spectrum, because that's your greatest security, cognitive security you could hope for, is try to tell people what you mean without being mean, and therefore you won't suffer any retaliation. But this document of Medina, the charter, it doesn't do that. I am complete. Hello?
It's twofold. Number one, Islam already had a period where it tried to do what you're wanting to do, and it did not work. The Islam you see today is probably the latest iteration of it. Before it was not broad in its scope of thought, and somewhat more accepting of new ideas, and then something happening that Wahhabis took over and it just kind of closed down. So you can go backwards. The second problem is the people on the opposite end of the spectrum of your friend Mikhail there, who don't want to raise conflict at any point or in any way. And it's much easier for them to punish you for bringing up the problem than it is to punish them for being the problem, which is what England is full of.
Yeah, but he's lying about Mikhail. He's just being a big baby about it. You know.
Well, I'm just using him as an example.
He feels threatened by this man.
No. Using him as an example. I'm just saying there's got to be deranged people out there who are dangerous people, and they can utilize. See, philosophically, now is a compression of the past and the future. We don't know the future, but if you spend time studying the past, you're basically clarifying the now. You can't really predict the future, but based on the compression, I'm just saying Islam, has a technical problem in this charter. This is an old project. They're still running the same experiment on an old project charter. Their scope is out of date, therefore they all suck and are out of date. Yeah, they don't care because they're stupid. But see, that's the fun of making fun of people and calling them stupid.
You see any patches? I'm asking you. That's it, guys. Good job.
See, I think I actually would like to have been a lawyer, because when I listen to litigators on this app go on a dopamine litigation tear, you realize that like courts and lawyers and protocol and the ceremony of going to trial, it all sucks, because those fuckers who are making money there at your expense are just going on a dopamine trip at your fucking expense as the victim of a court. It really kind of sucks. So I can see how legalistically, referring all issues to Muhammad and the Ummah could probably be better than going to like a Western woke liberal courtroom. And I'm not saying I want to be a Muslim. I'm just saying I think a lot of the Americans, especially in the legal judicial industrial complex known as lawyers and attorneys, they are fucking vampires, and they shouldn't be entitled to the high adjusted gross income that they derive out of the blood and sweat and years of labor of Americans who are victims to attorneys and lawyers and judges. I am complete. You know what's so funny is I got slandered when I ran for Congress. They claimed that I committed petition fraud. But the funniest thing is the guy that claimed that, the attorney who represented Darren LaHood, my opponent, he got paid $120,000 for 1 day of work to show up before the judge. Isn't that fucking amazing? $120,000. A congressman paid a lawyer to challenge me, John Kitover, in court. And so for him to slander me, but be one of the greatest paydays of his fucking life, I made that for him, and it's only because I ran that he got that fucking money. And I didn't commit fraud, but slander and libel in politics is real, because you can slander anybody. I mean, they're going to have to bring suit against you. And it does impact, voter sentiment on whether or not they want to go to the ballot box, because now they think you're a fucking scumbag. But anyways, that's neither here nor there in the Megatron Daniel room. Tamaria, welcome to the room. Are you aware of the Charter of Medina?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you aware of the Charter of Medina issued by Muhammad?
Oh, no, I'm not familiar.
Are you a Muslim, sir? Because we do believe that there's a high correlation amongst Muslims that are completely unaware of the Charter of Medina, the Constitution.
Are you a Muslim, Tamaria?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Oh, okay.
You know, we have Beef here, the legendary Ginger Jew of Clubhouse, the fierce debater of Islam. Beef has had Beef has had an incredible journey and experience here in Clubhouse. I've heard him cry. I mean, just pouring buckets. But this is...
Well, the other day I heard him say to Norm, die, old Norm, and he said something like he did a rap. He was doing a freestyle. Did you hear this?
I know. I did, actually. I heard the follow-up. I also heard him follow up on it. Beef, you're one of my favorite people here. I just want to let you know. And the fact that you don't bring me up on your stages,
It's like, I'm going to make you drink my cum or something insane.
Yeah, really crazy. But look at his PTR. Look at the coloration in his skin. You know, and like, see, I don't have issues with sun, but I do have, you know, everybody has skin issues. Like Chelsea Clinton, Hillary Clinton's daughter, I just saw she ran like the Boston Marathon. And I was like, what in the fuck is wrong with this bitch's skin, bro? She's got psoriasis everywhere. I was like, yikes. Like, she was so pale. And so I do think there is something about the sun. And if you are a Christian and you are constantly referring to the sun, there's power in the sun. I do think I'm just a sun worshiper. I'm like a cat man. Because come 4 o'clock, when that sun is pouring through my windows, I just want to sit in the sun. And I think it's good for you. And it's the source of tremendous power and health. And if you don't like the metaphor that Jesus Christ is the Son of God the Father, you know, the universal God, I mean, you just don't understand Marvel comic books. Because if we have a universal God and we have a universal sun, it's just metaphor for the light of the sun. And this is where Kabbalah comes in, where Ein Sof, the limitless light, pours into all the 10 Sephiroth. And now you got 10 variables to meditate on, like Chokmah, Binah. Like, these are mantras. They're vibrations. Hello?
Real quick. Wait. No, but real quick, I've got a question for you. I have a question for you, actually. I was going to say something to you.
One sec.
Well, no.
Welcome to the stage, Beef.
Yeah.
The stage.
But I wanted to ask you, Beef, hang on. Well, wait a second. Yeah, but Beef,
One second.
I know you want to crash out. I'm sure you want to crash out, but I just wanted to ask, how come you don't accept me to the stage? Every time I'm in your rooms and you're the moderator, you never invite me to the stage. I'm just wondering about that. When I'm in the audience in your rooms, I always raise my hand when I'm in the audience in your rooms, and you never invite me up on the stage when you're the moderator. I'm just wondering, why don't you invite me up on stage when you're the moderator in your own rooms? Do you have a problem with me or something? Because there are many times that I've been raising my hands when I've been in the audience in your rooms. I'm talking Beef, basically, when I'm in your rooms and I can raise my hand and you don't let me up on stage, I'm wondering if there's no particular reason why. I'm going to let you finish. I just wanted to ask this question real quick. The question is essentially, when I'm in your rooms and I'm raising my hand, you don't let me up on stage, and I'm wondering why. I see that you're trying to respond, but I wanted to ask you this question first. I'm going to let you finish. You can go right after me.
Go for it.
But I wanted to ask, how come when I'm in the audience in your rooms and you're the moderator on stage, why don't you let me up onto the stage? Why do you always make me wait in the audience? I see that you want to speak, but I'm trying to ask you a question. So I don't even know what you're saying. You're probably saying some sort of nonsense right now. You're probably talking right now about fucking me in the ass, making me drink all the time. Because you're really I don't know what you're saying. To be honest with you, I have no idea. Nor do I care. But I do have a question for you. My question, quite simply and plainly, I'll just try to ask it again because I'm sure that you're not listening. But my question is, when I'm in the audience in your rooms, you're the moderator. Can you just listen to me for a second? So when I'm in the audience and you're the moderator on stage, you don't let me up on stage. Like I have my hand raised, a lot of time goes by, other people come up on stage, Big Zed comes up on stage. Caleb comes up on stage, but I don't know why you don't let me up on stage. That's a question for you.
Nancy, because you're a piece of trash. You're a rotten, disgusting, smelly piece of trash. All of your contributions are worthless. I don't want to speak. You're not intelligent. You're not funny. You don't have a savoir-faire. You don't have a sang-froid. You're not a fucking wit. You're just a fucking piece of trash. You're annoying. You're a loser. You're ugly. You're stupid. Nothing you say is of any merit or value. I find you uninteresting. You're a fucking literal fucking worm, intellectually and rhetorically. And I find it completely uninteresting to hear the sound of you. So the reason why I don't invite you on stage is because you are just a literally worthless fucking piece of trash. You're a fucking rotten, self-hating piece of shit. That others hate you as well. So it's not just self-hating. The world hates you, and you are fucking disgusting. Your thoughts are disgusting. Your heart is disgusting. Your dreams are disgusting. Your plans are disgusting. Everything about you is just utterly worthless, uninteresting, listless, fucking gray, milquetoast, boring, fucking uninteresting, redundant, unfunny, worthless fucking trash. That's why I don't bring you on stage.
Okay, thank you. I just had that one question.
Can I hear that again?
I just asked Beef a question.
Hold on. I want to hear what he had to say. What were you saying, Beef? Can you say that again?
Oh, yeah, sure. So what I was saying with my friend is the reason why I don't invite him on stage is because he's literally worthless. Nothing he says matters. He's the most boring person I've had the displeasure of running into on this app. It's actually fucking blood coming out of my ears when I hear you. You're a fucking plague, an audio plague. And even when I have to put my fingers on my ears, I still can't drown out the shriek, shrill, fucking audio of your voice.
Okay. Alright, that's fine.
John Kitover, I had a question for you. Now that we've gotten that question answered. You said that you had a video.
Thanks for letting me go first. I appreciate that.
You said it was popular. Where can I find the video that you have about me discussing Islam in my document? I'd love to watch it.
Thanks for letting me go first, Sam. That was nice of you.
Hey, you're welcome, man. Hope you got my answer satisfactory.
No, it's not a video. Sam, it's not a video of you discussing your document. I screenshotted your Google Word doc and made a video out of it, and then overlaid Muslim music, and it was very popular.
Where can I find that?
I'd have to Google it because I have over 100,000 videos on YouTube, so I'd have to search for it.
John Kitover Islam, something like that, or?
Maybe. I think maybe you could type in like Sam Rosen Clubhouse Islam Google Word doc, maybe. Oh, and I just wanted to say that earlier, that piece of shit, annoying, schizophrenic, Jew-hating, anti-Semite rabbi was in here. And I just want to say that I said to him, when you realize what projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because there's a little projection, and then there's a big projection, the big P projection. And if you believe in the little self, or you believe in the big self, when you insult other people and you do ad hominem projection, it's always just, the way you feel about yourself, because your dialectic is who you are. And so everything that Beef just said to my friend is the way that Sam Rosen actually feels about himself. And I feel sorry for you, Sam. And I hate hearing you cry on this app. And I just hope you find the strength within your tuchus to bust a nut and be happy again. Hello?
Wow, that was very kind.
I am happy again. I was, when he first met me, I was very miserable because I had recently gone through a divorce. I was living in a church of my father's. It wasn't the best situation. But now I live in Slovenia. I have a hot fiance who's really wonderful and smart. I traveled to Venice recently, and my life is really good. So I'm in a good place.
Well, so why do you feel the need to be a douchebag online?
Well, you were being rude to me, so I decided to just...
No, I wasn't. I was just trying to ask you a question.
No, you weren't. You were just being redundantly...
You got off stage, and I was going to go first. I was already on stage, so you didn't respect the fact that I was here first.
But you just kept droning on about, let me ask you a question, why you don't bring me up, but you said it
Well,
like
so did you. You didn't mute the fuck up and let me ask you.
It was rude that you kept doing it, so then I said to get mean, you know?
Well, I think it's rude that you don't let me on stage just because you don't like me.
Why would I want to be around people I don't like?
Well, if you're the moderator of a public space and you're trying to moderate a
I'm private.
well, it's essentially a public space if the room is
No,
public.
it's a private, my house, my rules.
Yeah, but anybody can join.
They can't join the stage.
Oh, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt you, but I just wanted to tell you a quick story. I was working at Avon as a supervisor, and the manager, Molly, said, John, I want you to go fire Tyrone over there. You know, tell him he's fired and get him out of the building. I was like, yes, ma'am.
I've heard this
story.
Please, this is one of my favorites. Please continue.
So I came up to Tyrone. I was like, hey, bro, I need to speak with you. Can you come over into this office? And so he comes with me. I said, Tyrone, I was just instructed by Molly, the manager, that I'm to terminate you and to fire you and walk you out of the building. And this is your last day. And he's like, what the fuck, motherfucker? Why? What the fuck? And I was like, well, listen, I think you can save your job. And I think it just requires an apology. And I would like to instruct you and coach you on an apology. And I will walk you into Molly's office and I will say, Molly, Tyrone wants to say something to you before, I walk him out of the building. And so I coached him for, I'm not kidding you, maybe 1 to 3 hours. And I was like, this is, because he couldn't get it. Like he really had a hard time. Maybe it was the way I was trying to because maybe I just needed to write it down and I needed to have him read it. That was probably the best way to help him save his job. Anyways, I walk him into Molly's office after 2 hours of getting him to repeat the same thing over and over again. And she says, what the fuck are you doing in my office? Can I help you? And I was like, Molly, before Tyrone left the building, he wanted to say something to you. And he says, why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch? And I was like, oh my fucking God. So I think I may have blocked and then said, sorry, man, you have to leave. So anyways, when I walked him out and I said, listen, you got to remember that this job sucks and one door closes, another door opens, and life is going to be great for you. And I don't think you need to worry about this. And, anyways, but that was even my projection. So anyways, I'm just trying to say that in Medina, when Muhammad issued the charter, there was a mishling in a Jewish town. And when the charter was read as a proclamation, the mishling, there were 2 Jews in the town that started arguing. And as the mishling, I was just like, do you guys just not hear the proclamation? We're all fucked. And you guys are arguing? What are you guys arguing about? Hello?
I think this guy's new here, my friend. How long have you been here? Doesn't look like very long. Anyway, what's in the topic?
How long have I been here?
Yeah.
What, on the app?
Yeah.
Too long, probably. I don't know. 2021?
Okay, go.
I've been on this app long enough that I used to think that John Kitover's name was Edmund and that he was British.
West and say, yeah, we ain't gonna do what Japan did. We ain't gonna do that. No, we're gonna do things differently. And they're gonna be this other own game long term. This whole I'm gonna use my ISO to keep you down is only gonna work for so because again, they were that big of a threat. How come we ain't Iran yet? How come we ain't made it them? Shock it all. Huh? Or because they're Chinese and they're racist. How y'all shock it all? Huh? How come? Okay, all right.
I didn't know that Sam was that irrational. I always thought that he was like a philosopher kind of level-headed type. But I guess he
Yeah, he's
crashed out
hot-blooded.
with the best of them.
He's hot-blooded, but you see, this is the difference between like a Marcus Aurelius philosopher that believes in God and then like a gay academic philosopher atheist who just views it as like a dialectic, semantic, large language model or something like that, where like Alan Watts says they do philosophy 9 to 5 or something. So, but again, he went through, everybody has a broken heart. I think, I like to think about my life just in, there's a book, God, it's like the women of, I can't remember, some guy, or fuck, maybe it was like Aleister Crowley's wives. It's like a book about all the women that Aleister Crowley ever banged. It's like 400 women or something like that. But basically, imagine writing a book about every woman you ever slept with, every experience. Like, that's who you are. You're not just who, what your conditioning is. You're just basically, I don't think we live inside our body. Meaning, like, I think we're actually outside our body. And that, God, you could be so rich, but if you got a bad attitude and you're angry all the time and you're a screamer, to me, it's just like bad for your nervous system. Like Taoistic meditation, Zen philosophy, Buddhism, Hinduism, to me, those people really know how to sit back and bust a nut and just relax, And I think our legal system here is like so restrictive that that's the reason why we don't have more gurus and like chill societies. And we have horrific, violent gun crime and YNs flashing their guns. Rapping their drill music. I mean, we have a culture of death and terrorism, internally and externally. I know there's crime in other countries, horrific crime, and mafia and gangsters and, horrible, trashy people that murder you for your fucking moped, or, light you on fire on a fucking train or slice your throat on a fucking train. Horrible, despicable people that I wish we fucking, could do public executions with and make a whole Sunday out of it. I got no problems with that. I could live with that law, but I wouldn't call it the Ummah. I would just call it American jurisprudence. Hello?
I'm always so tickled when people insult me for being a piece of garbage or being a garbage bag and saying, you're a trash bag, you're a piece of garbage. That's the whole point of self-deprecation. I got there first. I beat him to the punch.
Yeah. You give people an out, though. You give people an out, though, with your first name. But when, anyways.
But imagine if I was like your friend, the guru, nature hero, and then they still called me a piece of fucking garbage.
Well, see, how's your new experiment going with your new phone?
I appreciate the accountability check. I haven't really had a chance to use it yet. I do have one excuse, which is that I did cut my thumb, severely cut my thumb. So I haven't really been doing
Oh my gosh.
because my thumb was cut. But I am going to do it, and I appreciate the accountability check.
Yeah, basket weaving can be dangerous. That's the one thing is cause and effect. Art and critic. Most critics don't know the sacrifices that the artist makes to create their criticism. That's why I really dislike critics. They're so obnoxious. It's their right, though, to be a critic, but it's your right to be an artist. And not many people think that Megatron is an artist, but I think he is a great artist. And same with Daniel Nero, and even Narges. Have you heard her sing her sexy French, music? Holy shit, that chick's a winner. So, Rabboni Shalom, everybody. Welcome back to Bible, Quran, and Poems. I want to play you a poem from a Jew harp.
So I have a request, a poem from you, Mr.
Dr. Universe.
Request. I want you to look up this person. You ready?
While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do the middle pillar exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert and fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we adore. You are holy.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore? Turn them into cash with Vinted. Snap a photo. Invocation of truth. Procul, o procul esti profani, or lusting on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the lake. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. thy nemesis as the night sky blue. Thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the cloud floateth over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified raw, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kephra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unuttering wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi,
Here are 5 animals that have been modified by humans. Number 5, Belgian blue cows, have undergone intense genetic selection that causes muscle hypertrophy known as muscle and sticky. This allows for a higher medium animal, although it also requires special care due to their body structure age up. Number 4, featherless chickens.
Upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto the name.
Chicago babies.
business partner says the lawsuit got resolved, but the details stay blurry. BIN-verified court cases help search court records across federal, state, and local courts, so it's easier to look up what happened with a case number. Tap below, enter a case number, see what you could find.
Invocation of Oath. Procul esti profani, on lasti, on paedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God who cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, the Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flame, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye kingdoms, wherein the tar floateth over the foam, I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified raw, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Hepra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished chambers guarded of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's archon may be obedient unto thee. Invocation of Faust. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lusty, on paedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the robe and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy hand as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming fire as though it burned in the furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and forevermore. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the Charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my
Made a connection out starring
O ye two divine hawks who are on your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward to the heights of heaven, the Lord of the sky which stands in the heavens of the earth. He is in me, I in him. I tread upon the
Inshallah. The
The
Ummah. The Ummah answers to Muhammad.
Giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain,
Inshallah, the Ummah answers to Muhammad and Allah. Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this world. Thou shalt be that didst conduct the Magi. Thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou art right between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever in the same. The sun is thy father. Thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth changed started of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto me.
Like you, it's just.
Invocation of truth. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, invoke. O thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy lamest as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the fog floats over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified raw, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ketover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, for the name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast world may be obedient unto the nation. head, thee, Iron One. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee, Iron One. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee, Iron One. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee, Iron One. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee, Iron One. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the tall floateth over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame for the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ketover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, thine utterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me. esti profani, all lusting on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy lamest as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the cloud floateth over the moon. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame for the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Petra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
So, Kitty, talk to me.
Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same more present in heaven and in hell. Thou that light greatest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth has never nourished the changeless Godhead of light. Come not forth, they come not forth, and make all spirits subject, and every spirit of the trouble and of upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and
depression. And then she laughed. And then they're like, they start asking like a bunch of weird questions. And I was like, yeah, and then basically kicked me from the room. So that's fine. I don't care. And well, they had stated that they're black and they're superior to me. And I'm like, no, I'm an American. Although I'm a woman, I'm white, and I'm better than you. And then they kicked me. And that's fine.
Okay.
Well, so Daniel hasn't talked much. He's sending some messages. Hope he's well.
I think he just leaves his phone on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have any poems right now, but so there's a few more people piling in. What do you want to chat about?
Did you like the scriptures I brought up yesterday? Remember the day I was going over them with you?
Yes, I did. I even like the one that yes, definitely. Yeah, especially when you make the understanding and correlation for me when I go from Daniel to the New Testament, where it's prophecy that is fulfilled, and you can have the full understanding and scope of where it's saying, you know, like this is going to be a kingdom that's never ending. Sorry, there's the squeaky toilet.
Invocation of truth. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lusty, on paedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
It's difficult to talk to somebody like that. What's his name? Islamic. When he just wants, not even that was aging, I think. Don't. He actually sounded like he had like a open slate, an open mind, where he's like, let's pretend as though I don't know anything and tell me from your perspective how you can come to this conclusion. And although he's a bit like contrarian, he still is kind of at least giving it a fair shake, as opposed to others that don't want to hear it, don't believe it, and just want to argue, and then not even listen to why there is such a single correlation between being on the ground and why it's not the way it should be and the way that they see our Bible is just being put up.
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the
Where's universe? We were supposed to have this shit
I am
down
the
pat.
charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light,
Comprehensive
Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the
understanding.
dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
But
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bears of the house of rest,
Mr. Universe
by the
probably did.
bishop of Rome, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven,
I'm just gonna cram all in. I'm gonna skip 40 minutes towards the end. I'm just gonna cram in a bunch of like just last second shit stuff.
mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the foam.
Yeah, I can't do it
I
right now.
travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame from the light of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorifying
What's
God,
up, Moshe?
giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up from the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word.
The rabbi was in there.
For I am Ra incarnate,
Oh man,
created in the flesh.
how's it
I
going?
am the eidolon of my father to move.
It was, he accidentally
The
said it.
God who commands is in my mouth.
He said, he said something about, I said, no, the Torah is not just for the Jews, it's for the world.
And
He
the
says,
God
yeah, it's for
that
the
is
world
upon
when
my
the
neck.
Messiah comes.
My word is accomplished every day. and the
He
desire
said
of
that.
my
He said
heart
that so
to
fluid,
realize
like he
himself
didn't realize what
as
he was
that of
saying.
the power when he created his world. I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my designs. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, thy natural wisdom, all light.
He's our rabbi.
Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee,
If you could get
thou
us
art
for
still
here,
nameless to
he's
eternity.
got some questions about the
Come
Bible.
thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work. Thou, that is conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou the vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, setting, changing ever in every frame. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath all made its order, and earth, and there is no reference to the bright.
I know, I
Come
don't
thou
know.
forth, I say, come thou forth.
Yeah, I don't get it.
To make all spirits subject to
Yeah.
thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, on the earth and under the earth,
Why would you say
on
that?
dry land and in the water, of the roaring air and of the rushing fire, and every spell and
Did you?
word
Did
of
you
love
get it?
and hostile,
I don't know what
be
it's
the
talking about,
immediate
John.
unto thee.
Oh, we didn't bring it up here. That time it was not allowed in here, actually.
Yeah. That is one of his big rules. Now, if it's a different room and something gets brought up,
You know what
then
it is? He's so used to probably not talking about it in here that he probably didn't notice that we don't bring that's one of the rules.
it is like a standing rule. It's on a road. So,
Yeah, we don't
no,
bring it up. Listen,
it's kind of like being a dead horse.
It's not in the Quran. That's probably why we don't bring it up. There is a reference of two wives, though. I'm not exactly sure what two wives are being mentioned, but there is, I think it's a story about two women or something like that. That's about it. It's the only one, the woman mentioned is Mary, the mother of God. Is the only one that's mentioned, so. Have you ever been to a mass? Have you ever sat through it? You know, I've never been to a mosque.
Been to a mosque.
Yeah.
It's not your mass.
Have you ever sat through you know, I've been to like maybe a small chapel or
Invocation
a kind of church?
Procul, procul esti profani, on lusting, on pater. In the name of the mighty and terrible one,
Yes,
I proclaim
that
that
is
I have met the shell,
when someone gets confirmed, or the
I
first
invoke
communion.
Tamuti, the Lord of wisdom and of
Yeah.
earth.
Also, if you
The
sat through the
God
first
cometh
communion,
forth from the veil.
yeah, you know what it's about.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned
A lot
Tamuti,
of standing, sitting down,
of the
kneeling,
universe, thee,
and then we stand up
thee I
again.
am. O thou of the ibis head,
But yeah, we have these little pews that we
thee I
do.
am. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee,
But other than that, that's it.
thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I am. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I am. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though found in a furnace, thee
What
I
is
am.
that?
Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow.
Oh,
I am born again and again.
Those people
Mine is
are.
the unseen force, whereof the gods are.
I don't know. I just see
As
it in
light
backwards.
touches the us.
Yeah, that might be a big experience for you. For me, I wouldn't be able to sit there.
Ever advancing onwards,
Even trying to protect.
Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the path floats over the foam. I travel upon hope. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye.
That is pretty interesting.
Everlasting on,
What Bible were they using when they were using
giving my life to the dwellers of earth.
the New World?
If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth.
But I mean, I'm going to obvious places. But for the most part, it's almost the
My
same.
word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart
For
realizes
example, like
itself
Isaiah
as
9,
it off the tower when he
it
created
says the same exact thing. Except it changes one word, and then it makes the whole thing
all
big.
things are as my designs. Therefore do all things
The
obey
same
my
wonderful
word.
counselor, Prince of Peace.
Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine
And I
abode
think
in
they
the
changed the
silence,
father part.
unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. So,
You know, like keep ones like that right now.
Odin,
You know,
by
like that.
whatever name I call thee, thou art still
They used to be
nameless
very
to
boisterous
eternity.
back in the 70s.
Come thou forth, I say,
Used to debate them on.
and aid and guard me in the
I
cause of honor.
think that
Thou,
those people
thou
kind of
art the east, that didst conduct the Magi. Thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibrates between the light and the darkness,
He's probably joking
rising,
around.
descending,
I don't
changing
know.
ever
He's
and
pretty serious about it.
the sun is thy father.
Andrew used to be, Andrew's father was one of some shit
The
like that.
wind hath thrown thee in his bosom, and earth has never nourished the taste of his light.
Yeah, he says it.
Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make me a divine subject unto me.
Obviously, the thing is,
Spirit of
these
the
people,
Lord unto the heathen, from the earth and under the earth, on dry
Yeah,
land
I mean,
and
that
in
would
water,
truly,
of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's heart may be obedient unto thee.
Yeah, but you're down with having a couple wives, right? Well, I think it's acceptable, is it not? I could be wrong, but like, I thought that they were allowed to. I mean, they have to follow certain rules and stuff, but as long as they take care of their wife, then they can.
Acceptable, Kitty. I live, it's very commonplace.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nobody gives two hoots about if somebody has got 2 or 3 or 4 or the 5th or 6th also. The 5th and 6th, provided he's divorced one first one of both.
I'm just saying, like, I know me, certain times of the month, I feel a little loady, whatever, I get on even Megatron servers. I couldn't imagine a dude having to put up with, like, 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 of them.
well, you have to be ranked. They have to rank you.
God bless, man. Come on.
Yeah.
And I could just be on, like, Dish Me Down, you know, to maybe watch the kids every other Wednesday. I'd be cool with that, I guess.
Islam pro. What's interesting about the Mormons, right, is that they're very community oriented. In the sense that, like, they're almost like the Jews. They keep to themselves. But they invest the money back into themselves. And, you know, whatever work you have, you can put a certain amount of your pay back into the church. pay taxes, so on and so forth. And fill it up, please.
Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy hem is as the night sky blue,
And full derby.
thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming
And,
orange as though it
so,
burned in a
once
furnace.
you're up in the upper echelons, you're involved in some of these businesses that they do.
Behold,
And they're very,
I am yesterday,
they make a lot of money.
today, and the brother of tomorrow.
They're
I
pretty good with
am
their money.
born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the beard of the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the tall floateth over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. My ways are flashing flame for the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Petra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the star when he created his work. I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my design. Therefore, do all things obey my word.
It's only 27 seconds. I wanted to show it. As long as
I know the wisdom.
and I just showed you really quick.
Is it more common in the U.S.? Because the Mormons are not a big population.
Mercury,
Just
Odin,
watch that. It's only 27
by
seconds.
whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same more present in heaven and in hell.
I don't know.
Thou that by greatest
I see it being a partial thing. I think also that the female
rising,
I think that's
changing ever and ever the same. The sun is thy
I know the guys in the
The wind hath
what
fallen
you
in
call it,
the
in the
and
Islam. I mean, they're probably
started of
I can't run those guys. They're right to bring up that shit. I looked that up. That's not good. That's cultural. They just have to be Muslim.
On the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast ones may be obedient unto thee.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. There's even older religions in Russia, like the types of Turkish people, right? In Asia, what they call it, Russia. There's so many different cultural groups there. Really, really old ones.
Would you want to have multiple wives? Well, I'm saying, okay, let's pretend like you have all the money in the world to pay for it. Then would you want to?
In America, you'd be broke if they broke up with you.
Yeah, man.
Right? So,
New tax laws for divorcees and widowers that they get like a bigger chunk of the ex's tax return just for being divorced. Yeah, I forget what all that shit was, man. It just passed in like the beginning of
yeah, my friend actually got like 15 grand back.
Majesty of the Godhead, wisdom and crown Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe.
Oh my god, like 700 concubines? Are you serious?
Of the Ibis head, Nay, I know. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power.
Yeah, you want to build that many dragon women? Think about my body spent by 700.
The rose and cross of light and light. Thee I am.
That's so funny.
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue. Thee I am. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I am. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are strong, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine books upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of love, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the
I mean, you can always stay with one. You can always stay with one and then just like have,
He is in me, and I in him. Mine is the way, wherein the tall closes over the plains. I travel upon hours. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow my work.
Hips don't have scripturals.
For I am Ra incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father to do, Lord of the taking of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin,
Sergio, do you know that story where
thou art still nameless to
I think
each
it's in
other.
Genesis,
Come thou forth
where
and
they made the
say,
men get
Hail
circumcised
God
and they
in
killed
this
them
work of art.
for raping
Thou,
the sister
thou art
of
the
the Jew.
that didst conduct the Magi. Thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The Son is thy Father.
It didn't seem like he was very happy about it, though, right?
The wind hath borne thee in bosom, and earth hath never known changes started of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee. So that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto thee.
The city's name was shaken.
Okay. Question from Moshe, and the answer is despite King Solomon famously having 700 wives and 300 concubines, the Bible is surprisingly quiet about his children. Only 3 are mentioned by name, and all of them appear to have been born relatively early in his life. It says while statistically he had many more, the Bible narrative focuses only on those relevant to the royal administration and succession. There's Rehoboam, his only named son, and the one who succeeded him as king, his mother Naaman, and a Mamonite princess. Unfortunately, Rehoboam is the mostly remembered for his poor judgment shortly after taking the throne. His refusal to lighten the labor taxes his father had imposed led to a massive rebellion, splitting the kingdom of Israel in 2, and then the other 2 are Tephath, one of Solomon's daughters. She was married to the son of Abinadab, who was one of Solomon's 12 district governors. Then there's Basmath, another daughter who was married to, I'm going to screw this one up, that was the governor of the region of Naphtali. I really butchered all of those, I'm sorry. And then, let's see if there's anything else more interesting. In other traditions, Solomon is credited with more children. The most famous example is from Kitover analysis in Ethiopian National Method, which claims that the queen of Sheba born Solomon's son named Min. First, tradition became the first emperor of Ethiopia, beginning with the line of claimed descendants from Solomon for thousands of years.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance.
It
The
all
God that
praise
cometh
man.
forth from the
He's
veil.
great. He's a good
O
Christian.
thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Moshe, you think he was upset because they shouldn't kill over rape?
Thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power,
He was a
thee
righteous man.
I invoke.
I mean, he wasn't
Thou who
happy.
bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life,
Because they
I invoke.
look at it this way.
Thou whose head is as an emerald,
The guy was
and
not
thy
doing
lips
everything.
as the night sky blue, thee I invoke.
He has to
Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a
So
furnace,
Jacob was probably thinking, okay, why not? Marry and let them get married and
Behold,
then the problem
I am yesterday,
Yeah, but they were
today,
Canaanites.
and the brother of tomorrow.
Yeah, they were Canaanites.
I am born again and again.
And then they
Mine is the unseen
just
force,
circumcised
whereof the gods are
somehow
which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
the sons they were not willing to
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection who cometh forth from the dust, and my girls from the house of death.
Back in a second.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company
I
the
said, do you
beard
think it's the
of
West Side Story of the Bible?
pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing
West Side Story.
Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth.
What's that? The racist
Okay.
He is indeed divine in him. Mine is the way, wherein all flows over the pond. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame for the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on, the splendor of the day glorified, raw, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am God incarnate, Tesla, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father's womb, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitting on my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart to realize itself as that of the tower. I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my designs. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come to me from thine abode in the light, unutterable wisdom, all light, all love. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, the distant Dr. Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father. Thy mother the moon. The wind transforming in his bosom, and earth has never nourished the started of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth. Make all spirits up to you. And every spirit of the rough under the ether.
Oh, you heard about that slip up? You heard about the slip up, right?
Of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto me.
It's just interesting that they're viewed like God is there. God knows. I'm saying? Just like how the Jews.
It just proved Jesus was true by making that statement, you know that? There's a part of me that thinks that they know he is. It's hard not to accept.
Yeah, I know, man.
They were confident too. They're like, it could have worked.
I think they, yeah, it's one of those weird situations, man, where it's like, he could be to them, but then they've been taught for so many years that to just reject it, that it's not. There's something wrong with it.
It's Judas. Like Judas. It's like that thing that's in the Bible.
Invocation unto their habitation.
Listen, how do you feel about Daniel's pizza?
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
Daniel's PT.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom, ground, Elohim, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Yeah.
O thou of the ibis head, thee
I'm telling you,
I
I'm telling you, Jason, that Judas reference, you know what that
thee
Someone like the
Judas, yeah.
the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke.
Well, we gotta think about it, right?
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs as the night sky blue,
I'm just talking about. So basically, what I'm saying is
thou whose
that
skin is of
it's always
flaming
going to be a
orange as
question
though it burned in
whether
the
if he
furnace,
really is
thee
Messiah.
I invoke.
So you have that one person that we contemplate.
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
You have to read it
O
over
ye
yourself
two
before you
divine
do that.
hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the fog floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified raw, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my will.
I'm always going to be in question whether if it
For
was
I
really
am
him or not.
law
Isn't
incarnate,
that what Judas was always contemplating?
created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father to move, Lord of the city of the sun.
Like, does this get me closer
The
to
God
being
who
a Jew?
commands is in my mouth.
Making sure these
The
sort
God
of,
of wisdom
heretical
is in my
people
heart.
are taken out.
My tongue is the
Or
sanctuary of
really,
truth,
was he
and the God sitteth
the Son
upon
of
my
God?
lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart
I
realizes
think that's
itself
the interesting
as
part
the
about it.
Rakhatar when he created his world. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unnatural wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou vibratest between the light and the darkness,
But like, what is the Old Testament without the New Testament?
changing ever yet ever the same.
Like, no one's gonna read that book. It's gonna be like the Iliads.
Thy mother the moon, the wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth
It's just lost literature.
Come thou forth, I say,
No, but it's the truth.
and make all spirits subject.
Yeah.
Every spirit of the firmament and of the east,
Because sometimes I hear him out.
under the earth,
And it's true. The only reason why we're digging into the Old Testament is because of Jesus.
rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast ones may be obedient unto thee.
the castle or the palace of Damascus was lit up when he was born.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Oh, Jackson, you haven't heard that one?
No, I'm saying that for that is scary.
Rabbi, you don't know that one?
No, I don't think it is.
Oh, I wish I could just read it out.
Why are you surrounded by a lot of turkey?
Invocation of fire.
Oh, that one goes something like this.
Procol esti profani. On lasting on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells until their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and abundance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke.
It's amazing, man.
Thou who
Did they
rulest
all
the
get
world
the
of
matchup
Jacob,
with Jesus?
thee I invoke. Thou who
Like,
bearest
who's
in
not
thy
went to hell? It's not as an hell.
rose and cross,
What
light
am I
and
glorify
light,
her for?
thee I invoke.
It was probably
Thou
burning
whose
up. That's
head
probably
is
why
as
they
an
lit up the
emerald,
place.
and
Or
thy
on
limbs
fire.
as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke.
Did you ever hear why the Muslims are so
I am
mad?
yesterday,
Did I ever tell you about the
today,
alien
and the
special
brother
that
of
I
tomorrow.
concocted?
I am born again and again.
What is that?
Mine
So
is
it's
the
how the
unseen
prophet
force,
died.
whereof the gods are strong,
And he got
which is
the
as light
Jewish
unto
girl
the dwellers in
to
the
her
watchtowers
back.
of the universe.
But remember, he also
I
had
am the charioteer of the east,
or
Lord
whatever
of
her
the
name is, the
past and of
copper
the
girl.
future. I see by mine own inward light,
So
Lord of resurrection who
this.
cometh forth from the dust,
So Aisha
and my birth
now
from
is
the
no
house
longer
of
by
death.
herself.
O ye
He
two
has the
divine
Coptic
hawks
slave,
upon your
and
pinnacles,
now she gets
who
the
keep
Jewish
watch
girl.
over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of
So now
God,
it's three of them.
who pilot the ship of Rome,
And
ever
now,
advancing
you see,
onward, heights in
because
heaven,
Aisha
Lord of the
never
sky,
reacted the way she should
and
have,
the earth.
and continued to be with this man the way he was,
He is in me,
she started blaming
I in
herself
him. Mine is
now
the radiance, wherein
the
the
death
flows over the foam.
of
I
the
travel
Jewish
upon
girl
high.
and the
I
Coptic.
tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the
And she
light of
also
mine
is the one
eyes,
killed her.
ever rushing on in the splendor
I mean,
of the
think about
age
it. I mean, it's just my
God,
story. You know, it's
giving
my
my
alien
life to
special.
the dwellers of earth.
Afternoon.
If I say,
Sure.
come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my womb. For I am Ra incarnate,
Did she have a box? That's a good one.
created in the flesh.
Did you know about that one?
I am the eidolon of my father to the moon,
What box are
Lord
we
of the
talking
city
about?
of the sun.
Did Aisha literally have a box? Because I'm starting
The
to
God
think
of
that
wisdom is in my heart.
just
My crown
maybe
is
it
the
wasn't
sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips.
but there is no evidence to
My
back it up.
word is accomplished every day,
What am I gonna do?
and the desire of my heart realizes
To hide the
itself
bodies in?
as that of
Are we talking about slang for poontang?
Yeah, who's on this side for pretend?
Therefore, all things obey my designs.
Did she have one?
All things obey my
She
word.
be born without a box.
Therefore do thou come
She got a mangina.
from thine abode in the pride of
Real mangina.
thy natural
Yeah.
wisdom, all light, all power.
Claims or evidence.
These are just claims. I don't really have.
By whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity.
But I would think, you know, somebody
might
with
say, and aid and guard me in
that
this
kind of
work.
stature would possibly
Thou,
get
star of the east, that didst conduct the
so many
Magi,
concubines.
thou art the same all-present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness,
if they need to lie for like 3 reasons, which are insane, then they can do it. So it really just plays into
The guy Muhammad was probably like a really good dude. But then they like, you know, when they wrote these stories about him, they just like smeared his name so that they can do whatever it is they want to do.
It's my good commentary.
like a good dude, but like just a regular dude, you know?
He's a regular dude, man. He's probably just a regular guy. I mean, like, you know, somebody that told stories and was trustworthy.
But it could also be that this Muhammad was a title for those exilarchs you keep upping about.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah, and if each of those exilarchs or some of those exilarchs had all these quirks or all these perversions, you know, and then they converted all these perversions into the character of one man. Like one of them had a 6-year-old wife, the other one, you know, like
You know that what's his name figured it out. Like if you go down that rabbit hole, you can find out that there was prophecies about someone that's so if you look at the person that was in charge of the Exelon right before the new guy came in, in other words, there was the leader of the Exelon that was alive during the time of Muhammad.
I proclaim that I have banished the
So he would have either known
from
him
their habitation.
or he would have been part of that group.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
And if they were Jews going down to the
wisdom crowned
down to
Lord of the gates of the universe,
Mecca,
thee I am.
Garden Army,
O thou of the ibis
makes
head,
sense.
thee I am. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power,
And then, you know, give him a prophet. Give him a language.
thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light,
yeah, and maybe one of the exilarchs became prominent and powerful.
thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I am.
The thing that
Thou
usually
whose
seems to
head
say,
is of flaming
what's
orange
the
as though
Greek
it
verse
burned
he
in the
was talking
sun,
about?
thee I am.
The rules of Medina. The
Behold,
Constitution of
I
Medina.
am
You ever read this?
yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow.
Well, this
I
Constitution
am
of
born
Medina,
again
I mean,
and
most of these
again.
rules are just for the Jews.
Mine is the unseen
They're
force,
just to protect the Jews, protect the Jews, protect the Jews.
which is as light
And then what?
unto the
And then
dwellers
they
in the
perfect it
watchtowers of
when
the
they
earth.
get up to the Exelon.
I am the Savior of the east,
What the fuck did you?
Lord
What
of
are
the
these
past and
better
of the
than?
future.
What?
I see by mine own
What
inward
are
light,
these
Lord of
Oration,
resurrection,
Bedouin,
cometh forth from
pagans
without,
know anything about
and my
establishing law?
earth is from the house of death.
This
O
isn't
ye true
fantasy
divine
shit, bro.
hopes upon your
This is
pinnacle,
just the fucking
who
Jews.
watch over the universe, ye who accompany the beard of the house of rest, pilot the ship of love, ever advancing onward, the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands on the edge of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the fog floats over the pond. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of news. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Everlasting on, in the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth.
Hey, I'm home.
If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ephra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tammuz, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth.
different ways to write.
I am eternal.
You know, you can't ignore that, Jaws.
As my
And then at the same time, you know, they need a book burning. Like, what the fuck? What is going on?
Therefore do thou come forth unto
What's
me
going
from
on?
thine abode.
And then they do this book burning to preserve it. And then later on, you realize they don't even have possession of their own text. Like, it's all over the world. It's like they didn't give a shit about it. It was a cultish movement to get the Jews back in fucking Europe. You know?
And aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou starvest the east, that didst conduct the Magi. Thou art the same oppressed in heaven
And
and
they
in
kick the
hell.
Jews, when they kick the Muslims out, they kick the Jews out.
Between the light and the darkness,
That would be a reason why.
ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom.
That's not how I see it.
And never nourished changes started of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me. So that every spirit of the whirlwind and of the ether, upon the earth and
I mean, they did kill a lot of
on
Jews.
dry land
I
and
don't
in
see why they want to get it. You know,
glory air and worship fire, and every spell and scourge of God's heart
in the end, I mean,
may be
think about it.
unto me.
They couldn't conquer Rome, which would have been big for them. They won. I mean, they had Jerusalem for a little bit, but then they lost it to the occupation. I mean, like they always had these special fucking rules. They had it with the Germans, they had it with the Persians, they had it with the Romans, they had it with the Turks. They had it. Like everywhere they went, they had their own rules. Were allowed to practice. So who knows? I personally think it's just too fucking obvious that they were the one who started it. It's just too obvious. I mean, why does like Jewish literature just stop? Focused on writing on beats, or you know, starting up a new government. These people were perfectly okay with being crypto. This is the reason why they were never allowed to be priests or be part of the clergy in the because they get corrupted again. So they probably
Esti profani, on lusty, on paedo. In the name
church
of
is
the
like
mighty everyone,
they had their own thing.
I proclaim that I have banished the
Not
shell
scripture, but
unto their meditation.
power, you know.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou
It
of
probably
the
sucks
iron
when they got
head,
that anyway, right? In the medieval period,
thee I invoke.
they say it's the
Thou
worst
who
time.
wieldest the wand of double power, thee
Every little
I
innovation.
invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke.
Gotta get no illiteracy rate
Thou
is
whose
really low.
head is as an emerald, and thy
It's starting
neck
to
as
happen,
the night
they
sky
rise.
blue,
Because the Pentecost.
thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today,
And the
and
Pentecost
will
really
be
rough
tomorrow. I am born again and again.
100%.
Mine is the unseen
Literacy
force
rate is just
whereof the
up
birds
so
are
much.
which is as light as well as in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the omnipotents who keep watch over the
Makes
universe.
sense.
Ye who accompany the bier to the house of
No, we're
rest,
not talking about black
who
people.
pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward to the heights of heaven.
Oh yeah.
Lord of the shrine which standeth in the
Okay.
center of the earth.
Can we talk about Jews? Obviously, well, I mean, I'm speculating.
No,
He
we're
is
talking
in
about
me, and
how
I
they
in
started
him.
this. Nah.
Mine is the radiance, wherein the fog floateth over the foam. I travel upon
I
high.
think
I tread
it
above the
like
firmament of you. I raise up
I think it was out
place
the
for the
dog.
lighting of
The
mine
chick was out
eyes.
of the dog.
Ever
And
looking
Spain
on
figured it
the
out.
splendor of the day glorified law, giving my
I
life to
think
the
they
dwellers
figured it
of
out.
earth.
So they kicked the fuck out of it.
If I say, come
They
up
knew the
upon
whole
the
thing was
mountain,
prophecy.
the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kepler, light in the flesh.
Yeah, that's my
I
take
am
on
the
it. You guys
idol
don't have
of
to.
my father Tanu, Lord of the city
I
of
just think
the
I think they started. They tried to start a movement or something.
The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, and after the wisdom, all light, all power. So,
Well, I think that's one of the. That's one of the four.
by whatever name I
That's
call thee,
that's going
thou
around in
art
the
still
circle,
nameless to eternity.
right?
Come thou forth, I say, and aid
From
and
the
guard
dark
me in this work of art.
Doesn't he slang something?
Thou,
That he's
star of
allowed
the
to
east,
live.
that didst conduct the Magi,
Isn't that it?
thou art the same all present in heaven and in earth. Thou art my place between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever and ever the same.
He started
The
verse
sun
1.
is
You
thy
understand
father,
that. You have to go back to
thy
verse
mother the moon.
1. Apart from
The
verse 1,
wind
you
hath
don't
warmed
understand.
thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished changeless Godhead of Christ. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject to thee. And to every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water,
So what are they talking about?
pouring
Aren't they
out
talking
and
about
rushing
that
fire,
whale that's in
and
Ezekiel?
every spell and scourge of God's awesome one may be obedient unto thee.
No, this is talking about the four beasts that come out of the sea. Each one different from the others. Then it goes into the details about each one of those beasts. This one is the one which caught my attention. Verse 11. Okay, so it's not the same vision, right? But they're closely related. It's closely related theophanies, visions of God's throne that spare deep symbolic overlap. So the wheels within wheels. No, the throne vision is only from 9 to 10. Now pay attention. The wheels within wheels, right? This is the Oraphim, or whatever it is. Covered in eyes, symbolizes omniscience. The four living creatures, the cherubim, the face, the man, the lion, the ox, the eel. I mean the eel. God is like yes. So you have the four beasts, exactly. So in Daniel, you have the four beasts rising from the sea, from the sea, which are kingdoms. The Ancient of Days sits on the throne, and it's a flames of fire, wheels burning like fire. It's a courtroom scene, and
name of
judges
the
think so.
mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shell
To
unto
connect
their
that,
habitation.
and the
I
overlap
invoke
is
God
both
of
visions
peace, the
include
Lord of
divine
wisdom
throne,
and of
divine
utterance,
imagery,
the
the
God
wheels
who
connected
cometh
to
forth
the
from the
throne,
veil.
and the heavenly court
O
structure.
thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee,
His
thee I
throne
invoke.
was fairy
O thou of
flames.
the ibis head,
Its
thee,
wheels were burning
thee I
fire.
invoke. Thou
It's
who
a
wieldest
direct
the wand
conceptual
of
echo
double power,
of Ezekiel 1.
thee, thee I
I mean,
invoke.
they're not the same vision.
Thou who bearest in thy
I
hand
agree.
the robe and cross of light and light, thee,
Yeah,
thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an
I
emerald,
agree.
The Megatron?
and thy limbs as the night sky blue, thee, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace,
Sitting on his throne
thee,
protection.
thee I invoke.
That's
Behold, I am yesterday,
yeah, when his
today,
son
and the
was
furthermore tomorrow. I am born again and again.
Then I kept watching because of the
Mine
audio
is the
words. The
unseen
horn
form,
was speaking.
whereof the gods
As I
are proud,
continued to watch, the
which is
beast
as
was
light
slain,
unto the
and its
dwellers in
body
the
was
watchtowers of
destroyed
the universe.
and thrown into the blazing fire.
I am the
These are the
carrier
same words
of the
of
east, Lord
John
of
in
the gods
Revelation
of the
20.
future. I see by mine own inward light,
The
Lord
false
of
prophet
resurrection who
and
cometh
the
forth from the
dragon
dust,
were all thrown
and my
into the
blood from the house
blazing
of death.
fire.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to
So
the
this
house
is
of
talking
rest,
to these arrogant
who
words.
rideth
The
the
horn
ship
was
of
speaking.
love,
These arrogant
ever
words are
advancing
coming
onward
out of
to
the
the
false
heights of
prophet.
heaven,
This horn
Lord of the
is
shrine
also
which
the
stands in
false
the center
prophet
of
and
the
his
earth.
followers. That's what I think it means.
Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the reach, wherein the far close over the throne.
Is about the
I travel on high. I tread upon the
Revelation.
firmament of you. My ways are flashing straight for the light of mine eyes. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified God, giving my life to the dwellers of earth.
And in the
If
book of
I say,
Revelation, John
come up
says
upon the
that
mountain,
the Lamb is the one to break open those seals.
for I am Ra
So
incarnate.
the book which was sealed in the time of Daniel is opened.
I am the eidolon of my father to
by
do,
the Lamb of
Lord of
God
the city of the
after
sun.
Jesus' life.
The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the
They're
Tower
saying it's the Greek Empire.
I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my design.
That was already
Therefore, do all
it
things
says in
obey
12
my
as for the
word.
rest of the beasts, their dominion is
Therefore, do
ruled.
thou come forth
And
unto
you
me
grant
from
an
thine
extension
abundant
of life for a
silence,
season and a time.
unnatural
So this
wisdom,
already
or light,
been
or
removed.
power. So,
And in 7,
me,
it's talking about the fourth
Mercury,
beast
Odin,
and for this
by
is
whatever name I
beast
call thee,
from
thou art still nameless to eternity.
6 of description
Come
of
thou
the different
forth, I
beasts, the four
say,
different beasts,
and aid and guard me in this
which are
world
the
alone.
vision of
Thou
the dream
art of the east, that didst conduct the Magi.
beast.
Thou art the same all flesh in heaven and in hell.
Chapter 2 of Revelation.
Thou that light greatest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same.
Book of
The
Revelation,
sun is thy
Daniel's
father,
reference,
thy mother the moon.
13 and
The wind hath
7:13, but
over
it's
the
in
moon,
chapter
and
1 and
earth,
2.
and seven nourished chambers guarded of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits
Yeah,
subject
of course, this is
and
the
let the
Son of
spirit
Man.
of the
The
prophets
Son of
not
Man
be
is
known.
thrown.
So 7:13 says, in my vision at night, I looked, and there before me was like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He approached the Ancient Days and was led into his presence. So if you go to Revelation, and then it says, Revelation chapter 1, we started one verse, let's see, if we started verse 5, it's the beginning of the paragraph. It says, to him who loves us and freed us from our sins by his blood, and has made us be a kingdom and priest to serve his God and Father. To him is glory and power forever and ever. Amen. Look, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, and even those who pierced him, and all peoples on earth will mourn because of him. So shall be. Amen. I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is, who was, and who is to come life. So I'm thinking that while they're referencing Daniel 7:13, yeah, they're referencing the fact that it's Jesus. I mean, it's clear as day to me, because if you finish it out, it says, like we read Megatron and I yesterday, he's given authority, glory, and sovereign power, all nations and people of every language worship him. His dominion is everlasting dominion that will not pass away. His kingdom is one that will never be destroyed. So that prophecy comes to pass when John explains it to Jesus in chapter 1 of Revelation. Right? That just completely confuses me. To be honest, I don't know. I mean, it's just weird, and I wish that I had understood.
It's not the slave beast, particularly implicit in the horn that speaks arrogant words. The horn that speaks arrogant words.
That's Antiochus Epiphanes.
He's a little character, man. This little horn comes out after the four beasts. Understand? The four beasts are down, and it's after the four beasts. You remember the adoration where you had a ram coming from the east? No, a goat coming. Where is that? With your prophecy.
I think I got it, buddy.
Mine is the unseen force, whereof the gods are.
Actually, wait 1 second. I can
Which
read
is
it.
as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the earth.
I don't know.
I am the
I'm
charioteer
trying to
of the
look
east,
at
the
yeah,
Lord of the
anything like
gods
that,
of the
but
future.
this is, I'm sure,
I see by mine own inward light. Lord of resurrection, who comes from all the dust.
that should be very access to. It says in Daniel 7, the vision of the little horn speaking with arrogance or great words is a significant prophetic image. To understand what this means, it helps us look at the symbolic language used in the passage and the historical theological context. The symbols of the horn in biblical prophecy, horns typically symbolize power, strength, and specific rulers in the kingdom. And that is what Megatron was saying.
He is in me, and I in him.
Emerges from a terrifying beast often identified as a Roman emperor. The little horn, also small, goes to a more pleasing than the others. It represents a specific leader or power structure that rises to prominence by displacing other horns into kingdoms. What the arrogance signifies. The mouth speaking great things, Daniel 7, 8, 11, and 20. Refers to a specific type of prideful defiance. Most scholars and theologians interpret this arrogance through three main lenses. Blasphemy against divine. Next, the great words are generally understood as claims that challenge the authority of God, as in Daniel 7:25. It explicitly says that power shall speak words against the Most High. Second point being persecution of the faithful. The arrogance isn't just verbal, it translates into action. The horn uses its perceived greatness to wear out the saints Most High, signifying being weary of intense religious oppression, and then self-exaltation. The horn thinks for itself powers that belong only to God, such as the intent to change the times of the law. This represents a total rejection of the divine word in favor of its own human or diabolical word. And then you can read on to the end.
Who suits this light of perfectly? Who in history? Who always wrote in history? It's not. It suits the
Right now, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is. The arrogance, the violence, the persecution.
Yeah.
It's going on even now.
The chills. Yeah. But not really, because I know where I'm going to land. I remind
He
myself.
changes the times. When he changes the times, the calendar, it's the picture.
Wow. Now you're trying to get into this. This is some juicy stuff.
You try to change the times, significant that God did to the earth. That is this arrogance. This arrogance is the arrogance, the total arrogance that spoke through the mouth of one man or several men, or the whole followers of this one man or this one movement. They are against the Almighty God. They are against everything that the Bible stands for, everything against Judaism and those statements against Christ himself.
I think it's very evident that
And this little horn, you remember, there's this ram and there's a goat, and I think the ram is the Persian Empire, the Persian and the Mede Empire, and the goat that comes from the west, that is the Greek Empire, comes in the
Roman Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually Alexander who comes and destroys the combined Persian and Mede Empire, right? So then after
I remember.
Yeah. So then the Greek Empire is followed by the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is followed by the Byzantines. The Byzantines have a very long war with the Persians, and at the end of the war between the Persians and the Byzantines, what you have is the Islamic Empire. That's the little horn that comes out of the destruction of the Byzantine and the Persian empires.
Makes total sense to me, man.
In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shadows of
Ezekiel and Daniel and Zechariah and
I invoke Tanuti,
Malachi
the wisdom
and
and
the
of
book of Revelation, all this together, all names.
all sound majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowns Tanuti, Lord of the gifts of the universe, thee, the Iron One. O thou of the ibis head, thee, the Iron One. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee, the Iron One. Thou who bearest in thy right
To sit on a bed
the rose
and
and cross of
flip
light
back and
and
forth,
light,
Old Testament to New Testament, highlighting certain parts. Now I catch myself doing
thou
it
whose
as
head
I'm
is
reading,
as an
even
emerald,
parts of when Jesus is
and
speaking,
thy
especially
heavens as
Matthew,
the night
he's
sky
referring
blue,
Malachi, he's referring to Jeremiah, he's referring to Isaiah, he's referring to Isaiah, and like, it's so evident to me. It's like it stands out. It's like the words just pop out.
Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
There'll come a
Mine
time
is the
when
unseen
they will
form,
kill you, they
for of which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the earth.
That's exactly what's happening.
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my purpose from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe,
Well, hey, I'm gonna
ye
jump
who
off here
carry
for a
the bear
minute.
to the
It
house
was
of
really nice
rest,
talking to you,
who
Roses.
pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the fog floateth over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ketover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the chambers guarded of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me. thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the fog floats over the foe. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on from the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. Yet I say, come up upon the mountain. The celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kitover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of Christ. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the whirlwind and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge above the vast one may be obedient unto thee. profani, while lusting on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Rome, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the fog floateth over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of news. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ketover, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of rain. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every Invocation of Truth. Procul, o procul esti profani, or lusty, on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the fog floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the day glorified raw, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ephra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart will when he created his works. I am eternal. Therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unnutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto thee.
David Stewart, he black. He's worth 12.5. Carter's 13.5. Robert Smith is 11. Then it's all sports and entertainers. Some Nigerian guy, infrastructure. That's not Portia's husband, is it? No. Calendly. Do y'all use that at y'all work? Calendly?
Oh, no, that's really big now. He's a black guy.
Yeah, he's worth $1.5 billion.
I remember when that dropped.
That's a brother? That's a brother over there?
Yeah, I remember when it dropped, all the black people in politics were like, we gotta use Calendly. It's black owned.
Shit, I see it. Yeah. I don't sell it or use it, man. But I tell people all the time they can eliminate it and use my system instead. A lot of people do it.
Yeah, they do. I see it on people's emails. Like, if you want to have a coffee.
Yeah, it's pretty much the top one that's used as far as appointments like that, yeah.
I see Sheila Johnson on here, but not Bob Johnson. How could Sheila Johnson be worth?
What's going on? She has a lot of assets.
Oh, so she's richer than him now?
Yeah, she's done a good diversification.
And they say Beyonce's worth $1 billion. I don't believe that. I believe that as far as I can throw myself, and that's not very far.
just put a valuation on the catalog.
Got some artwork. We spoke about it. They hold on some artwork. I don't know what they have.
They got black painters. They ain't worth it.
You tried black art. You really tried black art.
You take a Basquiat and you sell that shit for $10 million, and I see you get it to Koenig and did sell for $100. I saw what was it the other day? Was it a matinee? I saw one the other day. Hold on, it was 100 paintings sold. It was at Sotheby's the other day. Hold on. It was 200. Oh, it was a Clint. Y'all know the guy that did the kiss? Y'all used to have that up in your dorm rooms. You pretend like he was cultured, so you got a poster, the gold poster when they was doing the kiss. And you used to tell your girlfriend, oh, that's Gustav Clint, and you didn't know who it was, but it's this guy. Yeah, it sold late last year for $240 million.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I be watching the auctions. You gotta watch so you know what's going on with them.
It is good, but like, it ain't no. I think the top selling black might be Mark Bradley. Hold on,
Basquiat.
top selling.
Yes, they got a lot of his pieces lately. Like
Oh my God! What kind of platter is this? I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta call my homeboy. This is an abomination. Oh my God! A Basquiat sold for $110 million.
Yeah, it is.
I'm voting for Trump. Fuck this. I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump. Y'all have gotten out of hand. This is insane.
they love, you know, that white people love that period of art, that pop art, modernism.
Andy Warhol.
I don't think Warhol. I think I'm about to check. Warhol.
I don't know if Warhol got that.
Highest painting. I don't even think Warhol sell for that much. Let me see. Ever sold? Oh shit! Yes, he does. The Marilyn Monroe joint was $200 million.
Oh yeah, well.
That's a famous one. I hate that one. But anyway, goddamn, Basquiat's 100 and that's not
Yeah, and that white man in the UK is making him more hot. Banksy making Basquiat.
Why? What's he doing? Like quoting it in his stuff?
Yeah, you know, that's what he does.
Guerrilla art.
Yeah, he does like recreations with graffiti on top, you know.
This one is dope. This is actually a really dope Basquiat though. The Untitled joint, y'all, this is a really nice one. It ain't worth $110 million, but it is a nice one. It was a Japanese that bought it. Let me give y'all a pro tip. I'm gonna mute up. Never get a divorce. You have some assets. You can hide it by buying art offshore. I'm done speaking.
Airports also hold a lot of art.
It's mid, but
Send to the Serbia Island. Keep for you.
Alright, this is a trivia question. Who's the most expensive painting ever sold on auction? Anybody know? For painter.
Van Gogh?
Without looking. No. I'll tell you the amount. It's $450 million.
It's not
Mundi by Leonardo.
He looked it up. That's nasty.
You know what?
Yeah. That's $450 million. If they were to sell, where's Mona Lisa in the Louvre, right?
Wait, which Da Vinci?
The Salvador Mundi. It looks like a Jesus figure with the fingers up.
Oh, okay.
Who they think is Da Vinci. It could be somebody else, but it most certainly is Da Vinci, but it could possibly be somewhere else. I bet you if they try to sell Mona Lisa, it would be over $1 billion.
easily.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Have y'all seen it in person before?
No, I haven't been to the Louvre.
What?
I haven't been to the Louvre.
Oh, Dr. Library card. You treat yourself. You would love it.
I've been to Europe, but I've never gone to Paris.
Oh, you would love it.
I know it would be crazy if I went to Georgia before Paris. That's ridiculous. But that's probably
Where in Europe have you already gone now?
Greece, Italy. I was in London for like 2 days. I was going to Europe, not to London, but I went to see Kerry James Marshall's show in London, which was
nice. He's the most expensive. He's the top value living Black American.
Oh, I thought it was Kahinde.
No. Wait a minute.
Don't let her troll you. That was a troll answer.
That shit is terrible.
That's wild.
But I'm saying all of that abstract expressionism shit, it's about to be up. You know, last year Rothko's was going for $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
And how much are Barbara Kruger's going for? They about to start turning up with them because they getting old.
Which Rothko went? Let me see. You said 60. Let me see what it was.
Might have been.
I have a fake Rothko on my house. Depending on who's visiting, I'll act like it's real.
That's nasty.
It's fake. I put it in a good frame too. Oh, it was the yellow orange with the black stripe across the middle. Oh yeah. That's a nice one.
Who made the one that looked like Ukraine?
What you mean? Oh, that's Roscoe as well.
Oh,
That's Roscoe.
okay. Yeah.
He's the white man that paints the rough looking boxes. That's rough.
Yeah, trucks are fire. I love them.
You know, he's
But the Cooney is my favorite.
What's it called? Pollock is the one that I'm never gonna fall for that hype. I've never fallen for Pollock. I'm not gonna.
When you go to grad school, you'll fall for it. It's part of the indoctrination.
But when I started seeing more black abstract expressionism, I was like, yeah, maybe I get it. So I don't know.
Well, the blacks, you know, he was a CIA agent.
Yes.
You know about the whites that were doing it. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that is fascinating.
Well, it's interesting how they don't seem to know anybody. They didn't know snitching exists.
That's
Just
true.
like they didn't know informants exist. Imagine. I can't. I'm putting it up.
That was a nasty combo today. Ambassador had an IGP brain.
I was going to make it. And people were like,
Oh, that must have been morning.
I don't know what you were doing. No, this was afternoon. Everyone had already eaten lunch. This was people had woken up and were awake for a while, and he said the bullshit. It was me.
Oh, last second of me being bougie before I run in here. Also, I think Salvador Dali is about to pop and be more expensive than all this shit because surrealism.
Trash.
All of these subgenres of surrealism, I feel like the Dali is about to start going for.
Trash.
I don't disagree, but when you read about his process, like when I first read that he used to take drugs to drive himself to the point of insanity, to come up with to have manic dreams, to come up with ideas for paintings. I was like,
yeah. You know, Breton, if you read the manifestos of surrealism, that's how they got into that. But I don't like surrealists. I don't like the black surrealists. The black surrealists are okay, but I'm not a surrealist guy.
Yeah. Speaking of losing his mind, the hallucinogenic corridor has always stayed. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. But it's good. All the shit.
I came across speaking of this is tangentially related, but you know, I didn't know this, but you know how they talk about Malcolm X? Well, they do Malcolm X too. But did y'all know there was a Paul Robeson was gay he was bi. Have y'all before anybody heard about this?
No, I have not. But did you discover who came up with that rumor?
Probably the CIA.
Yeah, I would imagine they did.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how that makes sense as many affairs that man has had, but okay.
Well, there's this one thing where like somebody told a joke, and they kind of ran with it, but it was interesting. I was reading notes today, and I was like, I hadn't heard about that because apparently he had a affair with ISIS. I was reading stuff with black people in USSR. So apparently when he had an affair with Isaac Stein, the filmmaker. I was like, yeah, that's kind of weird. And then this guy interviewed a bunch of people who knew them, including Einstein's family. It was like, yeah, Einstein was very gay. Paul Robeson, not so much. I was like, man, this is kind of like, that was the U.S. government's go-to. Like at this point, I don't. At this point, they did that with everybody. I don't know. It's kind of. It's a Negro.
It's like they try to, whatever they could use is stick to the wall to see you big.
Yeah, see what sticks. Exactly.
To see what sticks or whatever. I mean, but, you haven't read, you still haven't read Kings and Pawns yet, right? You said you were taking that for June.
Yeah, I'm reading in June.
So, maybe it shows up in the biography about, because you read the biography. Is Jose Ferrer mentioned in the biography?
The tenor?
The actor.
I don't remember.
Puerto Rican actor who plays.
Yeah, I can't remember. Did they say he had an affair?
No. Well, yeah. With his wife, yeah.
Oh, with his wife, yeah. Yeah, Paul Robeson famously slept with his friends' wives all the time.
Yes. And he had issues about it. He had an issue about it.
Yeah.
When the hearings come up, Jose Ferrer writes publicly how he, disagreed with Robeson's politics. And it was probably because I felt about him personally, too, because he slept with his wife.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like if any of us live with our good friends' wives, we'd be bad people. But I feel like Paul Robeson is allowed to do that because they kind of let him. It's kind of strange. Anyway, like talking about Trump and how the SBL was funding the Klan and neo-Nazis.
Wait a minute. Is that what people got out of that article?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God.
And that white nationalism is astroturf, and there's not really racist, but people paying people to pretend to be racist in order for those people who are doing the paying to keep their jobs. Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I read the article yesterday, and I know what Blanche was trying to allude to, which is a poor argument for me, but yeah.
But like they're trying to say that Unite the Right rally was fake.
Right. And also he alluded to the idea that, because they were paying informants and not telling the donors about it.
Yeah, that's the charge. That's what they said. They get wire fraud or something for that.
Yeah, bank fraud. It was bank fraud, wire fraud. Yeah. Conspiracy and then all of that.
Conspiracy, yeah.
I mean, it was so wild, but it's obvious to me why they're after the organization. But what do I know?
Who's the lady that did the Michelle Obama painting? What's her name? Not Jenna. What's her name? The lady that did the ugly Michelle Obama portrait. Anybody remember? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know you're talking
Michelle
about.
Obama's arms.
I can't think of her name. She did Survival of the Thickest the last season.
Oh, she did show up. You're right. She got fell off. That started off good and fell off.
I know. It was sad.
Thank you, Amy Sherrill.
Amy Sherrill.
Yeah.
She's had some other. I saw some other things that she was doing.
Yeah, she
had a
yeah.
triptych that was really nice.
Yeah.
Kind of ethereal.
Yeah, she unlike Kehinde Wiley, I think she really propelled from that. Actually, I think Kehinde Wiley got caught up in sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh, we know that from the app. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think I read
Sexual
about
assault,
that
rather.
2 years ago.
Yeah, sexual assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody, person used to be for.
That's right, I forgot about that.
That's wild.
That was wild.
And I believe it.
Yeah, there was a quiet downfall for a lot of them. The Ghanaian architect, I forget his name, who did the African American Museum, which I used to hate on, but every time I'm over there or drive past it, it moves me every time.
You learn to love it. Yeah.
It really is.
It really is.
Yeah, it really does. It just driving past it.
I mean, yeah, it does have a gravitas to it.
Yeah. You're not a proper Negro if you don't take stuff and you love the ones over there to visit. If you're in the area.
Yeah, I've been twice.
I've never been.
Oh, that's a good trip.
Yeah, it is a wonderful trip.
We had tickets. It was when it had first opened. It was hold on, let me make sure I'm telling you right. When did this open? What's the year?
I feel like 2016. Like 10 years, right?
Yeah. So it was Thanksgiving of 2016, before our firstborn. I got tickets to go. I had 2 tickets to go see, and we were supposed to go. And the night before we left, because we got the worst sickness, that she just exhaustion. We were expecting, but it was really bad. And she was like, "I'm not gonna be able to go, but you can go." And we were in DC. We we didn't live there, and I was like, I can't.
Could you imagine?
I was like, I can't imagine. I wanted to go so bad, and she knew, she wanted to go as well. And I was like, I can't. So I released the tickets, and we never went.
Yeah, if you had gone, you would have been there. I know.
My God, listen, there was an Obama campaign, or it was a rally. It was the day we went to Springfield, the day he formally announced or introduced Joe Biden as his vice president, right? Presidential nominee. And so we went, we stayed in line, we waited, drove up from Chicago, and we were sitting prepared at all. We're not truly prepared, but we were waiting in line. It was to get into, to the area. I can't believe that there's no space
I had a link because Sunday we was in this bit.
Agree with the extreme right ideologies of Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, that oppose it in parliament, in their political parties, that even have been protesting. Some even believe that this whole October 7th thing happened so that.
Yes. And he said, I infiltrated IRGC in the East South just like you. And I'm like, is this Arya? Is there any news channel? Because I watch it. I like to watch the enemy news channel every day or every other day. There you go. You don't
don't respect the UN either?
I do respect. I think that the UN is very important. But the Arabs were those who did not respect the UN resolution.
Oh my God, the Arabs, oh my God.
But this is the fact. This is basic fact.
Oh my God.
This is the root of the problem. This is exactly the root that the Arabs did not accept the UN resolution and did not recognize Israel. This is the base. Yes, what if we would have two states there right now since 47 or 48? By the way, I do not agree with Adi, even if he's Israeli like me, that the UN should be changed. I think the UN should remain universal, that all the countries in the world should be part of UN. And it's not a closed club of certain kind of countries, but it should include all the countries in the world. That's the beauty of it. And it should remain universal and including all. I agree, it has been a good invention, although it's not working perfectly.
I think that's a joke that countries like Pakistan and Islamic regime of Iran and North Korea vote to declare Zionism as racism. Who the fuck they are to declare Zionism as racism? Who gives them right to vote anyway? They are not democratic countries. Suddenly, suddenly they believe in democracy. Suddenly they believe in voting.
What about Egypt and Jordan? Are they more democratic than Pakistan? Do you want them to?
No, because that's why all this bullshit.
But this is the idea of
I don't like this.
There is something that unites all the humanity. Even I am also for democracy. I am very for liberal democracy. But even in our countries, there are powers who are not very democratic. Do you think that if we had them here as a prime minister, we will remain democracy, Western democracy? I don't think so.
I'm not a fan of Benjamin. Fuck them.
Yes, but you see,
this is an Israeli democracy. I don't believe it's liberal democracy, but it's
black and white.
But it doesn't matter. I think why should we let country like Pakistan declare Zionism as racist?
Wait, where did Arya go? I need to give him a link. Oh my God, Arya.
Yeah, of course.
Come back.
Of course, it's nonsense that not democratic. Human rights.
Not only non-democratic, they're also haters of Israel by blind hate, because they're Muslims and they believe we oppress Muslims, so they vote against us. Never mind, and no matter what we do, to vote against us. So what kind of game it is? Why should they play this game with them? This Muslim countries.
So, Adi, by the way, they're Muslim majority.
We also have South
and because of Muslims, you are allowed back in Jerusalem. If you want that, from the Jewish side, sources, I don't mind sourcing it out. They actually agree on this history. Thanks to Muslims, you were protected.
I agree. You don't need to be.
You tried. No. But right now, you're barking too much and you have a problem with Muslim countries. Muslims literally protected the Jews. Christians, they want to chop you into tiny pieces because
they provide protection. The Muslims are the controllers of protection, the mafia.
Do you want that?
You want to be protected? You got to pay up. You got to join our war when we tell you to join our war.
Jews have killed Jesus. 25% of Christians, that's like almost more than 25 million people, man.
What is
that's a lot.
So
It's only 8 million Jews that live in America, and you barely have like 8 million live inside Israel. So you can imagine there's a lot of hatred towards the Jews.
Correct.
And you know who? It's thanks to Netanyahu and people like you and a lot of people that hate Muslims, that hate Christians. You know, you hate Muslims. Ambrose told me how much you hate Muslims. You're just Islamophobic cunt. That's what you are. You keep on saying, it's Muslim country. Why do you have problem with Muslims? Why do you have problem with Muslims? Literally, the Jews and Muslims and Christians that lived on that piece of land. They coexisted with each other. After the White Papers, it was only the Jewish side that fucking did the terrorist attacks against British mandate. You forgot about that, right? After the White Papers, it was only the fucking Jewish side that attacked British mandate. It wasn't the Arabs. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. After the White Papers were issued, it was only the Jews.
You can put the Arab revolt, the big Arab revolt.
I said after 1939. Do you know the year of the? Do you know the Arab revolt? It happened from 1936 to 1939.
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about after the White Papers. In 1939, the White Papers were issued. So the Arabs, they went on silent mode. And you know who started doing terrorist attacks? The Jewish militias. You see, that's a problem. They did not kill them. The Arabs were still there on the land.
Of course, there were Arabs on the land, but they killed many of the important Arab leadership.
I seriously can't believe I did acknowledge the races prior to 1939, before the White Papers, but after 1939, it was only the Jews that were doing attacks. And I just don't get it. Why the hell what was the need to create a Jewish state? You couldn't coexist with the Muslims, with the Christians. I don't get it, man. Like, what was the fucking need to establish a state?
Because we don't have any state in the world, so we wanted one state.
Oh my God, you don't need a fucking state. You could coexist with anybody.
We need.
I live in a fucking house. Hold on. I live in a house in America. The piece of land, if I own a piece of land, that's my fucking state. That's it. I don't really give two fucks about a country. Oh my God.
You immigrated to America, yeah?
It doesn't matter. It's
because you had your own country.
Which country am I from? Go on, tell me.
Probably Pakistan. You were never admit.
I condemn Pakistan for establishing Pakistan. You know why? There was a genocide that happened. I came out of India. Over a million people died due to the partition plan. That happened in fucking 1947 as well.
Negrophobia or colorphobia is discriminatory.
Have I ever sided with the Pharisees?
I'm telling you,
Have I ever?
But there's like people, so you have like cluster B personality disorders, and so it's pretty common. So somebody with like antisocial personality disorder almost always strong traits, or in addition has narcissistic personality disorder. You do get people that, and of course people with borderline personality disorder can have a lot of narcissistic traits. So you can have a lot of this shit, and the other source, narcissistic, antisocial, borderline, what was the other one? Histrionic.
Histrionic? That sounds like, maybe that's me. Is that like hysteric?
Yeah. But it would be to an extent that everyone...
I first claim that I have banished the shells until their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the gods that come forth from the veils. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowns Tahuti, Lord of the kings of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the eyelid tail, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I enter. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy lips as the night sky blue, thee I enter.
Adorable. Like, what did I do? This is so. Like, she's like. It's almost it's called like love around forever, but and they don't, and people with borderline personality disorder don't do it intentionally. Like, those feelings are genuine. That's kind of where they have cognitive distortions, and so they'll be very in tune with you and your feelings, and they'll be really big into trying to please you and make you happy, and they'll just dote all over you. But then within, it could be weeks, months, then that's when everything's going to change permanently, and they're going to split you. So like split from black to white, where they are going to look at you as all bad for the first fucking time, and you destroy those real feelings they had about you, about being this perfect love. That whole person, which they thought was you, this perfect person, you just let them down, and you just absolutely crushed and devastated them by showing them that, crushing their dream, that you're not that perfect person. In fact, you fucking suck, and you're evil, and you don't even fucking care about me, and yada yada yada.
Okay, I don't think I have BPD. Maybe I'm just normal.
I don't know what's going on.
I feel like, do you wonder, like, if everyone did a full psyche eval? Like, I don't know, would everyone?
No. Only like maybe like a third or a quarter of the pop diagnosed with something. Actual active one diagnosis, I would doubt even 1 in 5. Access 2, which will probably be, on here. I mean, I can tell the personality disorder shit. You can kind of tell who likely has what. I mean,
oh my gosh.
I
wouldn't want to embarrass anybody if I can. It'd be fun to know, like, what you were thinking each person was, you know?
Well, there is one thing.
All the time silently, but we can figure it out loud.
I would say this. Almost all of the people that were like had big rooms and were like personalities on this app, I would say nearly all of them, you could say they had antisocial and narcissistic traits. Like, that was, to me, they were very glaring for many of them. And with me, you could even say that, like, I have bits of those traits myself. But I could see it, like, really strongly with many of the people on here. And in a way, it takes a narcissistic person that would drive somebody to want to be like a cloud chaser or a personality. And you do also have like this Machiavellian way of operating to undercut like people that you're competing with on here for attention, basically. And they absolutely did that.
No. You
but
work in
superficial charm should always be your number one red flag with people, and that's what almost all of them have. When you hear people talk about superficial charm, excessive superficial charm is like one of the dead giveaways. And when people start talking about themselves in a way that I do this, I donate for charity, and like I volunteer this, I do that. When they bring it up casually, like, oh, I spent the weekend feeding this and other. They're not. That's them bragging and trying to elicit praise from you. That's not something normal people ever volunteer. A God-fearing normal person doesn't tell you about it. These
so like, that confuses a lot of people. They use that mask to lure people in. And
what are you
there
talking
was a lot,
about? Pepe, what's your point? Pepe, what's your point, Pepe? What's your point?
No, I'm talking about the people that are like narcissists and sociopaths on this app. Shut your fucking damn mouth!
Yeah, you sound like
Oh, the fuck.
interesting. Go away. I don't like it. I like this. I like talking about this. Do you work in mental health, Pepe?
No, I didn't. I work with serious people.
Did you ever hear anything about DMD with kids? DMD. Oh, okay. He's only been around for like 10 years. So relatively newer.
Yeah, I only worked with adults, but yeah, it was like almost 20 years ago. It was my first job out of college.
So, Pepe, what are you, like 38?
I'm older.
Are you 40 years old, Pepe?
Cedric, chill.
How fucking old are you?
How old are you?
Yeah, maybe Donald Trump fans announced anybody.
Oh my gosh. I just want
Now
to
we're talking about personality disorders. Do you have anything to contribute to that?
What's your disorder? What's your disorder?
My disorder?
Right now it's that he's drinking.
Probably that I'm not drinking anything because you guys sound drunk.
I'm drunk and I'm horny.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm retarded
You know,
and
this
gay.
guy is another one that had a lot of those traits, but he didn't come off as Spink. He's very blunt and outward. So I don't know.
I'm drinking a milkshake and it's delicious.
You don't think Diogenes has antisocial traits?
I know he definitely does.
Antisocial, yeah, absolutely.
If you drink enough watermelon juice and eat enough oysters, you get horny.
Dude, you need a
What's your point?
wife. You need a girlfriend. You need something, man. But only
Clinical level, and I still don't really have a problem going onto a stage and being the one person that antagonizes the whole fucking room because I think it's funny.
Pepe, you're
Here, but Diogenes, he also has zero problems doing it, and he will, and then he'll go on his tirade about our monetary system and all of that stuff.
Wait,
So what do you have?
What else?
Oh God.
Not just the monetary system, Pepe. Come on, give me one more.
The Jews,
No,
the
bullshit,
bakery.
bullshit.
Retribution!
Immigration, Pepe!
Okay,
Immigration!
immigration.
Damn it!
I'm talking about immigration a lot. That's fair.
Retribution!
Pervasive patterns of disregard for violation of the rights of others.
I don't violate them.
Who wants to get on my diagnosis?
Privation and disregard for and violation of the rights of
I'm
others.
solely out here advocating for the government to
These
be
features
eliminated.
include deceitfulness, impulsivity, irritability, aggressiveness, reckless disregard for safety, consistent irresponsibility, a lack of remorse, that if needed, unlawful behavior, and may require a history of conduct disorder.
That's so
What was that one?
That's so
Antisocial personality disorder.
That's
I don't know. Does it say that you still need to have I think it used to be that you had to have a juvenile diagnosis of.
Hey, you know what? I'm talking about personality disorders because Stanford just published some research about depressed minds versus what they would call mentally healthy minds. So they took these students, and obviously, look, we need to be skeptical anytime there's any kind of research that requires, people to self-report prior to engaging in the research because there's some noise there. But essentially what they did is they took these people who were, clinically depressed and then these people who were mentally healthy, and they arranged a set of tasks for each of them. And they told them, you want this outcome, and here's how you're going to get that outcome. What they didn't tell the group of students who were they were being sorted into a control group and an actual active group, and that the group that was being tested was going to be put into situations with this program where they couldn't actually control the outcome. So they were told that you do control the outcome, but they actually didn't have control. And what they found is that the depressed people always could determine when they were not in control. They reliably, accurately determined when they were not in control of the situation. But the people who were considered mentally healthy were often got it wrong. Research had to conclude that people who are categorized as mentally healthy, for the purposes of that research, are not aware when they are not in control. So, as a matter of fact, there is a benefit to being skeptical and cynical and critical, and that benefit measured as being able to accurately determine when you're not actually in control of something. Say, look, no, this situation, we're not in control of this. We're being offered the illusion of control.
It's funny that you say that.
We're putting ourselves to sleep at night because we want to believe that we're in control, but we're not.
It's funny that you say that because I don't really struggle with depression at all. And I definitely feel like there is one thing under the sun that any of us is in control of, and it is simply a response to whatever circumstance.
I don't even think you have control over that.
So if I handed you a glass of water, and I said, you're in control of the glass of water, Dippity, pour it out. You couldn't do that? You couldn't pour the glass of water out? Let's get real.
Serendipity, how much patience do you have for depressed people in your life?
Not a lot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that answer.
Like you, Serendipity. I mean, I can be empathetic, I can empathize, and I certainly can acknowledge that I know that clinical depression is very real, for sure. There's no question about that. I can acknowledge that, and I can certainly have empathy, but I couldn't historically say that I always felt that way because I didn't understand it. Because it wasn't something I struggled with.
I mean, like for example, it's different. I don't want to get in the weeds, but you can be a psychopath and not criminal, and there's like being what you call like a pure psychopath, like factor 1 versus factor 2 psychopathy. Factor 2 is more like somebody with antisocial personality disorder. Factor 1 is basically they don't have feelings of remorse or empathy or guilt or shame, but what separates them from sociopaths is that they lack what you call emotional empathy, so they can cognitively with people. Like if they see somebody get hurt, they can say, "Oh, that must suck for that guy," but they don't feel it. In other words, they would say that one of the things that that will be very often about these children at a young age is they will end up if they don't flinch when they see other children fall and get hurt. Like they can see somebody get ran over pushing a stroller with a bus and her guts out everywhere on the way and go back to work like nothing happened. It doesn't emotionally affect them. But that's where they're different, but they can be law-abiding people despite lacking that capability. Their brains literally don't allow it. But what's different about them also is they have a much higher stress tolerance threshold than other people. So for the ones that's necessarily criminal, but they can be put in very situations and they can think in a very level-headed way, not get stressed out like a normal person, but they can also at the same time, just because they don't have empathy doesn't mean they're not high achievers and they're not very, there have been studies that show, like, for example, surgeons are of all people are overrepresented for having psychopathy different professions, but
CEOs too, right?
I think CEOs, I mean, these are basically people that can, if you're competitive, you can make all of the decisions based less off of emotion than like a normal person. Like you're willing to do what it takes. And
kind of a superpower. My brother's like that, and I mean, he fully admits that he has psychopathic tendencies or whatever. And my sister-in-law, when he said that, she was like, "What the fuck am I married?" It's actually really funny, but he's actually a great person though. I mean, he loves us. He just only loves his immediate family. He doesn't really feel anything for other people, and he's like you just described. He's just very. He doesn't give a shit what other people say. It's kind of a superpower. It doesn't affect him at all.
Well, they can have strong attachments, but they don't have the level of empathy or emotional connection with people that a non-psychopath would have. So they can't quote unquote love somebody like the way we would think of loving somebody. Like they're just imagine that part of the brain that cares for people, that feels sorry for people, that is loved, that loves people, is attached to them. In a way, like part of your brain, you don't get the feelings for it. Whereas somebody with borderline personality disorder, their amygdala, it barely even fucking works. It's just they're hyper emotional and hyper reactive to everything. Especially when it comes to intimate relationships. And that's
well, with surgeons in general or doctors in general, if there was a thing on the news, this serial killer, kidnapped this person and then completely chopped their body up into little pieces, that person will go to jail. Well, in medical school are given, some medical schools, they're each given a cadaver and then they dissect that cadaver completely so that they can learn all of the structure of the human body. They're both doing the same thing for different reasons.
But that interest, the most I think graphically violent, no, it's not the most graphically violent, but one of the there was a video. I'm guessing this was in Latin America, but this was a trauma surgeon, and it looks like they saved this guy's life. But so he's sitting there, his shirt's off, he has his arm up near his head, and then he takes a blade of some sort, makes a super long incision all the way from near his armpit to near his waist. Then he digs this big fucking contraption, I don't know what it was, in between his ribs. Then you see him cranking it open, and you hear the ribs all breaking apart. And it was super violent. And then he ends up putting his gloves in. He's feeling around the heart. He sees the bullet. He sees where the hole is. I don't think he even took the bullet out, which I don't think they're supposed to even. Then he ends up just stitching them, which, But it was just wow, that is such a gnarly looking job when you see it. Crazy.
Yeah, but see, that's where medical ethics come in and do no harm. The surgeon or doctor can justify it as, I'm doing all of this stuff, but I'm doing it in service of this has the potential to save this man's life. So that's how they rationalize it in their minds.
But there's nothing morally bad. Why would they even have to rationalize it? Nothing they're doing is wrong.
No, what? Like the surgeon you described in that?
Oh, yeah, but he had to do it.
Yeah, exactly. He had to do it. But he's doing it under the premise of, if I don't do it, he's going to die. So he can justify cranking it open and all of that. I mean, there was an episode of ER where they're doing exactly that. This was years ago. I guess I was traumatized by it. But, I mean, difference. That's why, medical ethics are very important, because if you don't follow that, you get something like.
I actually got to meet my aunt's cadaver. That was pretty trippy. I got into the cadaver room at night and showed me her cadaver.
Who did?
My aunt, she went to University of Miami med school, and when I went to visit her, she brought me in to see her cadaver at night. I got to touch it and touch her, the lady.
So they keep them. I wonder, do they keep them? I know, with human decomposition, it can go from when you go from putrefaction to skeletonization, it can just hitting those milestones can be within just over a week, but it depends on how humid and how warm it is.
It was like rubbery. It felt like rubber.
Yeah, I think they do. They preserve the body, so whatever a mortician does, they drain the fluids, etc. They put some fluid in to preserve, whatever. Not that I know.
I've never smelled a decomposing body, but the putrefaction process is where your organs. I forget what exactly happens, but basically your organs start your intestines first. They all start melting. They get eaten away, and then you end up. All of this shit's gonna come out of your body, so it's what the fuck is that called? It's called.
It's called being a Democrat. Thank you.
No, there's two words. I was reading it. I was reading about it yesterday. It was interesting, but it's these two fucking things. There's these two chemicals. Forget what it's called, but it was interesting. It said there's clinical significance with them is that the only other time that those chemicals are present, in human beings, is in cases of bacterial vaginosis.
You're talking about so that's the stages of decomposition, and they preserve the corpses with formaldehyde. So lovely smell. I remember from school. Oh God, that is actually a really gross smell. But yeah, formaldehyde, and that's where you can. It's preserved to the point where you can actually cut in and see. And there are some interesting people who go into the medical field. Some of them, it's really kind of interesting. For me, it's a lot of interest. Some of them, I would be a little bit wary. I wouldn't want them to do surgery on me. I do meet surgeons, and I'm like, all right, let me feel you out a little bit. Because some of them would just, there tends to be a higher propensity for some narcissism, some sociopathy in some jobs, and surgeons can be one, because it's literally let's say they're doing a heart transplant. Okay, they're literally playing God. They're saving this person who's dying, and they're giving them a life back with a new heart. That can definitely appeal to some people's personality disorders. So it's a really interesting field. But
But I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily the case, though. Even people. First of all, sociopaths are not the ones that are overrepresented as physicians. Mainly the sociopaths, like I said, the factor one psychopathy is different. Sociopaths, they're marked by impulsivity, irresponsibility. Basically, they have very poor control and cannot control themselves. Whereas, factor one, which can be very disciplined and very, goal-oriented, just doesn't have emotional empathy. They can become doctors, but but not all of. But people like to equate a psychopathy with sadism, which probably because the serial killers in the past is probably the last person you want to be a sadist is a psychopath, because they'll act on it for horrible reasons.
Yeah, those are the ones that have.
But people with psychopathy don't get off on hurting people or violence. They can only be dangerous because they don't have maybe the emotional. If you don't feel guilt or remorse or like emotional empathy for what somebody else is experiencing, obviously you're naturally less. You're more willing to use violence if it comes to that.
Well, a pure psychopath is mimicking expressions. So yes, if they were if there was any empathy, it would be mimicking empathy, basically mimicked as the empathy that they see other people, but there would be no feeling. So they could go in and tell someone, we're sorry, we have to do a heart transplant. It's going to be difficult, it's dangerous, yada yada yada. They could sound kind of like, we'll take good care, yada yada. And then they walk in, there's flat affect, and they are like, scalpel, open up, crack the ribs, rib spreader, heart. They do all this, and then, but psychopaths, I mean, they do pretend, because if you meet a psychopath who is not pretending, they're creepy as
Well, no, I know psychopaths have to admit, they generally are bewilderment. When they see people make facial expressions, they usually, one of the things they have to do to kind of, they have to basically ask why is that person making that face? They don't get it, and they have to rehearse it. But
and there are some that's kind of where some of the torture comes in, where sometimes some of the serial killers will have a torture aspect, and some of that is, like, oh, I'm looking at like your expressions and kind of analyzing this response to this pain that they don't feel, and that's where you get the really creepy stuff.
Well, I could have sworn that with sadism, sexual sadism disorder, they get a literal physical. This happens in the normal population. It's just that they don't want to do illegal things, and they only want to do it within the when it comes to consensual sexual activities. But they actually get off on it. Big time. But that's more. Yes. I don't think that you don't necessarily have to be psychopathic to do that.
No, and there are definitely serial killers who are actually not psychopaths. Some of them have some other personality disorders, but some of them also have kind of been shaped also by their childhood. Some of them have also childhoods that if you look at, they're extremely fucked up, they've been abused. That's no reason for them to do what they're doing. But it does make it, there's hard to have empathy if they've never been shown empathy. So it's a very interesting, it's an awesome conversation that I think is, and I remember if you really get into this and then you start kind of looking at people in the public eye, you start to get this kind of creepy feeling with some people, and it's just there's a few people that I've just been like, check.
I mean, I thought it. So like, I know bus killers.
Did she just say check?
There's a couple of psychopathic checklists that actually are very much used by like FBI, CIA, and there's definitely several different comprehensive checklists, and there's people that I've seen, for example, running in political office, and yes, the glib, the superficial kind of cheeriness and charm, superficial charm, the popularism, the cult of personality, huge one.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump is necessarily a psychopath, but
Trump is not a psychopath. I think
not a psychopath.
He's a narcissist, but that's the other thing though. The superficial charm can also be somebody with just antisocial personality disorder or narcissism disorder.
No, he's a narcissist. He's a malignant narcissist.
Okay, wait. think are also rather fascinating.
Which ones?
Compulsive disorders.
Does that mean like
OCD.
because it's like Ukraine didn't like and the Europeans didn't up their bombs and they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They go terrible and they let it become and they let in and wait.
Oh my god, you really?
Oh my god.
No, I'm just oh my god.
Which they fall under the cluster C.
Go back. So, well, you're talking about, so there's obsessive compulsive personality disorder, but then you have OCD, which is different, and the symptoms of the two disorders are different.
Yeah.
And I have ADHD, Meg. Does that make me retarded, Meg?
No, it doesn't make you retarded. It makes you a little bit neurodivergent, but that's actually fine because a lot of people are neurodivergent. I am. Yeah, someone has
The obsessive compulsive personality disorder is more that preoccupation with like the orderliness and the perfectionism, right? Whereas OCD focuses more on actual obsessions and compulsions, and they're not necessarily that preoccupation of
compulsive disorder causes extreme distress pretty much whenever just a compulsion comes up or an obsession comes up. It's endlessly distressing. If anyone wants to talk.
There's a bunch of people on here who have OCD.
It's not always distressing though. There are people with OCD that the behaviors and the compulsions aren't necessarily always distressing.
So I was just gonna say, but Meg, there's a bunch of us on this stage, or several of us that have OCD.
Yeah.
And so, like, trust me, I know we've talked about it before. We're well aware.
Yeah. Oh no, just as someone who has actually tried a lot of medications, therapies, that actually is something I am qualified to do, but I'm sort of putting it off because it is known for having a lot of memory loss. But it is Murray surgery, so they will actually put a gamma.
Is it not ECT?
No, I am talking about gamma ray racing. I am talking about gamma ray, and that actually has been the one way of basically curing OCD, significant memory loss, and sometimes some brain damage. So that's why I'm putting it off.
Extreme.
There's no fucking way.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
No. I'm saying as to the extremities of OCD is it. Yeah, mine is really, really severe.
Yes, I have a friend who's got a very, very severe case of it as well. I suffer from OCD, but like our OCDs are very, very different. Like I'm very heavy on the O. The compulsions. I tend to mostly control most of the time.
I mean, I get all of the symptoms, but I think it's like I don't know how I could. There was like only one person I worked with that had it severe enough that it was in the SMI system. So obviously, it's like it depends on what So obviously, it's on a spectrum, and everybody's symptoms are a little bit different, and it's not as severe as. Some people have OCD and don't even need medication or anything.
No, that's true, and I mean, for some people, it's actually it can be very handy. Like you kind of do want a surgeon to have maybe a little bit of OCD because they're probably not going to leave anything in you like a piece of cloth or something. Like they're going to be like checking. You want like people who do airplane maintenance and pilots probably have a little bit of OCD because they're going to check that flight log and they're going to go back and check it again and again. So
but OCD doesn't always present that way. I mean,
no,
OCD can present in a lot of different ways, and it's not necessarily being overly detail oriented on like checking things. That's just one small component of it.
Yeah, and there also can be obsessed with there's also mental obsessive compulsions where there's not any physical movement, but it's all mental and it's complex. So but yeah, no, what you could definitely. It sounds like ours are definitely different. So send me what kind of are some of the symptoms you have?
A lot of my obsessions are mental. They're ruminations. I'm a ruminator, and the compulsions come into play whenever I have to like placate. That the ruminations aren't actually legit with certain placating behaviors. But like I tend to I get like obsessed with my hobbies, things that I become interested in. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, well, here, I'll get the starter kit and see if I even like it first. I'm one of those people that will go and literally spend thousands of dollars to have all of the things, watch all of the videos, pay for all of the education, before I even know if I like it. Like, tends to be some of my more obsessive tendencies, but that, and then like I said, the ruminations, the mental aspect of it.
Get busy living or die trying. Okay. You guys know the numbers for the Department of Homeland Security budget for immigration and customs enforcement?
We're not talking about that right now, Diogenes.
Are we still talking about personality disorders?
Mental health, yes.
All right. Do we believe that animals reach equilibrium in their ecosystems? We know about that, right? If you leave the ecosystem alone, and work adapt to the carrying capacity of that ecosystem. What if mental health is just a natural manifestation of a species trying to find an equilibrium with the carrying?
I think there are a lot of aspects of mental health that are probably that way.
Nitrogen.
Not all though.
Maybe one is, we deal with mentally ill people to get us outside of Plato's cave. What do you think about that?
I don't disagree with you.
Oh, based.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Based.
I don't think it applies to conditions. I think it can apply to a lot of them. And I think that for a lot of people, like you said, we need those out-of-the-box thinkers, those people who don't process things the way that, normies do. I'm a total normie, okay? I'm a total normie. I am the most basic bitch you will ever meet, okay?
Almighty. Heavens above.
I wear it proudly.
But know yourself, girl. All right.
Hey, Diogenes?
Yeah, Alan?
I was going to say, before you left the room, I think that study you brought up, what it actually shows is how people who are depressed and people who are not depressed react when they're lied to, and whether or not they can perceive that lie, not necessarily whether or not they are any more aware of if they're in control. Because everyone goes into that assuming they're being told the truth about what was going on.
Yeah, Alan, you're wrong because you can't know the mental state, and I allowed for that in my recitation summary of the research, which is that you'll never be able to know unless you do an MRI, I guess, some really rigid
fMRI, which you know, just like with hormone therapy, you need to establish a baseline for the fMRIs, and then you need to have several iterations for each participant. No one's gonna put that kind of this.
Okay, you're in the matrix.
Unfortunate, you're in the matrix. It's very unfortunate that we cannot hear you.
Yeah, but see, that just shows Clubhouse agrees with me. That's why he's in the matrix.
Is that a look at God moment?
Yeah. I don't know if you're still there. Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but you know, if you're starting off a study with deception, then you know it's hard always to judge what the results mean.
Yeah, that's true. But that's where you have to be like, you know, you have to use that scientific process, right?
Can you hear me? Hello?
You're not back completely.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know. I just want, that's a huge topic. I mean, like, neuroscience and psychology, it's a huge topic all together. People that their PhDs and MDs and that. So, anyways, what I wanted to say was, all this talk about mental health is making me go to the gym.
Smart man. That's about the best thing you can do.
The best way I know is to get your blood flowing to your brain and then put your brain into the books, put your mind into the books. You know what I mean? Like read something, learn something. That's all I got. I'm one of those. I'm one of those wannabe helpful guys. That's
Am I in the matrix now? Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I think you're probably back.
Come over there, and I'm going to teach you a thing or two about abstracts. You're going to listen to me, and you're going to enjoy it.
I don't know. Can you keep it in under... Monica, did you do that? I was just going to say, can you keep it to under 2 minutes? If you will, I will entertain his abstract lesson. Aren't you curious?
I was curious, yeah. But I will say one thing. That, you know, everyone has their limits, and I appreciate you sharing
the stage. That was very rude, but I'm going to look past that because of...
Did you mute him?
Music.
I did. He's in.
Why am I being muted?
She wanted Abaya to finish. Wait. She wanted Abaya to finish his statement. Abaya, please finish. And then Diogenes, you get 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. No, everyone has their limits. I just want to say thank you for serendipity for stating yours. Because here's the thing. I'm assuming you're not a therapist, first of all, or even if you were.
I am not.
So, yeah, thank you. So the thing is, like, everyone has their limits. Everyone has to remain functional. Everyone has responsibilities. So it's not that I don't want to hear a friend, you know, cry or complain about their life. That's fine. That's what friends are for. But sometimes I don't have the capacity to do that, and I have to put hard limits for my life. So like for me, I want friends to call me and tell me good news. I got a car, got married. You know, that's what I want. I got a new job. I don't want them to complain about stuff. Like that's not what I'm there for. Like, you know, like that's not why I want my friendship to be for. You know what I mean? Like I can do that once in a while, but not always.
I mean, here's the thing. I want to celebrate my friends' successes for sure. I also want to be a measure of support for my friends that might be going through a struggle. I don't necessarily mind my friends calling and being like, oh my gosh, I have X, Y, or Z going on in my life. But I will very quickly recognize if this is something that is out of my scope of being able to assist. And if that's the case, then I have no problem drawing that boundary and saying, wow, yeah, like, I don't even think I'm equipped to help you figure this out, you know? You probably ought to talk to somebody. Because I don't know, for me, my friendships are about supporting during the struggles and celebrating the successes and all the in between. Like, it's all the little details. But okay, I'm gonna give it to Diogenes for 2 minutes, Monica. 2 minutes, and I'm watching. The clock starts now. Go. Or not. Oh, you're in the Matrix. You're in the Matrix. Wait. I'll give you your 2 minutes.
I'm talking about the God is God, isn't it?
Yes, I will give you your 2 minutes, but you gotta have service first.
I wish I knew the lyrics to Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way. I put myself out.
I think you're okay. All right, go.
There's not enough time. I can't tell you what I want to tell you in 2 minutes. So I'll have to suffice to say, how dare you? Alan, you're wrong, and I wish you all a good night.
Good day, sir. Good day. See, Monica, that wasn't painful. Look. He couldn't do it, so he, took the high road. Mm-hmm. Next.
Yeah.
I think we've exhausted the avenue of mental health.
Yeah, no. I mean, here's the thing. There's a time and place for it. I think talk itself is a therapy for some people, not for everyone. If you're in that mood of talking out your problems, then it's good. Not everybody is like that. Some people like to keep their mouths more. Like, for example, salesmen. Like, salesmen like to use their words for making a sale, and their lives might be miserable outside of sales. But the point is, like, they use their tongue to make the sale, and they don't want to talk about other stuff. They might write their personal life on the paper, but they don't want to use it for speaking. Even when it comes to English, there's like a certain way of, like, at least from an educational, like older standpoint, there's a certain way of talking, and then there's a certain way of writing. Like, if you get your GRE or, study for your GRE, those words are used specifically for management, or your LSAT, those words are used specifically for legal terms. So, like, there's a manner of speaking, a manner of talking. So, like, manner of talking and manner of, like, writing. You write in a formal way, you might talk in a very informal way. But, like, what I'm just trying to say, like, there actually is a way of talk therapy or, like, writing therapy. So, like, some people benefit from it. It's not for everyone. But some people are inclined to talk out of their problems. So, like, that's also, like, that's a form of therapy. And some people are more inclined to listening to music and just not thinking about it, and therefore they don't focus on their problems. By not focusing on their problems, they're able to heal. So, like, everyone has different ways of doing it.
That's right. Hello, Marshall. How are you?
Oh, I have a terrible headache today, but other than that, I'm fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you sleep last night?
Briefly.
That sucks. Anybody got any cure-alls for headaches? Ice cream. Oh my gosh, that sounds painful.
Yeah, drink lots of water and sweat it up. That's me. But it depends. Like, for example, I had a friend who drank a lot of coffee, and then when she stopped drinking coffee, she had headaches for a year.
Yeah. Hydration generally has a lot to do with headaches.
Yeah, but you don't want to blow out your kidneys. So that's why I put, like, you want to work out a little bit. You want to get the blood flowing, because you want your whole entire organs to saturate with hydration. And might I add, if a person wants to chant the Hare Krishna mantra, especially if they've been doing it, then it actually helps to balance the hormones and also helps to get rid of these headaches, even if it is
you just dismiss the power of hydration?
No.
Don't dismiss the power of hydration and electrolytes.
I didn't. I just said the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra also has a way of soothing a person's headache. Because I have personal experience. And plus, like, people talk about it.
Did you spend today arguing on Clubhouse, Marshall?
No, I spent most of the day with my head under a pillow.
Did you?
Yeah, which I still have a headache now, but it's not as bad as it was, say, 2 hours ago.
Good. Drink, my friend.
Drink lots of water.
Preferably with electrolytes so that your body's actually absorbing it.
I can do that. I have some liquid IV, which has lots of electrolytes in it.
I think I probably drink too many electrolytes. I don't even care. All right, we gotta go do this walk, Monica. Ugh. Monica, are you there? Are you indisposed? Alright, y'all, don't forget Friday night, the blue and red and white color comedy tour laughter. Come with your favorite clip, 3 to 5 minutes to share of your favorite comedian so we can see who's out there and who's actually got good tasting comedians and who doesn't. Oh, are you starting a poll? Oh. Well, I'm gonna let you have this little poll, my dear. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, good. Thank you, Monica. All right. Y'all have fun out on those Clubhouse streets. I'm going for a walk. I got me a date. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. Dude, you don't have shit to say. You don't be saying what you want to say when they talking about you.
When it's on me, I say as much as I want to say.
You don't. You don't. You don't be saying nothing.
Say as much as I want to.
Bertha, you don't be saying shit.
Okay, baby girl.
Okay, Paul. I'm ready. So we went down there. We went to I think it's Jamie. Whatever that popular one with the guy.
What is it? Surviving Baltimore niggas? Is that what you know?
Yeah, they want the one. I'm trying to tell the story about when I went down there.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You're gonna see them. So when I went down there, Jamie, I was too long. We went to another one that was too long. So then I said, okay, let's go to Chipotle. Went to Chipotle, and it was $13. He only paid $10. And I think I was his last $10 because it was like, when I was looking at it, I said, damn, it was like, I'm just taking his last $10. Like, this part it went in. Because I'm like, the jacket's $16. How you come up to this house with $10? How much you gonna pay for the gas? So, I think that's what he's really mad about. And then Temple went on him, and now his picture out. That's how I'm really mad at me.
But he said he never did no more.
Okay, so he should go to the hospital if you don't know all that stuff. He must got that shit. If he skinny now, he got that shit.
He told us he was fat 7 years ago.
No, baby. That's next point. That's next point.
Dr. True.
So we don't think it's up fine.
Oh, I didn't say from the Popeyes, bitch. Shut up.
Where did you come from, big man?
I didn't expose the pictures. I didn't get pictures. Somebody else got pictures from the other side. I didn't expose the pictures. I don't think so. It came from right off the screen. I don't remember.
Yeah, he was saying he wasn't worth his $10, $13, $11, $12.
You think I can pick up? What did you do? You're not no motherfucking fat cat. Wow. I can't believe that.
He said, oh, that's him?
That's him in the PTR. That's what him in the PTR. For real? Yeah.
Some extreme category.
That's exactly how big he is.
Oh, that's
what? I'm loving it. Why you lying to you lost weight? Are you sick? Oh my God. Are you sick?
You nigga, you said you sick. 20.
Yeah, you got to because everybody you look up on oxygen. They just sound like he like someone go raw oxygen. You might be sick. John, I'm just
A lot of people knock it off as conspiracy and stuff like that, but this is happening before your face, and this is why I started off with saying that they want you to believe that it is just conspiracy, and therefore you don't understand exactly what's going on. But John, if you even look at the history of this country, if you even understand the Kennedy, even understand John F. Kennedy and the statement he made, it was all based on what you would consider conspiracy now. You would call John F. Kennedy a conspiracy nut with the statement that he made about really who was controlling the government. So you could knock it off as it's just conspiracy, but when you really go behind the scenes, you see
is an actual fact.
Wait, who is controlling the government? What did he say?
This is an ISO comment.
He did a speech about secret organizations that's being repugnant towards those organizations.
Exactly. So, but just Elder, I'm asking a simple question. Name me a major Fortune 500 company that makes more money off of less population in the United States. I'll wait.
That's not the point. It's not the point. Corporations is just they're run by somebody else. They're run by the family organization. They're run by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. That's who's running it. It's not the point of the corporation. It's not me dealing with the corporation. I'm going over the corporation and the plan that they have for America, which they always have. It's not about the corporation.
So every major corporation, from Johnson & Johnson to your major automotive manufacturers to your fast food complex, the restaurant industry, hotel industry, everybody makes more money when they're more popular. Construction, insurance, just have more people, more scarcity, more money. So the idea that there's some, I don't know, conspiracy to have. Now, there are some people in elite, I think Bill Gates has talked about this, there are some people in elite positions who have talked about population from a world perspective as a problem and something that needed to fix. That is true. There are some smart people who have talked about that. But nations in general want more population, not less.
This administration is falling apart. People just quitting left and right. There are no Republicans in here. Man, I bet you there are a lot of people saying they told you so. People don't really want to work for Donald Trump and those kinds of things. I wonder why. He don't have a plan. He don't have a plan for them, and he don't have a plan for the United States. We're in trouble. Oh my.
That's the thing. If people think that the United States government just allowed Trump as one man to make all the decisions, and they really don't understand what's going on. America is a corporation. You have a president and you have a vice president. The ones that's over, this is what I'm trying to tell Trent. He keeps focused on the corporations. It's bigger than the corporations. It's the ones that's leading the corporations and telling the corporations what to do. That's over. These are the family members. You mentioned Bill Gates, but there's different family members that's controlling, have been controlling America from day one, right? And that's bigger than the corporations. It's not about the corporations. Who is controlling the corporation? That's why this argument, I don't understand. We just gonna keep bumping heads. We never agree with this argument because you're focused on the corporation, and I'm telling you, it's bigger than the corporation and who's controlling the corporation. This argument will never go nowhere.
But Elder, so I don't mind indulging your theory, but let's just do this. Can we acknowledge that these powers that be, they're not infallible, and that hiring Donald Trump is a clear example of their, I would say, ineptitude in what he's doing, or do you think that that's by design?
Of course, at one point, yes, men have disagreements. Of course, men, Donald Trump is a good talker, but then at the end of the day, they may see that yes, he might have been the wrong decision. Here's where you come in with assassination. People will talk about conspiracy theories too. When people don't do what they want them to do, then you have the assassination thing that comes into play. So, yeah, definitely, they disagree. Sometimes they make a choice, but it can be the wrong choice, and then they have to come up with a plan to eliminate that choice.
So I might have missed it, and I apologize to the space if I did. Trent, I've heard you advocate for the need for a declining global population to some degree overall. you seem to be. Did you mention policies, or what is it we could do that?
No, I didn't go into policy.
Okay. Can you think of some maybe positive policies that would get at what you're talking about?
You can have policies that encourage family growth. It's not that good children. That's one policy.
Which one? What the policy look like?
I don't know. Like I said again, I don't get into the policy part of it. There's a lot of different theories on that.
There's a written policy, brother. Help me out.
Yeah, hold on. Here's why I ask. It just seems sort of a little grotesque and a little irresponsible to have conversations as someone who is well positioned as you are, to have conversations about needing to shrink the global population and sort of leave it there and not talk about maybe policies that might be, I don't know, like have like the education of girls and women, right? The need for contraception, available contraception, and those things. Like at least think about or talk about, policies that might be used that allow for people that we know over time, like reduce the number of children, but give people autonomy, right? Rather than just sort of say we need to reduce the population, because what we know, and when people ask you, they've asked you what sort of the implications and who this sort of saying things like that and sort of leaving it open-ended, who historically have paid the brunt for those things. It's often been people and the things that we hate to say, like the global south. I know people don't like that word. It's poor communities, it's non-white, non-European communities, right, who have taken the brunt of most of these types of policies. And so I'm just wondering why you would sort of leave the discussion at we need to shrink the global population and not be interested in also having a conversation of how we might do so responsibly and give people autonomy. That's just weird that you keep talking about that. And for someone who talks about everything, you don't seem to have interest in that part.
So the reason why I don't go into it is the same reason. It's kind of the same reason. Most people aren't well versed on the issues. There are different countries, different parts of the world where to your point, there are places in Africa, there are places in South America that would need different policies than a place like the United States or Europe. And it's not about shrinking. When you say shrinking the population, I'm not talking about shrinking. See, it makes it sound like we're talking about like killing people in mass. That is not what I'm talking about. But pausing and reducing the global fertility rate so that we don't overrun our resources is something that's responsible. Because right now we are in an exponential growth period. And when you have too many people born at one time, you end up with bad results like wars over resources and some of the things that we're seeing happen right now.
When you're talking about war, look, do you think the wars over resources are built out of this or caused out of necessity or greed?
Greed. I could say it's
okay, so you couldn't use the argument to lower the population.
Let me see this concrete. Depends on how you look at that. On one hand, I call it greed, but if gas was $10 a gallon, a lot of us would call it a necessity to get it down. You know what I mean? So it depends on how you look.
Yeah. So now you're just trying to straddle the fence and have it both ways, and and I take it that you're operating in bad faith because you understand that if you were to squander your resources and then get it to the point of destitute, such that you are now stealing, then that's still not a resource issue. That's a squandering of resource issue, and it still goes back to greed.
Don't try to sound smart real quick.
Listen, if it's too much for you, brother, just tap out, man.
No, you're my boy.
If it's too much, so what part didn't you understand? The squander part, the resource part, the scarcity part. Which one really fucked you up?
All of it. I'll say it plainly. Look, here's what I'll say. The United States has been involved in
You're just being dishonest, bro. Just relax. You don't have to defend. You don't have to defend. You don't have to defend.
Concrete, I'm actually probably agreeing with you.
Okay, then agree and don't try to play it both ways.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, so remember, you try to make the argument that population would lead to resource scarcity, which would lead to wars. But then I asked you, do you think that these wars over resources is due to scarcity or greed as an alternative explanation?
And what I'm
saying, you said greed, and now you're trying to fucking backtrack and have it both ways by saying greed and resource scarcity.
I don't know. Let me just. There's nuance to the conversation, my brother. So when we were having the 1973 oil embargo, right? And you could only fill your car every other day for a period.
Yeah, do you think that was due to scarcity?
That was due. Well, it was due to scarcity at the.
That was a retaliation to events that were happening between, I think it was Israel, Egypt, in America, right? So it had nothing to do with scarcity.
Okay, but so here, I'm gonna probably agree.
So why are you bullshitting, bro? Just let it go.
Hold on. Look, the 1991 war in Iraq against Kuwait was probably a war of greed in a sense. Now we were protecting the Kuwaitis, but we were upping our oil interests there. The 2000 war in Iraq, for me, was absolutely a war of greed. Because we already had plenty of oil.
So we agree that it wasn't about scarcity.
Hold on. And now today, what we're seeing with both Venezuela and Iran, to me, is complete and total greed. We already have vast oil resources.
Yeah, all right. So you do agree. So why were you trying to make the argument that we're concerned about population explosion, which would lead to resource scarcity? Why are you trying to make that argument?
There is a nuance to that, in which there were some that would argue if we didn't have this access, then, like I said, oil or gas prices being at $8 to $10 a gallon, some of us would call that it's because of scarcity. And it just depends on how you look at it, on which side.
So now you're just appealing to some other person's attitude towards it, who might be less informed, right? Come on, Trey, you don't gotta bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I'm talking about drill, baby, drill.
I'm talking about you, brother. Not exactly how to work. After the unwashed masses. You right here. Alright, so you got it.
So you can feel all that is happening. Your breathing is happening. Your thinking is happening. Your feeling is happening. Your hearing, your seeing. The clouds are happening across the sky. The sky is happening blue. The sun is happening shining. There it is. All this happening. And may I introduce you? This is yourself. This begins to be a vision of who you really are. And that's the way you function. You function by happening, that is to say, by spontaneous occurrence. Now, this is not a state of affairs, but you should realize the notion again that I should bring it about, but there is no you to bring it about. See, that's why I'm not preaching. You can only preach to egos. All I can do is tell you. It amuses me It's wonderful. I love it. And therefore I like to talk. If I get paid for it, then I make my living. The sensible people get paid for doing what they enjoy doing. So this is not this is the whole approach is not to convert you, not to make you over, not to improve you, but for you to discover that if you really knew the way you are, things would be sane. But you see, you can't do that. You can't make that discovery because you're in your own way. So long as you think I'm So I kicked him upstairs so that he wouldn't be able to influence anyone else. And only you may be God. And that stopped the gospel cold right at the beginning. It couldn't spread. Well, anyway. This is therefore to say that the transformation of human consciousness through meditation is frustrated. So long as we think of it in terms of something that I myself can bring about by some kind of way, by some sort of gimmick. Because you see, that leads to endless games of spiritual one-upmanship and of guru competitions. My guru is more effective than your guru. My yoga's faster than your yoga. I'm more aware of myself than you are. I'm humbler than you are. I'm sorry for my sins than you are. I love you more than you love me. And this interminable goings on about which people fight and wonder whether they're a little bit more evolved than somebody else and so on. All of that can just fall away. And then we get this strange feeling that we have never had, you see, in our lives, except occasionally by accident. Some people get a glimpse that we are no longer this poor little stranger and afraid in a world it never made. Because you see, it starts now. It didn't begin in the past. There was no past. See, if the universe began in the past, when that happened, it was now. See, but it's still now. And the universe is still beginning now, and it's trailing off like the wake of a ship from now. And the wake of the ship fades out, so does the past. You can look back there to explain things, but the explanation disappears. You'll never find it there. Things are not explained by the past. They're explained by what happens now. That creates the past. And it begins here. That's the birth of responsibility. Because otherwise, you can always look over your shoulder and say, well, I'm the way I am because my mother dropped me. And she dropped me because she was neurotic because her mother dropped her. Why don't you go back to Adam and Eve or to a disappearing monkey or something? We never get at it. But in this way, you're faced with it. You're doing all this. That's an extraordinary shock. So, cheer up. You can't blame anyone else for the kind of world you're in. And if you know, you see that I, in the sense of the person, from the ego, it really doesn't exist, then it won't go to your head too bad.
This audio program is presented by Audible.com. Audible, audio that speaks to you wherever you are.
Yes. Know exactly how to work those rods and cones in the retina. You can do that. It's a happening. It happens. So you can feel all this happening. Your breathing is happening. Your thinking is happening. Your feeling is happening. Your hearing, your seeing. The clouds are happening across the sky. The sky is happening blue. The sun is happening shining. There it is. All this happening. And may I introduce you? This is yourself. This begins to be a vision of who you really are. And that's the way you function. You function by happening. That is to say, by spontaneous occurrence. And this is not a state of affairs that you should realize. I cannot possibly preach it to you, because the minute you start thinking, I should because you desire, and your desires are either unattainable or always being disappointed or something. So cut out desire. So those disciples went away and they stamped on desire, jumped on desire, cut the throat of desire, and threw out desire. But then they came back and Buddha said, but you're still desiring not to desire. They wanted how to get rid of that. So when you see that that's nonsense, there naturally comes over you a quietness. It's seeing that you cannot control your mind. You realize there is no control. What you took to be the thinker of thoughts is just one of the thoughts. What you took to be the feeler of the feelings, which was that chronic muscular strain, is just one of the feelings. What you took to be the experiencer of experience is just a part of the experience. So there isn't any thinker of thoughts, feeler of feelings. We get into that bind because we have a grammatical rule that verbs have to have subjects. The funny thing about that is that verbs are processes and subjects are nouns, which are supposed to be things. How does a noun start a verb? How does a thing put a process into action? Obviously it can't. But we always insist that there is this subject called the knower. And without a knower, there can't be knowing. Well, that's just a grammatical rule. It isn't a rule of nature. In nature, there's just knowing. Like you're feeling it. And I have to say you are feeling it as if you were somehow different from the feeling. When I say I am feeling, what I mean is there is feeling here. When I say you are feeling, I mean there is feeling there. I have to say even there is feeling. What a compass of language we have. Chinese is easier. You don't have to put all that in. Or you can say things twice as fast in Chinese as you can in any other language. Well, anyway, when you come to see that you can do nothing, that the play of thought or feeling, etc., just goes on by itself as a happening, then you are in a state which we will call meditation. And slowly, without being pushed, your thoughts will come to silence. That is to say, all the verbal, symbolic chatter going on in the skull, don't try and get rid of it, because that will again produce the illusion that there's a controller. It goes on, it goes on, it goes on, and finally it gets tired of itself and bored and stops. And so then there's a silence. And this is a deeper level of meditation. And in that silence, you suddenly begin to see the world as it is. And you don't see any past. And you don't see any future. You can't find any material body, because material body is an idea. So is spiritual body. This is somebody's philosophical notions. See, reality isn't material. That's an idea. Reality isn't spiritual. That's an idea. Reality is. So, we find, if I've got to put it back into words, that we live in an eternal now. You've got all the time in the world, because you've got all the time there is, which is now. And you are this universe. And you feel this strange feeling when ideas don't define the differences. You feel that other people's doings are your doings. And that makes it very difficult to blame other people. If you're not sophisticated theologically, you may of course run screaming in the streets and say that you're God. In a way, that's what happened to Jesus, because he wasn't sophisticated theologically. He only had Old Testament biblical theology behind him. If he'd had Hindu theology, he could have put it more subtly. But it was only a rather primitive theology of the Old Testament. And that was a conception of God as a monarchical boss. And you can't go around and say, I'm the boss's son. If you're going to say I'm God,
Audio that speaks to you wherever you are. Sounds True presents Your It on Hiding, Seeking, and Being Found, an anthology of selected archival recordings by stand-up philosopher Alan Watts. We begin our program with session 1 on spiritual authority with Alan Watts.
I take the liberty of beginning by saying something about myself and my role in talking to you about philosophical matters. Because I want it to be understood perfectly clearly that I am not a guru. In other words, I talk about what we call these things, and that comprises a multitude of interests concerning Oriental philosophy, psychotherapy, religion, mysticism, etc. I talk about these things because I'm interested in them and because I enjoy talking about them. And every sensible person makes his living by doing what he enjoys doing. And that explains me. Now I say therefore that I am not a guru. That means also that I'm not trying to help you or improve you. I accept you as you are. I'm not out therefore to save the world. Of course, when a stream, a bubbling spring, flows out from the mountains, it's doing its thing. And if a thirsty traveler helps himself, well, that's fine. When a bird sings, it doesn't sing for the advancement of music. But if somebody stops to listen and is delighted, that's fine. And so I talk in the same spirit. I don't have a group of followers. I'm not trying to make disciples. Because I work on the principle of a physician rather than a clergyman. A physician is always trying to get rid of his patients and send them away and help them to stand on their own feet. Whereas a clergyman is trying to get them as members of a religious organization so that they will continue to pay their pledges, pay off the mortgage on an expensive building, and generally belong to the church, boost its membership, and thereby prove by sheer weight of numbers the veracity of its tenets. My objective is really to get rid of you, so that you won't need me or any other teacher. I'm afraid some of my colleagues would not approve of that attitude, because it is widely believed and said that in order to advance the spiritual life, whatever that is, it is essential that you have a guru, and that you accord to that guru perfect obedience. And so I often ask the question, is it really necessary to have a guru? I can answer that only by saying, yes, it is necessary if you think so. In the same spirit as it is said that anybody who goes to a psychiatrist ought to have his head examined. Of course, there is more in that saying than meets the ear. Because if you really are sincerely concerned with yourself and are in such confusion that you feel you have to go to a psychiatrist to talk over Christianity in the debate between St. Augustine and Pelagius. And Pelagius said that if God had given us a commandment to love him and to love our neighbors, he would not have done so unless we could obey it. St. Augustine countered and said, yes, but the commandment was not given in order for it to be obeyed. God never expected that it would be obeyed, because we were incapable of loving anyone but ourselves. The commandment was therefore given to convince us of our sinfulness, from which we could be rescued only by divine grace, that is to say, by the infusion of our souls with a power beyond them. And that is more Gilbert put it, when everyone is somebody, then no one is anybody. If we are all equally happy, it is impossible to know that we are happy, because a certain flatness comes over everything. If we lifted up all valleys and lowered all mountains, we should have the sort of thing they're attempting to do with bulldozers in the Hollywood Hills, to the destruction of the ecology, in ghastly fulfillment of the biblical prophecy, that every mountain, every valley should be exalted, and every mountain made low, and the rough places made plain. I'm sorry to say it was they say by say, but the Beyond the positive and the negative, what is reality? And the Lord would turn to you and say, my dear child, your question has no meaning. And you wouldn't have the opportunity to think of a meaningful one and come back. So perhaps you should have asked, what question should I ask? And the Lord would say to you, why do you want a question? It seems you do want one, don't you? Because you feel that something is wrong if you don't have a question. Well, you've got one. That is the insoluble problem of trying to win without it. Now, as long as you can keep that problem, you'll be busy. Only, however, until you see that it can't be solved. But there are all sorts of ways of presenting that problem in such a way that you cannot see that it's meaningless. And the better gurus are very clever at bringing these ways out. You may see, for example, if you are invited to practice intense concentration, that after a while you find yourself thinking about concentrating, and therefore that your concentration is somewhat divided. Or he may ask you, why are you concentrating? What is your motivation for this activity? And you find out that it's your own irreducible rascality. So, however, the teacher, once he's seen that you mastered that lesson, has something still more ingenious. He says, now you've actually made progress. Because finding out that you could not really concentrate was valuable because it began to break the illusion of your ego. But you've only got your foot in at the door. Beyond this are many, many higher things to be done, and you must redouble your efforts. And so, of course, you apply yourself all the more again and again on all sorts of tricks that these old gentlemen can come out with. And you will keep at it just as long as he can make you fall for it. But in the end, you see that it was all tricks. As the great Zen master Rizal said, well, after all, there was nothing much in Alpaca's Buddhism. And he went on to explain to his students that the art of Zen, or teaching Zen, is like deceiving a child with an empty fist. You know how to treat a child by pretending you've got something very precious in your fist. And you can play a game for an hour, provoking the child to ever greater enthusiasm to find out what you've got. In the end, the revelation is that there's nothing there. So many people say, in the course of their Zen training, I realized there was nothing to realize. It was all there from the beginning. Because you see, standing opposite truth, the realization that you can't do anything about it, and equivalently that you can't do nothing about it, comes closely away that the reason for that is there is no you separate from you. Because what you call the thinker is simply your thought of yourself. The thinker is a thought among thoughts, and the feeler is the feeling among feelings. And trying to control thoughts with thoughts is like trying to puncture a teeth. So you found that out. Well, then the other side of the picture is, of course, if you do find that out, you discover that the project of controlling yourself was unnecessary because you were yourself a Buddha from the very beginning. That's what the Upanishads mean when they say quite simply, Tattva Masi. see a horror movie and have a cold shivers because we think the awful things are going to happen. Something is going to be seen on the screen which we can't stand to see. Or will that be a thrill? We always put ourselves in this secure. And young people are always exposing themselves to dreadful things. And parents get absolutely engaged. If it's getting drunk or driving hard roads, they take drugs. And they are ruining their sanity for life. How hard can it be if they don't take drugs? They'll do something else. Always to see how close to the point of danger you can get. And those people who go in for racing cars usually end up in a crash. And yet, the life is almost free for being quite dangerous. So I would say it goes higher. Most pinheads, the sense of unspiritual and square. If you are anything that would stand, congratulations. You see, you played a very far out game. See, you're so lost you don't even know where you stand. Gentlemen, good shall prevail. Watching that needle go up, it's getting harder and harder and harder. And finally, they go out in a blaze of glory. Dusters. It's the ocean. That was the closest we could. And that was what I dreamed. Woken up from. See where we go next. See, this is the concept. That's why I would say that my function is liberative. I want you to see that it's you. It's not me. It's not Swami so-and-so. It's not Buddha so-and-so. It's not Saint so-and-so. It's you. Yes. Say it on and put the words into the mouth of the Buddha. You suffer from yourselves. None else compels. None holds you that you either die and word upon the wheel of fire and kiss its strokes of agony. Its tire of tears, its name of nothingness. But one of the old Zen masters, maybe his teacher, said, what is the way to liberation? Teacher said, who is restraining? He said, no one. If so, why should you ask for liberation? It all bounces back. Verily, you'll get back to the place where you are. Because what you say you want is always the symptom, the expression of what you are now. If that is the case, it's all there because of doing it. Why meditate? Why do anything of a so-called spiritual nature? People don't understand really what meditation is. They take it up, like they take up psychotherapy or a course in weight reduction in order to be better. But if you do that, you're not practicing what is called jhana or yoga or zen. That's not it at all. Meditation is the one human activity which has no purpose. Buddhists, who are supposed to attain experience, a kind of, shall we say, state of consciousness, which seems to be as prevalent among human beings as measles. It's something that simply happens, and we don't know why it happens. And although there are all sorts of techniques which claim to be able to promote it, and which are more or less successful in doing so, and sometimes rather less than more, nevertheless, there is this peculiar thing that happens to people, and it's been recorded as far back in time as we have any recording at all. And that is coming over people the peculiarly convincing sensation that their ordinary sense of individuality, of personal identity, is transcended. And the individual suddenly feels an experience that actually it could be described from a number of quite different points of view. But we could add up these dominant characteristics. That instead of the ordinary feeling that I as an individual confront a world that is foreign to me, that is not me, in this kind of experience, I find myself to be of one and the same nature or identity as the world outside me. In other words, I suddenly feel no longer a stranger in the world, but as if the external world were my own body. The next aspect of the feeling is even more difficult to assimilate to our ordinary practical intelligence. But the very overwhelming feeling that everything that happens, everything I have ever done, everything anybody else has ever done, was part of a harmonious design. And there is no error at all. That's the sort of thing I'm referring to. Now, you see, I'm not talking about a philosophy. I'm not talking about a rationalization, some sort of theory that somebody cooked up in order to explain the world and make it seem a tolerable place to live in. I'm talking about a rather whimsical, unpredictable experience that suddenly hits people. And it includes this element of feeling the total harmoniousness of everything. Now, I realize that those words can carry with them a sort of sentimental feeling, a sort of Pollyanna feeling. There are various religions in our society today which try to inculcate in you the belief that everything is a harmonious unity. You know, things like Christian Science or the Unity Movement and so on. They want to make a kind of propaganda for one to believe, and through believing to feel that everything is harmonious. Now, to my mind, that is a kind of pseudo-mysticism, because it's an attempt to make the tail wag the dog. Because the sensation of things being harmonious is somehow never brought about by insisting to yourself that that is so. Because when you do that, when you would say to yourself, all things are like, all things are God, all things are beautiful, etc. Actually, by doing that, you're implying that they're not.
One of the things that I follow and cover, like this day in history, one of the black men in the South was castrated to threaten the civil rights workers.
all the lynchings. I'm just saying, for him to come in here and drop 6 particular incidents where some lives were told, just literally, please don't go nowhere with that. Just if you want to talk about what happened with the Southern Poverty Law Center, like let's talk about that and let's like take it. Just don't follow that, please. That was some bullshit.
And the Tawana Briley case, I mean, that happened in '87. He's talking about it was on Clubhouse. Has Clubhouse been in?
Yeah, Clubhouse wasn't invented in '87.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's things are right. We're not supposed to have Democrat versus like that label shit, man. Right now, I think New York, or rather this country, is coming together around one common goal, and that is to get ourselves out of this siege by this authoritarian regime, which has wreaked havoc on our lives since the election of Mr. Obama. This shit is a fucking mess. So to try to do this labeling thing and put everybody in silos and we all got to line up, I got some conservative views and I got some more liberal views. Like, don't put me in no box. You know, I'm abstract. I'm a registered independent. Like, you ain't framing me up. Like, so we gotta like take away that power for them to put us in boxes. Look at all these people blindly following MAGA, and they know this shit is dumb and stupid, but they still standing on blind loyalty to what is obviously a clear and present danger. Like, what are we talking about?
That's a fact, Jack. Okay, so I think Lisa, so let's clip Tom. Lisa and I can play the clip before what's her name comes out.
Okay, before you play that clip, I know before Lori Saldano, I need to get you to do what we're talking about. I am pulling up, trying to find a parking space, but can you do the clip on the KKK? It should be tons of them somewhere.
About what? I'm doing a clip about the Smollett SPC. I was trying to come up with that because I'm trying to change the Southern Poverty Law Center, but I was going to say the Smollett Poverty Law Center. I was trying to come up with a joke. It wasn't hit, but that's fine.
Oh, so that's what we're talking about, though. That's the same
that's what I'm
thing.
about to play. Yeah,
Okay, good. And now by that time, I'll have a parking space.
Yeah, that's what the S stand for now. They're going to, instead of the Southern, they're changing that to Smollett.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Go ahead. I'm going to go mute.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Oh, before he starts, you guys follow your friends in, please. I know look, if 89 of you guys were in my, hold on. If 89 of you guys were in my room last night at 3 o'clock in the morning, it could be 89 in here right now. So go right ahead and ping your friends in. Don't wait until 12 midnight for you guys to come strolling in here and think we're going to entertain you until 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, thanks. No. Bye.
Oh, there you go.
News alert, we just got played. For years, we were told white supremacy is the greatest threat to America. Turns out the ones calling the shots were full of it and just got indicted. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a tax-exempt nonprofit, a charity, that spent decades tracking down hate groups and suing them to the ground. They put out these hate lists. The media uses the lists to call people racist. Banks use the lists to decide who gets accounts and who doesn't. Tech companies use them to kick people off their platforms. Turns out they're the Jussie Smollett of nonprofits. They claim to dismantle hate, but they just got indicted for funding it.
A grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a 501c3. Okay, they're required to, under the laws associated with a nonprofit, to have certain transparency and honesty in what they're telling donors they're going to spend money on. And no fundraising efforts that the investigation found did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan. So that's fraud. So that's wire fraud.
So the DOJ says they were paying people who were already racist to keep being racist and rally other racists.
You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations. Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that.
The SPLC runs on donations. They tell people, give us money, help us stop extremism. Then they take the money and pay extremists to be more extreme.
They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. They weren't just paying low-level members to pass along intel. The indictment says they were paying the people running the hate groups, leaders, organizers, fundraisers, people with control. The SPLC's defense? They were scared.
This use of informants was necessary because we are no stranger to threats of violence. In 1983, our offices were firebombed, and in the years since, there have been countless credible threats against our staff. For decades, we engaged in unprecedented litigation to dismantle the Klan and other hate groups. In light of that work, we sought to protect the safety of our staff and the public.
Bull. We get threats at Fox all the time. We don't turn around and pay the people making them. The SPLC wasn't paying people on the outside to get inside either. They were paying people already on the inside and in charge. The SPLC funneled money to the imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Aryan Nation leaders. They've been wiring money to neo-Nazis for a decade. Take Charlottesville. There were some white supremacists. They got together to unite the right. The SPLC paid a guy who helped plan it. He wrote all these racist things, got everybody all hopped up, even arranged buses to take people to the rally. The SPLC paid that guy hundreds of thousands of dollars. Another neo-Nazi got $1 million. The Southern Poverty Law Center was even paying racist fundraisers to raise money to spread racism. They even paid one white supremacist, then put a picture of him on their website and said, help us fight this white supremacist.
Where's the conqueror's crown? Wields the conqueror's sword, has the conqueror's name. He was appointed by a scepter of the faith before the eyes of thousands. Every symbol of legitimacy belongs to him. And then there is Stark, Tully, Baratheon, houses that have also received and are at present considering generous terms.
Stark, Tully, and Baratheon insult me.
Basically surrendering
When King Viserys names me his heir,
Stale words will
they
not
can't
put
debate
your
us on our
mind
eyes.
from
They cannot have
princess.
dialogue. They
The
cannot
succession
go into
change
the
the
merits
day father, son, son.
they are right or right, which might be wrong, is that they are zero to a date.
you're on the other hand,
You are racist or you are a
fucking
hater.
traitor.
And they're finally realizing the power of People USA, which is why they put us
Well,
on
when you're effective, you're a threat.
That's Charlie.
Wow. I'll stop it there. No, that was
Queen Alison did not forget the love we once had for each other. No blood will be spilled, the realm can carry on in peace. Queen Alison did not answer. She can never answer now. Stop my father now for all these wicked comments and his mother's father.
Was there no violence? Was there no plan?
Eric, bring me Lord Hightower so I can take a pleasure myself.
Aegon Targaryen.
I don't know if I'm going to answer it. I mean, I don't know if that's a question. Are we going back to 1971?
No, it's saying what Jesse Waters just said. So, and what you're playing, so that's it. So all the stuff that's happening. So the Charlottesville bus, the guy that planned the buses for the Charlottesville, and they're falling under the ground.
Well,
the KKK
I appreciate the thing you said.
You're saying, but what? So now the Southern Policy Law Center is responsible for all the hate and all the white supremacy groups. Is that what's going on? I'm trying to figure out where you're going.
They were acting as if they were an FBI.
Let me be clear. Nobody summons me.
You cannot furnish your trailer with quote a big balloon cocaine.
It's in my letter.
From 1984.
You're I want it.
You're welcome to take it on Homelander when he gets back from Fort Harmon. Homelander and Stan Edgar have a deal how to hire and make English student to find on V1 before Harmony. military moves. If he finds a Homelander meaning of violence in the modern market, you get to spend eternity with him and follow his story. That's
Those who else will repent, others fans. We can still fly the rest of the way. Those are not Libertarian. Perhaps. Oh my God. She's right. Yesterday he told me he would help me. Firecracker said you looked up to me. But you're not a complete idiot. I never said that. You know they help or not. One day, we started bots and they came up. I get the impression of a movie. It was a choice, that's all. I guess we're related in more ways than one. Just like a deep bus. At least I know some of it's fresh and different lines. It won't tell me it's going to be here. The only place that's going to flow into the strong is in the group of psychology.
I know you don't get, I know so many people get paid by
I'm going to go destroy any video that I find, you triple crown cock jockey. I'll get it from you. Too much I give. You don't steal.
You know, something in his brain and just saying stuff, basically, which is, you know, was it not true? They say, hold on, let's, I mean, people. Just one second.
Fight this white supremacist. Donate. Click that button. They even arranged buses to take people to the rally. The SPLC paid that guy.
So they paid the guy $1 million for Charlottesville to Larry. I just want to get to the point is this is factual or just an allegation by Fox News who happened to pay $1 billion a few years ago for misinformation? I just want to get that distinction.
You talking about the 2020 elections?
Yeah. So I just, if an outlet news that, you know, provide misinformation to the public all the time, I just want to say, this is an allegation.
But look, do you serious? I guess the question for you: do you believe that they paid the Grand Wizard money? Do you think that's fake news?
No. You know what? It's not about the news. If you tell me this is what actually happened, and you have proof, and you have an indictment, and you have, you know, something, maybe. But just
they're getting in trouble for wire fraud. So they clearly, that's the grand jury. We heard Todd Blanche early on and inside the clip talk about who, and you heard the FBI director. That FBI director was just on Hannity just maybe within the last 20 minutes. Yeah. So and then Todd Blanche was on Laura Ingraham the day before, and he did a whole press conference regarding this. So what I would say, go back and listen to the press conference. They were paying the top leaders, not people like, this wasn't Project Veritas who were bringing people from the inside like the Laura Lumas, and they're doing honeypot setups. These are people, they were paying actual people to be more violent.
Omar, hold on for a second, Dr. Mitchell. I see you trying to get in. Omar, if it's true, if all the allegations are true, again, are they responsible for white supremacy and white hate and white violence against like brown people? You're saying, are you putting it all on the Southern Policy Law Center?
No, but participating, Michael, right? If they're doing.
Yeah, you're part. That's like what's going on here? Like, come on, fellas, come on. We just.
Why are they the only ones reporting it? Has anybody heard this on any other station?
You know what?
Except Fox.
Hold on. Will can't talk about that. Do you know how many minutes NBC and CBS have dedicated to this? 0.
No,
No, how many? Well, because it's probably not a true story. So the true story is about the FBI director's girlfriend. But we could say, I'm not trying to change the subject, but that's the hot story with the FBI is his girlfriend and what she did and what the FBI did for her. That's the story.
Yeah, they were so today. So CBS and NBC Nightly News. Maybe they're reporting tonight, but they have not reported it yet. So go ahead, Dr. Ben.
I work in the legal part of. Can I just get one word in, please? I work quite a bit in the legal system, and I got to say, the Southern Parliament, I'm absolutely shocked. But you know, the first stage of grief is denial, right? So let's not go there. Let's keep an open mind. But they've done tremendously good work over the years. You know, have they had some corruption crept in here, and now they're being called to task for it? I mean, this is happening a lot. A lot of people are tempted by money and fame, and they do stupid things. And unfortunately, we don't know how centralized this is. Is it one guy who did this? Is it 10 people? Is it a committee? But it's being investigated. As far as the news on this, it's everywhere. It's not just the right. It's the left. It's the news on this is everywhere. They're so. I'm very skeptical. Listen, I don't trust this government or law enforcement. I spend a lot of time defending people, mainly injury victims in court settings, and I can't tell you. Well, I will tell you that the government is extremely lazy, and the way that they make cases is by threatening people and getting them to testify against each other. So I'm no big fan, but I'm also no big. I keep my mind open if there's paid corruption. I think it's entirely possible. There's obviously a small possibility that this is some type of an inside game. The FBI and who knows who. Are playing a game to try to take down the Southern Poverty Law Center. I wouldn't count that out either. They might have fallen for something. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Can I say something?
You just said that. They already warned us that we can't go crazy. But guess what? We're gonna go crazy.
Nobody's saying that. I guess what I am saying, like, Gumby Camp here named 6 things that have happened. I'm just saying that all of the things that they've been fighting for that have gone on years before they even started back in 1971, that doesn't erase the fact that white supremacy, to the point, I'll let you, unlike about it, like, I agree with you, but it doesn't, hold on, let me just finish the thought. It doesn't negate the fact of white supremacy hate groups, what they're trying to fight against. If somebody like sort of went, or like Dr. Mitch said, got like maybe caught up in trap, or like one man like went rogue, I'm saying the work that they're doing or trying to do, it doesn't negate what's going on, the realistic things that are happening with white supremacy and white supremacy and these crimes. It doesn't negate them. I feel like that's what Todd Blanche and the Department of Justice is trying to do, saying we got this one bad case or the incident. And so now, like, there's no racism, there's no crimes against, people of color. That's what I feel like they're trying to do.
And if Todd Blanche is in it, there has to be an ulterior motive. And like you're saying, there may have been some instances that they didn't do the right thing, but it doesn't negate the overall agency and what they've tried to accomplish.
Dr. Mitch, I'll let you.
Sting operation or something, there might be more sides to this, but I think it's a tremendous loss. The Southern, Poverty Law Center, if they go down, it's a tremendous loss.
So there's, look, I actually read some of this yesterday. Now I see the rest of it breaking. I'm gonna tell you now, Amari, this is a bullshit case because they've been doing this for years. It's kind of been known that people have been paid to infiltrate, and it happens on both sides, by the way. But people have been paid to infiltrate the Ku Klux Klan to find out, what they are saying, what they are doing. That shouldn't it's not even surprising to me. What is happening is just what Michael said. This is to embarrass the Southern Poverty Law Center, to try to make them look like they are making up racism, which they are not. They are just trying to find out what's going on. The man, even in the indictment, the man went to Charlottesville. It didn't say he drove the car. He just went to Charlottesville. And it sounds like a lot. It's $1 million over the course of a couple of 10 years, right? So, I mean, there's no, in the indictment, there is no Southern Poverty Law Center paid for someone to commit this crime. And if the FBI had that, they would show the damn video and they'd show the evidence, but they don't. So this is an attempt, Amari, which is why you got to be careful when we talk about this shit. This is an attempt by the Trump administration, by the FBI, to make black people look bad and make it look like we're making up racism and it never happened. When in fact, in truth, when you even look at their indictment, they show no proof of that. They just said that they infiltrated the group. I'll land.
All right, I want to finish the clip. What's good? I'm going to finish the clip because we're going to hear from professionals.
This story is just bonkers, man. I have to tell you, as somebody who did counterterrorism work, all I want to say is, folks, don't try this at home. All right? There's a reason that the government is who runs informants, okay? The case law on this is well developed. When you do it as a private citizen, you don't have those protections. Furthermore, even as the government, if the idea for something that's illegal originates with you, that the perp has a defense of entrapment, ironclad. If the idea comes from the good guys, entrapment. So I want to know, and I'm sure a lot of people out there want to know, well, maybe we're on the wrong end of the SPLC. Hey, did the SPLC entrap me? All right, so because I'm sure that they weren't professionally running these sources, because running sources is very hard. There's a reason why very few police agencies do it really effectively. I want to enlarge the scope here. Number two, look for follow-on charges. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see a RICO at some point. Number three, civil. You're going to probably have civil suits for violation of constitutional rights from, you ready for this? Maybe a class action suit. Yeah. Nazis and TPUSA in this same docket. Because as private citizens spying on these groups, you're in extremely murky and dangerous territory. Here's my other question. Did they have anybody at 6 January? All right, this is right in that penumbra there. Did SPLC have anybody running around out there that was in any way, shape, or form involved in that? And then
Wow, what a question.
Just to close real quick, look for Treasury to get involved. I tweeted about this earlier today or last night, I forget. The bottom line is they take donations. Those donations now we know went to third parties, their sources, their informants. That means they're operating as a money remitter. All right, they're moving money. They're taking in money, they're transferring it. That means you're under Treasury as a money remitter. Why does that matter? It's like a bank. Because Treasury can fine you and does fine people in the billions. The Treasury fines are brutal, and that's Scott Besson. So all of these things are still coming. If you're going to sue SPLC, you better hurry, because if Treasury gets there before you, the whole coffers are going to be empty.
All right. We're lawyers. We heard from Trent, but we heard from lawyers. Paul Morrow, investigator. So, NYPD, former detective. So, there you go. You guys can believe Trent, or you guys can believe the professionals.
Let me ask you something really quick.
Everybody's bullshit right now. Let me tell you why. No, you call me out. Let me tell you why it's bullshit right now, and I'll make it real quick. Because if that's true, then reinstate the nuclear scientist that James O'Keefe just entrapped. Amari. If what he just said is true, and you can't have informants, and you can't do entrapment, what were they doing escorting the nuclear scientists out of the Pentagon yesterday? So it's a bullshit story. Yes, there are many times when people have paid to have informants and to monitor the other side. It doesn't surprise me. And to sit up here and say, because we were watching what they were doing, because we asked someone to go, because we can't send our black asses in there to figure out what the Ku Klux Klan is doing and the neo-Nazis are doing, but because we did this to protect citizens, therefore, Therefore, we are liable. It's ridiculous. I hope they take it to court. I'd love to see them award the neo-Nazis and the Aryan Nation and the Ku Klux Klan money. That would be just what this country needs.
So, Omar, real quick, just a question for you. With you being, you are a Black American, correct?
I am foundational Black American, just not a Black American. Thank you.
No, perfect. So FBA, perfect. So, do you understand history? So I know you're intelligent. So, like the history of our country, the things that have happened, like with Charlie Boy Summer, like when we were at all the stuff that happens to us, even after the thing with Charlie Kirk, where a kid was lynched, I think Mississippi, and they said it was suicide, and had like 2 broken legs and a broken arm. You're aware that kind of stuff goes on in this country, correct?
Yeah, but where are we going with this, Mike?
No, I'm just asking you. This is a question. This is the other question.
Yeah.
So,
we're not talking about the things that happen. Look,
No. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish. So let me go finish. I'm just gonna say, what does it benefit you when you do these things or play this or put out this narrative, just like that video you made about Trump and his Black friends? What does it profit you? People, this stuff has real consequences in the real world with our lives, with FBA lives are in danger behind what they're doing. So why do you, as a Black man, feel this your need? Why do you need to put this stuff out? Why are you so much on this side? I'm just trying to understand what your psyche is.
You want to know why do I sound like a contrarian sometimes? So for me, Michael, I believe that there are times where we have these conversations and we put our color or we put our party as number one versus just looking at right and wrong, balls and strikes, right? And so what I try to do, because I'm not beholden to anyone, I'm not a Trump supporter anymore. Again, fuck Trump, it's on the recorded line, and fuck MAGA on the recorded line. You see how easy that was? You can't, not too many people say fuck the DNC and fuck Democrats.
But you don't believe it.
So I can say that. So my goal, Michael, is I can actually talk to either side and I'm free from the bullshit.
We've actually said that we don't believe certain parts of the DNC you're talking about.
I don't believe that.
People on the stage have said that
I do not
still continue to support.
I believe we
you
have.
still continue and lie in our faces. You lie in our faces all the time.
Yeah, I believe
that's fine, and that's true. That's fine, but be yourself. Don't
okay, wait, hold on.
You're
not. Arthur, okay, fine. You said this is day 399. Thank you.
But you just repeated it. So I'm gonna repeat it too.
So Michael, did I answer you? Michael, I don't have any agenda to try to infiltrate or try to convince the people in the GOO. And there's some beautiful people I see in the GOO, like Christina. I see Michael, the other Michael. I see Evans, Keith.
Damn, so that is profitable.
CC, all the good people. I see them.
That's all you're trying to do.
Don do all the time.
So let me.
And I'm not trying to. I'm just calling it the way I see it. That's all.
Right. So what Todd Blanchard and Capitol did when he stood up there with the DOJ and with the weight of the government behind it, people in this country talked about the level, the intelligence level in this country, like people, 54% of Americans reading below 6th grade level. All that stuff we talked about shows the ignorance of people, even like the not understanding voting issues, how people hear something, they don't critically think about it, they don't go below the surface, they don't go read an article, they will hear something and they'll react on it. We've seen our country's history, and even recent history, how pliable people are with just word. What they're saying is very dangerous. But fuck that. Todd Blanchard is a white man. Cool. I understand if you want your country back, if you think that the Constitution want to go to originalism, you just want the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and you don't want anything else, and you want your country back. I can understand that. Actually, not like I agree with it, I understand it. I don't understand. Somebody that's FBA, that came from FBA parents, that's been in this country and has been able to see and witness the violence that occurs these little things, what you're just playing from Jesse Water and the other guy, that shit is dangerous. You know, that's going to have real consequences. So I think Bieber put in the chat, I just saw where he put like that lynching doesn't happen too often. One lynching is too much. So if there was only one lynching in the history of this country, 249 years of America, that would be one too many lynchings. Saying that to say that Omar has real life consequences.
Can you point and provide evidence that the SP, I don't even want to call them that no more. I can't even say their name anymore. That this group, they have stopped and in the last 10 years lynching. Can you say in the last 10 years that they're out here actually doing the work that they did since 1971?
How would they stop a lynching?
Hold on. Can you hold on that they've stopped a lot of things that are happening?
How would they stop a lynching?
Because if you have informers,
how would they stop a lynching?
They have different ways to spy on people. Again, the FBI has, they were a Project Veritas to Trump on steroids. That's what they were.
Real quick, I'll get off of it and let you on. I was just going to say though, Omar, for you to even come up with what does it benefit you? Like I said, you are black. You have black family. I guess you're black relatives.
I just told you, being black has nothing to do with this. And my party aside and what's right and wrong, I clearly said that.
Hold on. Yeah, this is the white people get lynched. The white people have their city bombed out by black people. We going around in mobs and like, did we do a Tulsa on them? Or did we do freaking Atlanta race ride? Are we doing this shit to white people?
2020, I mean, we can go probably find
Did we kill a lot of hombres? Did we kill jogging white people in our neighborhoods? When white people live in black neighborhoods, did we go up to them and be like, nigga, get out of here? Did we question them to where they live? Was Trayvon Martin, was that a white man? Was the white teenagers have to go through that? Tamir Rice, the white kids have to worry about having toy guns or getting shot by the police?
Again, they were paying the top people.
Then they should get in trouble for that. I'm talking about your black behind in here, like, supporting black people.
It's not illegal to pay them. I'm gonna have to see how they can, in the restaurant, you can shine this up and make it, illegal to pay somebody in the KKK or pay somebody within a neo-Nazi. But is it wrong to pay the top people? Yes, to me, it's morally wrong. You want to bring members in.
That they should have black to the day. You'll be black to the day back to this planet. I just wish you would think about that.
I'm going to be black to the planet, and I'm going to be black all my life, and I'm going to love black people. But loving black people has nothing to do with this case. You don't show your love for black people for talking up against
Omari, real simple question. Why would you pay the top person in the KKK? What would be the reason?
I don't know. I can't find a logical reason to pay the top people to infiltrate.
Because the top person will know everybody that's in an organization. That's why you pay the top person, because then they can untangle the network and tell you who's who, because these people are often anonymous. Wouldn't that make sense, Omar?
So unless you're saying the top person is also in cahoots, is that what you're also trying to? Because
if you're paying the top person, that person is probably giving you video, is giving you access.
That's a
right?
Right?
Yeah, well, this is why you would send to somebody to Charlottesville. This is why now one thing it's gonna be difficult, because it does say they coordinated the transportation to Charlottesville. However, it's not like they knew what would happen at Charlottesville. So it was one person committing the act, or else we really don't know as much about it. But yes, you pay the top person, just like when they were infiltrating the mob. When they had informants on the mob, they paid Sammy Gravano, who was number 2 in the FBI, to turn on John Gotti and explain the organization down beneath it. So it's actually
who did that?
The FBI.
Okay, who's doing this?
Southern Law Liberty Center.
The FBI. We just heard.
Yeah. But again, hey, look. It's not really done, because if the Jewish community had infiltrated the Nation of Islam to protect themselves, I would understand it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a great idea because you get found out. But I understand this. You have to understand the Southern Poverty Law Center in the 1980s actually bankrupted the Ku Klux Klan. So they did prohibit lynchings. And so to sit here and say, look, I don't want you to ping me on this one. I don't know. Well, somebody did. No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you thought I was going to be cooking with you on this one, but on this one, I can't believe I'm sitting over here with Deborah and Michael. Like I would get off of this because this is the issue. Here's what I'm saying. I'm sitting over here with Deborah and Michael and a lot of the people on stage on this. You bringing up this as something that is good when it's clearly a trumped up fucking charge is ignorant.
I'm not going to give handies to just anybody because I like you. I might like you. I'm not going to always agree with you. I'm going to disagree with you. That's some bullshit. Like, y'all want to do the human centipede thing? Y'all like that shit? Y'all. You ain't going to ever get a motherfucking me stick my head up in no one's ass. Y'all want to do the reach around?
He said he wasn't agreeing with you.
That's fine.
Okay, so then the y'all stop all that y'all stuff.
Then you can't handle about your grandchild. It's not serious. Jack off. And I just know RJ did it.
Please.
Yes,
I got questions. Go ahead, RJ. Maybe you'll help.
I just want to make a point real quick about the Southern Poverty Law Center since 1971 and what they have done and continue to do. It is more than just fighting and stopping lynchings, even though that was and still remains an issue, not as much as it was earlier in the 20th century, but still an issue. But they lead legal and community-based efforts to topple institutional racism. They stamp out Jim Crow. They unmask white supremacist groups, part of the idea of paying informants, protect civil rights of communities of color, and all other sorts of groups. They do a lot more than just lynching. I think it's very easy for people to fall into or be led down pathways where one example of what the SPLC may have focused on at its origin, and then to use that as a false narrative to say, as it was said a year earlier, well, we don't have as many lynchings anymore, so we don't need them anymore. And that becomes a fallacy that you need to see and avoid. The SPLC has done and continues to do a lot more than just attack lynchings. And that is why these groups are getting help from the FBI, who incidentally came out last year, as I recall, and said they were no longer going to be looking into white supremacist groups, and they're going to change their focus. And that's why they're going after the SPLC. I'll land my mic.
So who said that? I didn't hear no.
Beaver put it in the chat.
Oh, I thought you said someone said that on stage. I was going to say,
I read it in the chat, but yeah, it's
okay. I thought you might have been accused of me of saying that. My apologies. But all right, cool.
I have questions. So they're being accused of something. The grand jury has said that they're going to send trial, but can't we wait until we get all the information? They have to go to trial. I'm sure they have excellent lawyers. If this was being done, they're going to have to defend themselves. And no one said, it's real interesting, Amari, and Michael, you too. I heard you say, Michael, in your opening submission, that if they did something illegal, then, oh well, like the rest of us, you know? No one's in here trying to cape for any organization, regardless of who it is, if they're doing wrong. That's the difference between us and MAGA. They're not like us. We will throw your ass into the den of wolves quicker with a banana peel and gasoline draws.
we're not caping for nobody. They have done good work. If, like RJ says, people fall into situations where money, fame, whatever the case may be, bad planning, not no understand. But these are attorneys. Let's be real, you guys. These are not no lightweights. These are not no poop butts. It's not a pinky in the brain. These are attorneys, well-seasoned attorneys. So let's just let this play out. That's what I think.
I agree with you, Lisa. I don't understand. I guess probably as normally I'm pretty aligned with Michael's logic and what you said. I mean, we've been saying for the longest, Epstein's found out. There's like, well, you guys don't want to do it. You know what? The bill is in there, send them to jail, under hell. That's what I've always heard you say, or always heard most people say. Don't matter whether they're Democrat, Republican, zebra stripe, or elephants, put them in jail. And in this case, this is an organization, if they did something illegal, put them in jail. And to your point is, what I heard, and I sat back and listened, and I'm not saying such is the case. This is my perception from what I heard, so I don't want anybody to be coughing deep in crap. But what I heard was, this thing happened, and there's supposed to be some outrage. And to Michael's point, the whole last 6 months have been outrage after outrage. I mean, at this point, Iran, the war, outrageous. What's going on? Outrageous. You can go down the line and just say, this organization did some things that paid the grand reason. Okay. But we also know that doesn't Pete Hesses have a swastika tattoo or somewhere? Some weird ass tattoo. I'm just saying. Why is there supposed to be some kind of specialized outrage for this? Everything is outrageous. Our SecDef has allegedly had a drinking problem. Outrage. I can't believe anything that comes out of Patel's mouth ever in any situation. He has no beef. He has no quality with me with anything he says. That's what I kind of felt like. I felt like it was like, how dare you people not be outraged? What? And I agree wholeheartedly. Bottom line, they did something illegal they belong to. Send them to jail, whoever they are. And that's if they did something illegal.
So that goes to the point. We usually what happens, and I appreciate you. Good to see you again, GA. Been a minute. Something happens for the day. We're just taking the news. We talk about it. We have a spiritus debate, and we then move on to the next. So it doesn't mean that we are litigating this situation today. Of course, it has to go through the courts. We're a country of laws where you are innocent until proven guilty. But I hope that when something comes up with Trump or with somebody else within his administration, we remember this day and say, let it play out, right? I want to hear that same verbiage, that same wording come people on this stage about.
Oh boy.
Let it play out.
So you're just being performative.
Let it play out.
So I agree with what GA just said, but I just wanted to bring out because we were talking. This has to do with the FBI. So the FBI on we can't even really respect the FBI or trust the FBI with Cash Patel at the helm, because I'm willing to believe that Jesse Waters was all over this story and so dramatic about it, but he left out the story about what's going on with Cash Patel and his girlfriend, who so when they were doing these stories on Cash Patel, right, and this girlfriend, in order to write a story, you have to see things happening, right? They're reporting journalists reporting what they see. So Cash Patel put the FBI, had agents go after the journalist, this female journalist who's reporting, I believe she's with New York Times, who has been responsible for reporting some of these stories that are coming out on Cash Patel and this girl. They are trying to put, what do they call it, stalking. They're trying to say that she's a stalker, not a reporter. They're looking for ways to have her, they've gone to her home. The FBI has. And they're trying to get a case for stalking against a journalist. But they are actively trying to do that. Are you outraged, Lamar?
Yeah, I don't have selective outrage like some very outraged. There you go. See how easy that is?
Yeah, they it, but tomorrow will be different, just like you jumped
out. Well, today is April 22nd.
Yeah, you said it.
In our year in Lord 2026.
And I'll bring it up when you flip, okay?
Grazie.
I got one more. Because it hit me as I sat down. How do we know that this didn't prevent a terrorist attack? How do we know that this didn't prevent a Buffalo?
How do we know what didn't prevent a terrorist attack?
No, Craig's going back and reminiscing on what I said is can you, we don't know. That's why I said, can you point to it? Can you point to it?
How do we know? Because I don't know if the guys will tell us. How do we know that somebody in the Southern Poverty Law Center wasn't tipped off to someone that was going to commit a Buffalo-style mass or attack a synagogue? How do we know that didn't happen over the course since the 1980s, since they've been doing that? How do we know that? I would gain the bet that it probably has. It probably did prevent something. That law enforcement weren't tipped off. So I'm just saying, I love you, my brother. I love you.
I got you, and I love you like my brother. Even though you could be a little messy, but I love you like my brother.
Yeah, we'll be playing the Giants tonight, so I'm like that. But before we jump off the ship and just poverty law center, which for the disadvantage and for minority communities, LGBTQ, Black folks, and other the disabled, an organization that has really done a lot for a lot of people. Before we jump off the ship and say, this was a terrible thing that you've done, how do we know that they didn't prevent a mass tragedy happening to one of our families? I'm just going to land with that. Yeah,
you have a blessed night. We don't know. I would like to see the value add that they have done. And since I'm talking about post-Trump, I know y'all like to go back into the good old days. And yes, we love SPLC. But we talking about post-Trump, right? We're looking at post-Trump, what they've been involved in. We do know Charlottesville has been one of the things that has been the biggest news story of stories, even till today. It's the reason why I think someone said Joe Biden ran Charlottesville.
And I wanted to make a correction.
I'm not sure what the value add. No, go ahead. I'll land.
I'm not sure what value it means, but I did want to make a correction. I said the last time that the FBI stopped investigating. I was wrong. It was the Department of Justice. When Trump's people came back into the administration, one of the first things they did is eviscerate the Civil Rights Division and Department of Justice. I think 70 to 75% of those lawyers got scrapped. So if one of these scenarios were to happen, there's no one in the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice anymore who would be looking into any of this. Maybe it'd be good for the SPLC, which, from what I understand, is a private institution held up by donors. I'm not sure what the value add thing means. I think it shows plenty of value to those who support it and those who are defended by it. I think that value is self-evident. I would also say that with this administration, given that track record, it's pretty clear what their aim is here, not only going after these folks, but also having a story to tell to propagandists like Jesse Waters, who cut his teeth running around sticking cameras in people's faces for Bill O'Reilly. I'm done.
So I have a question about FBI and crime so far, and a crime that committed since FBI's been around.
Who was that just finished talking?
That was Brother RJ.
Thank you, RJ.
I think Arthur had a question. Is this question strictly for me? I don't want it to be about me. Can you ask somebody else on the stage a question? Go ahead.
Well, you made a statement, so I'm just trying to understand your statement. You made a statement.
We're looking to move on now.
No, we're not looking to move on. You can't just change it. You made a statement that the SPLC didn't prevent a lynching. So I'm asking you, how is that organization supposed to prevent a lynching? He called himself. That's great.
Okay, I'm sure everybody, welcome to 420, your room, or kitchen table talk, backyard barbecue, cookout talk. Listen, I'm just reading up on the Southern Poverty Law Center, and I'm sure everybody here knows what it is. And by now, they probably Googled, you guys have Googled if you don't know exactly what it is, but just real quickly and briefly, the Southern Poverty Law Center was founded by civil rights lawyer Morris Dees, Joseph L. Levin in August 1971 as a legal clinic originally focused on issues such as fighting poverty, racial discrimination, and the death penalty in the U.S. Dees asked civil rights leader Julian Bond to serve as president, a largely honorary position. He resigned that position in 1979, 8 years later, but remained on the board of directors until his death in 2015. So Dees and the SPLC began filing lawsuits against the Ku Klux Klan chapters and similar organizations for monetary damages on behalf of their victims. The favorable verdicts from these suits served to bankrupt the KKK and other targeted organizations. Let's see what else. It's just so. With that in mind, just a little information on them. This would be a sad thing, and I hope that it's true, because everything that the grand jury indicts doesn't mean that it's a guilty verdict. We all know that. And what do they say? The grand jury can indict a ham sandwich. So let's see. Let's just see. So, and as far as us jumping up and down when something happens with the Trump administration, giving us the same leverage, I agree with that, Omari, but I don't think, like, if somebody came up, for example, we've been talking about the last few days about Cash Patel being an alcoholic, right? And you see what he's doing. He's denying it. He's going to try to sue the Atlantic. He's going to take it the Trump route, about deny until either people get tired of it or he has to actually give in when the lawsuit comes to fruition and they have to get discovery. We just let you guys just self-implode. I'll be worried about trying to say,
and many times he said that Iranian people are not the same as Islamic Republic. They don't support jihadis. They don't support violence. And
I'm sorry,
I think that our leader.
This is just too much.
I know, but Bob is let him finish. Let's have a light guy. Bob, please let him finish. It's okay. Bob, it's okay. Please let him
finish. I'm gonna tackle after this gentleman.
Okay. I'll go on to you and I'll let you take on the conversation.
Okay.
Go ahead, Reza.
And we just started our revolution with 40,000 people killed on the street, innocent people on the street. And you know, our leader is not Trump, our leader is not Bibi. And we will destroy the Islamic Republic. And I think you know that most people in Iran, outside of Iran, or in Iran, don't support the Islamic Republic. And they want a revolution. They want the whole change, not a reform. If America and Israel want this reform, it's not important for us. I think we just want a revolution because of we don't support any reform. We know that these people that killed 40,000 people and they support them, they support IRGC, can't be our leaders for the reform. I myself support resolution, but I'm not a dictator. I support my whole people's opinion, and I think at the end, if there is an opportunity for vote for someone, I will fully respect the peoples who they choose, and I think it's not too far, but I think in the future we will be able to choose like any other countries who we want. And I know war is not acceptable, never will be acceptable because innocents will be died. But there is no solution, as Taco said. There is no solution, as Taco said. If there is a solution, it's in war. I know it's a bad choice. I know it's a hard choice.
It's not a choice.
It's our only choice. Because
it's not your only choice. It's not a choice to begin with.
I just asked Taco if there is a solution. He said he doesn't know the solution. So there is no solution.
War is also not a solution. War is not a solution.
That's the moment.
The only thing war is going to solve, Reza, is to destroy our country. You realize that? Even more. Even more. It can't get worse than this. It can't get worse than February 28th.
We know what the solution, what not the solution is. That's what we do know. And war is not it.
The only thing we know is not the war.
Right. And your solution, which is war, has proven to be wrong.
Absolutely. So, Reza, you are saying that the war is not acceptable, but you support Trump bombing Iran? How come you are saying this and then you are supporting Trump?
I said it's not acceptable, but it's a hard choice, but only choice.
No, but why not?
If you have
now you are supporting it, right?
No. Imagine that I'm sick, I have an illness. You tell me that
I don't imagine. I'm going with the real thing. Are you disabled?
That narrative
any solution for me?
No, that narrative doesn't work. And real quick, that narrative doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore.
Are you disabled?
What is your solution doesn't work anymore. We know that war does not work. Your solution does not work, bro. So you're in no position to ask us what the solution is and try to corner us, because your so-called solution has not worked, as we've been screaming from day one. It doesn't work, so you can't turn around and be like, so what's your solution? Yours hasn't worked, bro. You're not in a position.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't, never did. It's shit. It's bullshit.
So what's your solution for me? Okay,
no.
This way
We know what
my
war is.
Just let me my solution to you. My solution to you is: are you disabled or you are not disabled?
I'm not.
Okay, so go to your country, go back there, take the gun, and stand against the government. Can you do that?
No, he wants American kids to go and do it for him. He wants my
go do that fucking shit.
From my country, because 3 years ago, I just protested in my country. I was in prison for 1 month. then
Yeah,
they
so-
didn't allow me
so-
to study. They didn't allow me to work in my own country.
Do you want like 24-year-old to go and fight for your country and get killed over there? Is that what you want?
I don't
My
want
kids
that.
are Americans.
So you want every people in Iran be the same as you?
Why are you telling something
No, I'm
funny?
giving you one. I want to give
No,
an
this is-
answer for
You tell me
Right
that
now.
why didn't you fight with your people? I told you that I fought with them. Yeah,
You're
I
outside
did it
Iran.
before.
But
Did
you're outside
you take the gun and then you went against them?
No, but the thing is,
I don't
since
want
you
to kill
established
anybody. Why should I take a gun and to kill
because
somebody?
So how come you support Trump?
Peacefully. I just protested peacefully.
How come you supported Trump to make the war?
I was not just supporting the Trump to make the war. Before that, we just asked the help from all countries.
He spoke, he gave us a sob story about his friend being killed, right?
Muhammad,
Not one fucking time did he mention the 165-year-old and the 165 young girls who got bombed. Not one time. Okay? And he's telling me about his friend who got
yeah,
killed.
just a moment, Muhammad. I'm gonna ask him. Do you condemn the bombing a school in the
Why
Mina?
don't you answer me? Okay, I accept. Okay, I fully accept.
No, do you condemn them or you don't condemn them?
Say it. I accept your lies, your word.
More than your
Word is not acceptable. Okay. I just respect your opinion. So, what's your opinion for me?
For you,
This is a white man's saloon that sells white man's liquor.
if don't
No, I'm
accept
telling you
this
to call yourself out of here,
go back to your country. Instead of hiring two other countries,
You
go take care about yourself.
nigga?
Okay, so you can say it to Palestinians. Why are you
A white man's talking.
like free Palestine?
Who?
You need stepping on,
Just
Bree.
Palestinians
Say
and
that.
go to your country and
You hear that, George?
easily killed by Israel.
I'm gonna beat you, boy.
Who said that? Okay, now change your time. Go ahead.
It should be up to the collective will of the Iranian people, characters like you who advocate for the protection of their country, the killing of their leadership, and aligning with an evil power like Israel to come and feel that Israel or Trump has your best interests at heart. And again, I advocate be held accountable for treason of their country, for committing treason against their people in their country. Yes, I understand that you have a regime in Iran that might be very repressive. It's the future of a country it's the future of a country at stake. Characters like you should not have a say in the future of a great place like Iran, because your thought is a very narrow way of putting things together. Because I understand you might have suffered at the hands of the regime because you said something or you protested, but to call for the destruction of your country and the killing of your leaders, of the leaders of Iran, is just an atrocious fucking thing to do. Okay? Period. And Mazi, get a committee from your peers in Iran, put this guy on trial. And get a lawyer. Reza, in the future, get yourself a lawyer. A good lawyer.
Are you done? So, how can I be so upset about killing my own leadership that insulted my people that protested against him, and he ordered to kill 40,000 people on the street? Why shouldn't I be so upset?
You can be upset all you want to be. I understand. But you cannot align yourself with a destructive, with an enemy with an evil power like Israel and America to come and destroy your country, thinking that they are doing this for the benefit of the Iranian people.
Mm-hmm.
You think Trump is sitting down thinking about you and your family and the future of the Iranian people? Or Israel is? You think so? If you are this naive, thinking this way, then I have no sympathy for you. I'm sorry.
Okay, your problem is why Israel and America helps Iranian people. I think it was not important for us, whoever could it be. For example,
his problem is you don't understand that they are not helping you.
If Qatar, if Turkey,
you don't have that mentality to understand they are not helping you.
They are destroying your country. They are destroying your country. That's what they're going to destroy your country and loot your country. That's it. There's nothing else.
Shut down the internet.
And what internet? You know they have the intranet inside the Iran?
About the Iran, I lived just in Iran since 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was 2 months ago.
Years ago.
I was 2 months ago.
In Iran, there is an intranet in Iran.
There is.
The same as internet. For example, when you are chatting with your family and you are talking for example, about politics, they read your messages and
who said that?
I was in Iran.
Okay, so what they did to you?
Who did that?
Do you believe that Israel has a democracy?
I don't care.
Okay, I just want to let you know.
Because the only thing I care
hold on a second. Hold on. A lot of countries have the laws in place. If the country is under attack in any shape or form, or if there's any type of infiltration that's going on from outside party, they can apply the law where they can actually ban internet. Through internet, that's how they were able to kill the leader of Iran. There's a report on this. Through the internet, they can control drones. All right? And Iran has a lot of drones.
Was blocked before the war.
Was there infiltration going on?
Yeah, after the protest.
Was there infiltration? I'm asking you, did they? Oh, bro. Hey.
Internet was blocked.
Hey.
Yeah, was blocked.
Was there infiltration going on?
No, I think.
Yes. Trump came out and said he gave weapons to Kurds before the protests.
You know, before the war and after the protest.
I just told you. Do you want the article? I don't mind giving it to you. This is an idiot. This guy. Such an intellectually dishonest piece of shit, man. Oh my God. This is the problem with you. You're suffering from cognitive dissonance. Do you understand what that means? You're just like a Zionist scumbag that denies everything. If I told you all the time the sources, how many times has America infiltrated in your internal affairs? Many, many times. Not just America. I'm talking about the West. British, America. And including Mossad. Are you going to deny the fact what happened with Dr. Mosaddeq? Are you going to deny the fact who trained Salak? Are you going to deny the fact who flew in the leader of Iran in 79? Hold on. Are you going to deny all of these facts? Are you going to deny all of these facts?
From America.
Oh my God. From America. You went to Sweden. You protested. You can't even go up the balls to go back to Iran.
Yeah, just a moment. Do you think in UAE, why they blocked the WhatsApp?
GCC countries have the WhatsApp blocked.
Why they blocked the WhatsApp? Is it internet blockage? Yeah, and Clubhouse and everything.
Everything in UAE is blocked.
No, and then all the chats, all the calling and everything is blocked over there.
In UAE, everything is blocked. Yeah.
You don't understand. I told about WhatsApp and Mazi told about Clubhouse, not everything.
Okay, WhatsApp and Clubhouse.
Okay.
But Telegram is blocked in Iran since.
Telegram was blocked at one point.
I accepted.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know some of the countries had Telegram blocked? Like there was France, Australia.
Yes.
There's other. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I know. But
why was it blocked? Why was it blocked?
Why it's not blocked? It's not.
Even FaceTime for us iPhone users doesn't apply to you.
There was no war. Why did they put a block on Telegram?
Yeah, why?
And FaceTime.
Everything.
You're such an idiot, bro. You don't have any fucking talking point. You're just talking on the asking for you want to say only that. You just talk for the sake of talking. Retard.
Shut down the internet.
Also, the internet
that. I just gave you give me a better argument than that. I just told you, if there's infiltration going on inside any country, and I put examples out there.
I asked one question.
They're all motivated by revenge. That's all. He doesn't give a fuck. Well, it's not a fucking revenge. It's just a retardness. This guy is a fucking retard motherfucker.
You know, you cannot make up the people who want to escape.
It has nothing to do with it. I'll tell you this, Muhammad. I'll guarantee you this. If this regime, right? If this regime behaves normally, like in the GCC countries, I lived over there. The people over there are happy. They're getting incentives, benefits, no sanction. People can move freely. If this was to happen, the same fucking regime that these motherfuckers are, telling we need to go, we're talking about revenge. It has nothing to do with the revenge. These motherfuckers would be the same one. They'll be like, yeah, we're happy now. We're happy now.
You know what they did in Bahrain? They execute the people, the protesters.
See, back when Israel and America to come and save you is betting on a fucking
I think it's more than 40 or 50 years that you are with the Palestine's flag and you want to make the
Palestinian flag. Why are you waving Israeli flag? Why the fuck are you waving Israeli flag?
It's time to shut your mouth. And
you shut your fucking mouth, you disgusting filthy dog. Stop acting like a fucking mother, didn't they?
And
fucking Cooney.
To make our country free.
Make us your country. You're gonna sit in fucking the West and
make
fucking mother, didn't they?
So you have to
shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking haramzadeh.
If you can.
You're nothing but a fucking haramzadeh, bitch.
If you can make the Palestine free. But we will make Iran free in the future. So you can stick the Palestinian flag in your ass.
See, the Palestinian flag, we should shove it up your asshole. I think we need to shove Palestinian flag up your asshole so you become pro-Pali, bitch.
Fuck Palestine, fuck jihadis, fuck violence. Yeah. You will never make Palestine free
the people who think like you
are
never
violent
get
people. Because you are violent people.
Reza, you proved the point I made initially. Reza, this is what you just said. Reza, what you just said shows exactly why the world does not stand with Iran. What you said just shows why people don't stand. It's because you're being racist.
We don't want their
exactly
support.
what I told you. You're saying right now. You are one of them.
We don't need their support. The only thing we want
then don't
is
cry when you say why is the world not standing with us.
You can make Palestine.
He's a bitch. I mean, what do you expect from a bitch?
You know why? You know why? Because you can.
You know why?
Reza,
I know.
If you
Reza, I'll tell you what you convinced me of. Reza, you convinced me of one thing.
50 years, and you are telling me that I'm wrong?
Reza,
you're definitely wrong. You're not just wrong, you're a mother gender as well.
No, Amir, hold on.
I don't really give two fucks, bro.
Let me tell you what you have taught me today. What you have taught me is that the same ignorance in 1979 that pulled us in power is alive well within your camp, within the monarchist camp. You guys are so fucking delusional. The lines that you're saying, the propaganda you're spewing, is as bad as Khomeini saying make all your shit free if you bring in power. Shah stealing your stuff. You gotta be naive and very gullible. That is what you've taught me. And I'm sorry to say that Iran will get fucked if people like you actually were the majority. And I'm talking about the monarchists. I'm not talking about the opposition. But people who think like you, that spew all of the Iran international propaganda day and night, come on the clubhouse with zero friends and talk like this, you guys are the problem. I'm so sorry. I don't want to see my country get ruined.
Yeah.
I don't want to see my country get ruined by assholes who are okay to see the country get torn apart because you have such a vengeance inside of you.
Because your Islamic Republic just funded jihadis.
I'm not an Islamic Republic supporter, Reza. That's why you need to get it. You need to get the balls out of your ear and you need
Reza, you have taught me nothing new. Nothing new. Everything you've said today, it's like a robot talking. I've heard all these points.
You can talk from the day to the night to your jihadist people, your jihadist women,
Hold on. One last thing.
This Arab.
Reza, they say religion is, Reza, listen to
40
me.
years and 50 years to make Palestine free, but they just
Reza,
do the shit.
Reza, listen to me. They say religion is the opium. Amir, hold on 1 second. Reza, listen to this. Remember this, even though I know you hate me. Just listen to this, okay? Just listen 1 second.
I don't hate
They say religion. Okay, but listen, you hate my position, so just listen to me. They say religion. What I believe is propaganda's opium of the masses. Because what propaganda does, the religion cannot. Religion only convinces those who can believe in religion. You can't convince the atheists. You can't convince the agnostic. Propaganda affects those people who are religious and non-religious. And so sorry that after 50-something days since this has started, that you guys actually still believe that there's a chance that what America and Israel are doing will even set the stage for a referendum vote to happen. But I want you to think of one thing. Let's say even if it gets there, you still have approximately 10 to 15 million Iranians in Iran that I don't support, but those people support the Islamic Republic regime that you're still going to have to deal with. What are you going to do? Are you going to murder all of them? Are you going to murder all of them as well? Those are people that you have to live side by side with. Reza, they can't all be exterminated. You can't do a second Holocaust and kill all those people. You have to get off the extremist bandwagon, Reza. Reza, okay, if you don't kill them, if you don't get rid of them, how are you going to live side by side 18 million people who do not accept Reza Pahlavi? How are you going to do that?
So how is it possible in other countries? Some of them are left, some of them are right. Is not possible? For example, some people in the
I just want to know why he's so racist.
It doesn't support
Reza, what
against
I'm trying to
Arabs.
explain to you. Hold on, Mazi. Reza, what I'm trying to explain to you is that these people don't want to see the Islamic Republic go. The same people that you call, that have killed unarmed civilians.
If they don't want the Islamic Republic to go. So if something happens, so they will use their guns against us. They will kill us.
Yes, I think so. So I think there can be insurgency
who are the
within
evils? They are the evil, or we are the evil. If they use their guns against us and kill us just because they don't want the Islamic Republic to go.
Yes. But evil or not doesn't matter. It's practicality. She, which is the Islamic Republic, does not want to go away. We cannot wish it away. And just to hope that America and Israel are going to hand the keys to a democratic Iran and say, have a referendum vote. Vote whoever you want. Well, what if the popular vote is someone that Israel and the U.S. do not want? Then what happens? Have you thought that far ahead? They're going to say, we just want democracy. What if somebody says, we have better values, but no, we're going to do things that U.S.
Listen to me. There is a problem. You
personally
accept that there is a big problem. There is a big problem, yeah? You agree?
What is it? Oh, huge
the
problem.
Of course. Islamic Republic in Iran.
No. It is, but it's also, Reza, you understand. Reza,
do you agree?
I agree, but I don't agree that it's the only problem. It's not the only problem. Here we go with what's your solution. Reza, I'm telling you, war is not the solution. It can never be the solution.
Okay,
you understand?
What's your solution?
I heard in most places in Arizona.
So I was stationed in Twilight Palms for 8 years, and then when I renewed my contract, I went as a recruiter for 2 years, and so my first post was Bridgeport, Connecticut. Second post was
Elk Grove, Illinois, and when I transitioned, after I transitioned out of that, I got transitioned into North Carolina, and then where else? Cherry Point as well.
I don't know. I mean, my cousin, I have a cousin that was a Marine. My dad, he's a veteran, but he was Army, and he doesn't hate Marines or anything like that. He just, I don't know what it is, just kind of like they make fun of it. There was like an old dude like 30 years ago. We were in like Eddie Bauer, and my dad said something like, it's kind of like the ones in the Army. He's like, oh, this old dude came up and he's like, yeah, we didn't have those in the Marines. We didn't get lost. Like, talking shit to my dad.
It's just internal bickering. I mean, stateside, we'll poke each other up. We'll make fun of each other. But in reality, when you get in country or you're entwined with each other, you have respect for each other. You do in country, but if you're on garrison shit, we're gonna make fun of them, like Navy jokes, Army jokes. Like I used to tell my brother, he's in the Army as well, and I used to joke with him. I was like, what's the instructional manual for 11 Bravo, which is infantry units, right? What do you mean? What's the first page? For rules of engagement, call the Marine Corps. Stupid shit like that. You know what I mean? So, but other than that, dude, freaking. I've been putting up windows today, and I just got done with putting in extra windows.
Alright, we get it.
Star Wars, fuck you, bro.
I could hear that part. You're actually barely had good pitch, so that's good.
Bro, speaking of Star Wars, have you seen that fucking AI fucking Star Wars
Mandalorian movie
fucking
with
sing off or whatever they
Grogu. It's supposed to be coming out this year.
I tell you what, it's been pretty fucking dead on Clubhouse, dude. Freaking. It's either you go to chillism and watch people just like crash out amongst each other, or you go elsewhere and you're just like, fuck.
You kind of have like the reverse of what you had. So you have like all of these left-leaning rooms, but they're largely still like black. Like a lot of them are mostly black on here, and they just like bitch about Trump, which is fine.
I'll bitch about Trump all the time.
But it's just like super.
That's the only thing that's free ripping off Epic.
Oh, Pepe, you should try out the new thing that we're doing with BB and Rafi, and you should say that the Jews orchestrate all global events and run the world.
It's amazing. But I was gonna say,
ask him if they do.
Okay, fine. But I was
Rafi said he's gonna.
Okay, let me say something. Rafi wanted to. He had an order of food, and I was saying, like Rafi, it's quite a bit different here. Like we don't have people that you could pick out outwardly as being Jewish. To be frank, like a lot of the people here came from the Northeast, and Italians and Jews at times you can't perfectly pick them apart. And they both have the same accents, and from New York, and
big noses.
Yes, big, of course, and curly hair and all of that stuff. But you do get like
money. Good with money.
The Jews
are better with money. The Jews are better with money. There's a reason they had like Bugsy Siegel and the Jews basically
run Vegas.
Run the casinos in Cuba, in Las Vegas, as opposed to Italians running it. They're just not built that way. They're not smart enough. But with that being said, no, like you see people like you do see for certain parts of Scottsdale, you do see people wearing, I can't pick the different Orthodox people apart from each other, so I don't know what they are. I'll just call them Orthodox men. But you do have like these large Jewish centers where you see like little kids in their kippas bicycling to the centers, and nobody fucks with them here. Which is good.
Hey, I gotta.
You're just as likely to get shot by a Jew here as you are by anybody else.
You have to understand, nobody fucks with Jews here too. If there's a group of them meeting somewhere and they're all protesting, yeah, you want to avoid it. But if one fucking pussy's walking by himself, he's not going to do shit because he's a pussy. When they're by themselves, they're only big in numbers. Protests don't happen every single day. So they don't show up in numbers. Then they go back and hiding in their mother's basements.
There's a lot of lone wolf attacks out there. You see all those Brooklyn videos where people just randomly walk up to a Hasidic guy and slug him in the face? Anyways, I got a question for you.
This room's getting way too Jewy.
I got a question for you. It's about the Ummah and the Medina Proclamation or the Medina Constitution.
I really don't. I'm not a Muslim. I don't care.
I know I'm asking Rich. I'm not asking you because I know you don't know anything.
Yeah, what's up?
So, how would you defend, or how would you attack the Medina Constitution? Because it talks about Jews nonstop and about blood money, about how they have to join the war, provide material support for war, defend their part of the cities, all kinds of basically bullshit things.
I have an answer.
What?
Carpet bomb them.
Just carpet bomb?
The reality is, though, is like our very first foreign war in America was with
Muslims,
they called themselves at the time, but
the Berbers, the Berber pirates.
Yeah, well, no, it was the Berbers. I think it was called Barbaria at the time, but basically they were kidnapping people, making people slaves, stomping all of the commercial chips, and of course you had to pay a tax, to go anywhere where they were.
Yeah.
And it was really interesting. He said, like, we want to resolve this matter, and he said, like, Allah commands us to find you and seek you out and kill you, and
it's a very toxic mind virus because
it basically did like the battle hymn for the United States Marines. I guess Steffi would know a lot more about their battle hymns. I don't know it, but it talks about the shores of Tripoli, and it was our very first like foreign engagement, and it was literally jihadist, and they are a problem. But I do think that we can look at quotes from World War I, where it would be considered so Islamophobic today. General Jack Pershing said, some of the most Islamophobic stuff, which was very well deserved, in my opinion.
There's
God damn it, shut your goddamn mouth, you stupid fucking Michelin. Shut up. He used what I was about to tell him to say. I was going to tell him to say that to him. You Michelin? Tell Pepper you call him that. But no, he calls himself that, so that's fine. You do not have the great minds think alike.
Well, see, this is the thing about Islam.
Wow. Okay, shut up.
Hello?
All that was being said is that these people, I understand after October 7th, like a lot of Muslims have been trying to say, like, look, bro, we're just like you guys, bro. Yeah, dude, if it wasn't for these Jews, bro, we'd be fine. We love Christians, bro. Oh, just attack Israel, bro. And then it's just like, oh, wait, hold on, let's fast forward through history. Oh, yeah, never mind. You guys genocide and fucking conquer everybody that you fucking meet and fucking hate everybody that you meet. No, not buying it. But this is what they're doing. I mean, you can't, and I'm critical of Israel, and I think that's perfectly fine. But when it comes to like wanting to go the opposite direction and being like pro-Islam, which I think Tucker Carlson is, I don't know what this fucking deal is, but, and I'll watch him because he's entertaining, but I don't think being pro-Islam or even sympathizing with them, I mean, these are the same people that right after they slaughtered all of those people, civilians, by the way, in Israel, what is the first thing they do? They just go out in the streets and they're like, free Palestine, free. It's just like free Germany after like we gassed a bunch of fucking Jews and I don't know. It's fucking weird and it's very sloppy.
I heard do you need some context for AAA?
You need some better weed. Stop smoking the back.
Shut up, stupid. Stupid, shut up. You're not the only supermodel, stupid.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
What type of context would you like about AAA, sir?
Well, no. I mean, I know that's part of your battle hymn, and in other words, I was saying, I don't know how your battle hymn.
Okay, so the reason why did AAA enter the battle hymn is because of 500-600 death march, through northern Africa. It's the greatest accomplishment in the Marine Corps, and it shows courage, dedication, and ambition to adapt and overcome. That's one of the key points why it entered the battle hymn. Sorry. So there's a little context for you.
But I do think it's funny, Jesus. All right, you're gonna get those people like when you have mandatory conscription or a draft army, you're going to get that's just unavoidable. You're going to get assholes. It's what happens. In any given army or military, you're going to have like a small percentage of the people that are going to end up raping, murdering, whatever. It's unavoidable, and so you can't like paint the whole group for doing that. But I did think it was funny. Like, now, yes, it's true. Muslims, if you insult Jesus or Mary, they do get offended by it because they look at Joseph as Jesus as being a prophet, not God. That's where pretty big fundamental difference between us. But they do look at Mary as being a virgin mother and all of that. You can't blaspheme her. But that nonetheless does not mean that Muslims don't want to take your fucking head off any less. So it's like they're militantly standing up for Christians. You think believe Jesus is the same person. Christians believe
hopefully when Rich gets on the phone, he probably shed some light on this, but in Christianity, we say we're the children of God, well, I was told, and once again, I was told that in Allah looks at children, the believers of Islam as slaves to God, and I might be fairly badly, paraphrasing, but I would say at least over a handful of Muslims that have left their religion and transitioned to Christianity make the statement because the word that they say means slave to God, slave to God instead of the children of God. Rich, are you off the phone, my guy?
I am now.
Thank you. Can you help me out with something?
I can in just a minute. I'm gonna drive through a gas station. I'm about to order a water.
Can you give me like 30 seconds?
Yeah. As long as this car doesn't pull up bad.
Okay, real quick. I was always told by a handful of Muslims that we're called the children of God in Christianity, and I believe in Judaism. In Islam, they're called the slaves of God.
Yeah, that's what Muslim means, is to be a slave or servant of Allah.
Okay, so thank you, Rich.
You're welcome.
But Christianity is different, though. The thing is, though, is Christianity, even if you're a person that's not a Christian, like, we're all children of God. So, like, Jews,
exactly.
And Muslims, like, we're not. And this is where
This has to deal with Mohammedan law.
But I think this is where like a lot of people get confused when it comes to like the Pope. First of all, the Pope, the last war that they've I guess you could say even somewhat supported was World War II. All of the other wars since then, they were just kind of they were just like, oh no, don't do that. We need peace. We need dialogue. Whatever hippie Catholic bullshit that they like to say. That's what they do. Like that's what you can rely upon the Vatican to do. And I get it. It may not. There's a lot of things where I disagree with the Vatican, like where they think we're all children of God, therefore we should let them flood into our fucking.
Pepe, Nazis.
That's my fucking dick. And our last pope that perished, he said that it's a grave sin to be xenophobic and not to want foreigners in your land. And I'm just like, well, fuck you. I'm a grave sinner. Suck my dick.
Pepe,
that's how I felt.
Pepe, the Nazis didn't march around with crucifixes. They marched around with swastikas. And if you look at the philosophy of the swastika, it's obvious that it's too much. They self-destructed and destroyed themselves. The West came in and obliterated them and dissolved the entire country. I mean, there was nothing left, and it split down the middle.
The crucifixes. They believe that Jesus was not a Jew; he's actually an Aryan.
Yeah, they absolutely destroyed the religion. The thing is, though, is that the elites in Germany, which, by the way, were actively trying to have them kill, Hitler is killed, were largely Catholic. They were the first people to really be gotten rid of in this power struggle. Jews are very, like, it's kind of weird. So you can look at, like, Anna Kasparian, you can look at Nick Fuentes, people with very different foundational beliefs, ideologically and politically. And there is, Jews are, well, I'll say this. Ashkenazi Jews are rather intelligent and successful and industrious, and if you can, they are like an easy group to scapegoat, to blame everything on from both the left and the right wing standpoint. The left will look at them like, yeah, this goddamn Jew who, these Jew elites and what they're doing to us, like, fuck them and, yada, yada, yada. And you get the same thing from, like, a right-wing perspective where they are going, and to be fair, the Jewish right-wingers are kind of the same way, where it's like they do want to make sure that it's leadership is in-house. They're not really that fond of supporting different groups. But you're gonna get the right wingers, you're just gonna be like, yeah, no, fuck these Jews. They shouldn't be running or dictating anything. And yeah, a lot of them are rich and they're.
No, well, that's what the Muslims say.
It's bleeding into populism. It starts bleeding into populism, and that's where you get your everyday Joe Schmo, who's, of average intellect or below. And these lefties and righties, just like hate Jews and Zionism, and they look at the Jews as the ultimate oppressors, and that's that. I mean, there is like, I would say like 95% of the anti-Semitism that you see is like super low IQ. It's
all watermelon logic. It's all circular logic. Because if you go to Patty's room right now, basically every group, it's all just like circular group ad hominem projection. They're in Patty's room right now. They're still talking about Charlottesville and that video of the fucking people walking around with tiki torches. They live in the past, and it's all just like cyclical. That's why I say, like, try to keep track of the topics here on Clubhouse, because it's basically like an amnesia creator. But if you realize that the same topics just cyclically keep reoccurring, and it's the same people saying the same stupid fucking shit, well, then you would come to the conclusion that the crash out spaces are obviously the most fun part about Clubhouse, because that's when people break down and their true persona comes out, which is the fact that they are angry, maybe violent, really low IQ, prejudiced, bigoted, hateful, spiteful, depressed, maybe unhappy, etc. So I'm just saying, if you're a gentleman and you like polite society and you like art, and you like sophistication and architecture and beauty, and you don't like the ghetto culture that you can see on 99% of the rooms here on this app, well, then is it just a cultural war? Is that the real conflict in reality? Is it just a culture war? But
Excuse me, Mr. John. I was just going to agree with you, boss. What happened to the good old-fashioned swagger? You know what I mean? Good old-fashioned humble. And I agree with you when you say be on topic. I really do agree with that. But the transition to new topics, I truly don't think a lot of individuals don't like that. For instance, yesterday, me and Mr. Raffy, all right, we had a whole different type of topic in the war room, all right, boss? And it did all right, but it was completely polarized from what the last, I would say, 8 weeks have been highlighted on, and it was all right, but it wasn't in the direction they wanted. The truth be told, in my personal opinion, boss man, is people want to crash out because it's beneficial to them, because in reality is, Mr. John, they would never be like this in public or say what they say in public than what they do on Clubhouse, because reality is a lot of these individuals might be looking at some concrete in a different way.
But Steph, you have to take into consideration also that this app itself doesn't allow for, this app is different than real life in the sense that if you're engaging with somebody and you ask them a question, they'll usually turn around or they'll look you right in the face and they'll respond. And I'm like, I promise I'm not trolling you. He's like, well, I think you're gonna troll. And I'm like, no, I'm seriously gonna answer. And then as soon as I start to talk and shit, this fucking bitch, Frenchie or whatever, fucking starts screaming over me because she has a green bean. And I'm like, yo, Andrew, I'm like, can you just allow me to answer and stuff and tell you what the justification for your question, why God's justified in this fucking situation? And then next thing you know, 17 people come off the mic and start screaming. And next thing you know, you get kicked out of the fucking room. And I told Andrew in the fucking chat, I said, this is the fucking reason that I fucking troll you guys. Because when I come up and actually try to engage in a fucking faithful, intellectual, honest fucking, conversation, you guys just fucking crash out and start screaming over people. And that shit wouldn't happen in real life either. If you and I were sitting there and I asked you a question, you'd probably just respond back. But I think no, Rich, go sit on the fucking ground, sit on the fucking curb and shut your fucking mouth, fucking fucker. You wouldn't, you're a fucking faggot. You wouldn't do that, because it would, like you said.
Yeah, but you are a troll that is very disruptive. To be fair, so you earned that.
Oh yeah, I agree. But
and so
here's my biggest contention, Pepe, and I'll land on this, I promise, and I'll shut the fuck up. Whenever I sit there and I say, hey, do you mind if I interject, or do you mind if I ask this person a question while they're having a conversation? And the person will say yes, and then I sit there and wait patiently. It's really fucking hard for me. And then as soon as that person finishes their last word, 17 people come off mic, and then you don't get to ask the fucking question. You're like, wait a minute, I thought I was allowed to fucking ask the question. So then I just say, you know what, fuck it off. I'm just gonna burn this motherfucker down.
Well, I would say this. I do think it's disingenuous when people say you would not say this in real life. Which, by the way, I did in my teens. I called a few people the N-word. The black community were saying you wouldn't say that. I did. But I don't go out of my way to fuck with people. When it comes to having conversations, for example, like what we're having regarding whether it's black and white relations in the United States, whether it's Israel, I'm not going to. First of all, it's like you can't have that at the workplace. I mean, it's just that's no. You're being paid to just be a good little work.
Yeah, but they do have low DEI shit in the workplace. I mean, I worked at the IRS. They had LGBTQ training, trans training in the fucking workplace.
We get that, but when it comes to, especially if you're right wing, you just shut your fucking mouth. You just do what you gotta do. But when it comes to anything, it's just like first of all, where would you have these conversations in real life? And that's where people say you wouldn't say this in person. Okay, I don't go around disrespecting people that are different from me. First of all, I can't tell what people's political leanings are just from looking at them. Sometimes you can get a good idea. Even their religion, I can't tell. Of course, in Arizona, most of the Jewish people, they're not Orthodox. They don't wear kippahs on their head. I can't pick them apart from like a fucking Greek or an Italian or some shit like that. I don't know. They all have big noses and coarse hair. Or at least a lot of them did.
Did you ever measure just how big the nose is? I mean, what a cheap shot. I've seen your face. I mean, I don't.
Yes, I have a big nose. I have a big nose in my DTR.
We can hear it.
Okay, my hair is blow dried and it looks somewhat straight, but I actually have, I wouldn't call it like a Jerry curl. It's kind of like Einstein hair. It's just like wiry and just fucked up and, fucked up hair. It's just, I was born with those genes. It is what it is.
How do you vote, Pepe? Do you vote Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian, or you don't vote? Or you don't give a fuck?
I voted Republican my whole life.
Okay, so, I mean, in terms of, like, a party and content and politics and all this shit, like, in Chicago, there is no Republican Party. It just doesn't exist. And there are no Republicans. There's literally,
just
like
how it doesn't exist in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, we can name the cities. I get it.
Well, what I'm saying is...
So how is that part of the conversation? I'm trying to...
Yeah, it's not part of the conversation because... we get it.
Oh, did you?
But hold on. My point I was trying to make is that I'm not going to go up to like a nice black couple while they're eating at a restaurant or while they're at a church that's predominantly black and be like, hey guys, you guys want to have a debate about white and black relations in the United States and this BLM bullshit?
Well, it would be a show. You have to have a show. The only way to make any of these conversations acceptable is to format it.
If I was to go up, let's just say there was like a random Jew with a kippah, which obviously he would think I was picking on him because he had a kippah. He'd be like, why? I'm just shopping, bro. Like, why are you fucking questioning me? Like, just leave me
oh yeah, the
alone.
majority of people think that we're fucking crazy if they were to see us on here.
Yeah.
This is a weird thing.
You were talking about
we have our debates online, and this is like, okay, we're having debates online for a reason. This is where people come to have the debates. Okay, look at what black people say on this fucking app and have been saying for years. I've never had a black person come up to me and start bitching about why I owe them reparations, about how we're fucking cave creatures that smell like wet dogs that are, just like whatever the fucking shit that they say. Like, I've never had that happen.
I would like to commend John Kitover because I think it was about 2 years ago. John heard me crashing out saying the N-word, and then he like texted me and he's like, or called me and he's like, bro, what the fuck happened? Why do you gotta use that kind of language? And then like every time I come on here anymore, it's John on the app, just screaming at black people, calling a bunch of porch monkeys and shit.
You're such a fucker. You're so funny. You're so funny. You are a true psychopath, Rich. You are the true, pure psycho.
Okay, the thing that is consistent with Kitover is that I've never heard him use a black racial slur towards black people. I'm just being dead serious.
I've used it once, and it was only because the guy begged me to use it.
It's rather consistent.
It turns out the guy that I said the N-word to once many years ago, I heard him on the app the other day, and he does the same thing to everybody. He says, call me the N-word, call me the N-word, and then he just gets off on it.
Since he pictures or something, all I was going to mention is you were talking about, people, especially black guys, they'll be like, black guys like they'll be like, you gotta say that to my face, nigga. If you stand in my face, you wouldn't say that shit. You wouldn't say the N-word to me. But, what I was going to say is, like, you grew up in boxing, Pepe. I grew up in martial arts, and I grew up working in nightclubs and all that shit. The reality is 90% of people have never been in a real fucking fist fight. They've been in a little scuffle on the fucking playground. They get slapped and they slap somebody.
No, I
but
get
they've never
it.
been, like, in there just...
No, I get it. Even those brothers that have been in like, a quote-unquote fist fight.
Yeah, they fight like bitches.
It's funny that they think that means they have any idea how to fight. Because, like, it's, like, one of the things that was common in a boxing gym.
I fought 2 midgets one time.
Okay, shut up.
I did.
When it comes to, like, in a boxing gym, you would get, like, 2, guy, maybe they could be in their late teens, early 20s. They just started boxing, but they seem somewhat motivated. And then, like, what is kind of a pain in the ass depending on which gym you're in. They're like, okay, you gotta, spar them. Are you up for it? It's just like, all right, fine, sure. And it's like, they're not going to be able to get the best of you, but they can be a real pain in the fucking ass. And you do get, I would say, out of the quote-unquote tough guys, maybe 30% somewhere around there, are actually going to try to hurt you in a ring. Most of them are scared. And these are the people that are kind of gung-ho about it.
But you know what's crazy?
But hold on, let me finish.
I thought you were done. There was a long pause.
No. And so, the reason they'd have somebody like me is it's just like, okay, well, try, it's basically so that they're not going to really be able to hit you. Most of them will blow their wad, within the first 3-minute round. They'll be tired, they'll be exhausted. And then you can just hit them with counter shots, just like the jab, that kind of shit. And then, just like a jab, mind you, that is where I would say, close to 90% of them, of that small 30 to 40% that are actually willing to fight, they're just kind of like, oh, shit. You get actually hit back, and that completely disrupts, like, everything you thought was going to happen in the ring. And, most boxing gyms, so if they have a competitive amateur,
All the other flavors.
If they have boxers that are basically competitive in different tournaments and all that stuff, even still they'll often have, they would have them box somebody like me, or whatever person has more experience.
Nice to see you all.
And
People don't have phones around.
I was following you around tonight, but you didn't seem to find anywhere to stay. I was following you for like 20 minutes. You're very welcome. No, I was.
They were going to have one of their amateur competitions.
Eleanor has been blocked. Where's Zach?
The coaches
I'll pay some people in.
It's like, okay, so they still come back the next day.
So, what is everybody looking forward to? Do you have something to look forward to? My state flower changed this month, and it grew in my front yard. Got pretty excited. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm supposed to think of like gratitude for something, and some days are kind of weak. So, I'm going with state flower. What do you think? It's a magnolia. Oh, it's a beautiful flower. Yeah, it's A, beautiful, and B, it smells like scorpions, which is
No, some damage from me. Hi, over here. Hi, Jay. J-Lo.
Oh, hey,
What
Jay.
about anyone else? Sandra, Nathan. Welcome to Clubhouse, Nathan.
Hi, I'm eating right now, but yeah,
Are you new, Nathan?
no, me? Or Nathan? Oh, Nathan, yeah, I think he's new, yeah.
Everybody has a fantasy of being a tough guy.
Welcome.
Totally
Hi, Jay.
fight somebody tougher than them.
Ibrahim's here.
See, this is what people don't know this about Islam, but you got to read the charter of Islam from Medina when Muhammad issued it, and he declares himself Don Corleone. It's mafia style tactics where, let's say, somebody dies, somebody murders somebody. The Ummah will come to you if you're a Jewish family and say, "Hey, here's your money, but you ain't getting no fucking trial," and shut the fuck up about it. It's just gangsterism and 600-year-old or 600 AD mafia tactics. It's just gangbangers in the Middle East, and they spread rapidly because of this charter. But the Jews were like, "This is fucking crazy. This is bullshit," and they were like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." And this is literally Saudi Arabia. They're like, "Let's get the fuck out of here and go to fucking Europe where they got plumbing." No, these are just Jews in Saudi Arabia in the year 660, somewhere around there.
Of course. We can look at North Africa. And we can look at, dude, don't bring me down. We can look at North Africa, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, all of these places in the Middle East that are majority Muslim now. We all know that. But these are all Christian countries. And yes, they absolutely are. They're fucking a bunch of Islam. Okay, like, I get it. In comparison to Jews, we both proselytize. And I get it, is that we have other groups that will proselytize towards us, and I think they're fucking annoying. But the one fundamental difference is that you have, this hippie-like figure named Jesus, okay, who's a lover, who wants to spread the good word. Not to say that Christians weren't jihadists like the Spaniards, they obviously were. But then you have Muhammad, he was just like proselytizing. I would say it's probably likely the Spaniards became jihadists because they were ruled over by jihadists for what is it, 700 plus years?
That's a stretch, but my analysis or discussion is primarily based around Mohammedan law, which is all or nothing, which says if there's conflict, you can take your conflict to Allah and to Muhammad. So for the first time in history, or not in history, but basically the godfather of the Muslim creation scam said, any conflict, you're going to have to bring it to me, not to anybody else. There will be no other adjudicators. So it's a fascist organization. It's not constant. It's not. There is.
You don't think Judah? Well, hold on. So I'm not a very religious person, but I can look at Christianity and Judaism, especially going back, and
it doesn't read.
You have fascists in every group.
I get it, but when you read the Ten Commandments and you compare that charter to the Charter of Medina, it's like light and day, meaning that the Ten Commandments is like those tablets of society. What are they called? Like the first Hammurabi's tablets. So it's like an innovation in jurisprudence and law. But Islam, this is why I'm bringing it out in the crash out space. Islam crashes out in terms of law. Mohammedan law enslaves women. Mohammedan law guarantees that you have concubines, that you have slave women, that you're it's a fucked up, sick mafia organization. And I, for one, am so glad that Donald Trump decided to attack one of the biggest cultural and religious mafia gangs on the planet. Thank God for Donald Trump.
You see, most of us, Americans, at least on the right, the overwhelming majority of us, would love to see the IRGC decimated. All of these fucking mullahs and whatever, fuck whatever Islamic beliefs they have. I really do not care when it comes to this calculus. However, it's okay, we attack them. The problem is that are we going to be able to actually change the direction of the country? You now have people that are in power that don't really see much better than the old guard, and I don't know if they're going to be any less likely to commit terrorism. I mean, really, and my biggest problem with this was that, okay, so my intuition, I can't say this is a fact, my intuition was that you're either going to have to wage a full-scale war with a lot of boots on the ground. Otherwise, you're not going to quote unquote topple the regime. And we will attack them. They'll attack a lot of shit in return in the Middle East, and of course take the Strait of Hormuz, and then what? What did we actually gain? It's one of those things where you have to be willing to go all in, or you don't go in. And this is why I thought it was like a stupid move by Donald Trump.
Yeah, but they did go all in. They killed 100,000 IRGC soldiers, bro. They eliminated the Navy, eliminated the ground forces. So to think that it wasn't a success, I don't know. I know you probably haven't seen the clips, but there's a press briefing with Trump saying,
"Oh my God, such a piece of shit." Exactly. I mean, this fucking poser ass Chicagoan up here fucking lying, not knowing what the fuck he's actually talking about. Bro, foundationally in Arabia and stuff like that, they have like nomadic religions in each place.
Yeah.
Even in like the Middle East had their own like god and religion. There was only certain places, right, that follow foundational religions.
Yeah, sure. So my biggest criticism of which, if I make a criticism of Judaism's foundation, it's ultimately going to be a complete revocation of any. I don't know.
But are you aware of the context of
Go ahead. So, like, if I was to bash Judaism, I would have to. It would attack Christianity at its core, because it's obviously Old Testament, New Testament, and they call them Abrahamic religions for a reason. So even with but you have a bunch of you have Zoroastrians and the different Canaanite religions, and which a lot.
It doesn't fall apart, man.
A lot of the same shit.
I'm telling you, Muhammad is a scam artist. There's a big difference here in terms of legal intelligence.
But here's the thing. You can call him a scam artist. But even if we're to look at Jesus,
that's what I'm saying. It's not about the person. It's about their code. It's about their law.
Sure. But you use the word scam artist.
Yeah, Muhammad scammed everybody. He was good at it. Look, we got 1 billion people still scammed right now in 2026. and they don't even know they're scammed. That's how good the scam is.
Amazing. But you could use the same argument regarding Christians. How do we know that, like, Jesus?
You can't. It's totally different. And I'm only. Well, because I have a voice on. It's not just like Pepe's World. You know that, right, Night King?
It's the fucking lightweight too, bro. Like it's Pepe's World, bitch.
Yeah, I know it's Pepe's World.
Your fake white ass down and let the top left say his fucking words and get his boss out.
Listen, your PTR.
What I'm trying to say is that you could make the argument, and this is something that I've literally thought, since I was a child, really. What if you had a Tony Robbins type of individual that proclaimed himself to be Jesus Christ?
That's what Tony Robbins does. He's a hypnotist. It's a scam.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, go ahead, Pepe, because I want to respond.
Yeah, so like he has this big cult following, which if you were to, it depends on which Jews I've listened to. Some people say that Jesus did not exist. He's the story of multiple individuals that lived in that region at the time, and then you have people who do believe that he existed. Yet he was just like he had a heretical sect of Judaism that he was leading, and I mean, but we can look at the evolution of religions in this region. Judaism was not the first. A lot of things you hear in Christianity and Judaism didn't happen for the first time in either of these religions. So I don't know. Like I personally, I'm not a religious person, as you guys can probably tell.
Yeah, well, I know you know the Bible, right, Pepe? So let me just ask you something. Who, like, according to Jesus himself, who actually does his narrative challenge? Who was he here to correct? He was here to correct
his own tribe.
His other Jews, right? That sat in a specific hierarchy of Judaism that actually were, scam artists. They were fucking scamming.
Here's the thing, though. So you have to leverage the argument both ways. So if we look at the original adherents of Christianity and who all of the original Christians were, they were Jews. So it's just like, okay, is this a scam continuing on or not? And here's the thing, though, is like I understand those people that are religious. There's things you guys cannot prove. I get that. You can point towards, some revelations that Jesus had, and all of this shit. But I don't think you guys are not able to prove it. And this is where you guys have never really seen me participate much in religious debates. It's because you guys can make unfalsifiable claim after unfalsifiable claim. You can quote what you believe to be true. You can try to make presuppositionalist arguments where you try to walk somebody into a trap. But at the end of the day, it's just mental, masturbation. You don't actually prove anything. And Darth Dawkins, he was somebody that would make fun of.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Like he was somebody.
What about masturbation? I just walked into this.
Well, like I don't know how many of you guys know Darth Dawkins. I guess he was on here.
Yeah, and he was absolutely terrible at stuff. There were some points that he did make that hit home, and I think that, like, far as contextually, right, some of those things that the people challenge, even some of the stuff that you say, right, like, it takes a certain presence to actually clarify those things. So some of that stuff is just argumentations for argumentation's sake. And it's like, well, we weren't there during those times to actually live among those people.
No, and that's true. And that's
you know what I'm saying?
he's somebody who would go onto the Discord channel where I had rooms on there, several, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and I would go. He was this fucker was given his own rooms at one point, and I'd go in there,
Tom and all that,
reading myself like Darth Cuckins, and I would challenge him, and he basically had a dialogue tree where he had a very presuppositionalist arguments, but there was a dialogue tree where he'd be like, this, if I say X, Y, A, B, C, this equals D, correct? And then if you kind of weren't familiar with this game, you would say, okay, yeah, fine, sure. And then he'd be like, then, HLG is correct. And then he would say, like, and then he would just do whatever bullshit. But he never proved anything. He used this weird, rhetorical trickery that only low IQ retards would.
Yeah, Jedi mind tricks, like just word juggling and shit like that. Like I'm aware of what the fuck he used to do. And he's fucking making people dance, right? Almost like a puppet master. And it was some of that shit was like a master class in how to actually like turn the night on.
He hated me because I would break his stupid fucking. But he hated me because I'd break his stupid fucking arguments, and then he'd be like, "Bring the service."
Yeah, he didn't get into some bitch ass shit after that.
Like, I don't get it. Why won't you answer my question, big boy? Like, answer the question. And then, like, why? I would use a lot of personal insults against him. But he absolutely piece of shit. But at the end of the day, what I want to say is that, like, we can go back to the. First of all, let's look at every people throughout the globe. For whatever reason, people seem to be religious.
It's not just religious. It's Pepe. It's not religion. It's law. You got religion and law mixed up. All this shit deals with law. I'm telling you, it's not. It's not miracles and Holy Spirit. Yes. All these major religions have an underlying law and charter. Yes.
If we look at, no, it's not.
Yes.
If we look at any population throughout the globe, whether these were, recently contacted people from Papua New Guinea, the Amazon tribes that were largely uncontacted, we have, really good records on the
Well, I'm just saying the top 5 major religions.
Hold on. The Spanish contact of, the Native American people, and not just Spanish, but everywhere. All of these people had a fucking religion.
Nah, that's Germanic conflation. And I think, like, when you get
Germanic conflation?
Yeah. That's something I'll make it up. I'll tell you later. Basically, what you're doing is assuming that, hey, this culture is like this culture, right? And it gotta be a bridge or some kind of way that we're like each other. It's not these people deserve to die.
No. That was not my claim. My claim was my claim was that for whatever reason, you get people throughout the world that all adopted a religion. That is something that seems to be endemic, nearly entirely, or I would say the entirety of the populations of humans.
I don't think everybody adopted a religion.
Okay, which population?
They had a belief system, but not like it doesn't.
Okay, which population didn't have a religion?
Oh, there were multiple different populations. Some of it, and a lot of those isolated tribes that like the Centurions, right? Those Centurions and shit like that.
We don't know that they don't have it. We don't know that they don't have their own religion because I know a few of their neighbors can speak a dialect similar to theirs, but we don't know what religion they actually
I'll ask you one final question before I let you.
Rather uncontacted, and they kill anybody who approaches them. And of course, they're protected for their own sake because they don't have the immune systems, they're not immune to a lot of the common diseases and shit that we have, at least as far as we know. And we don't want to go to their island and fucking have them all die.
Okay, let's just go to Papua New Guinea and stuff like that. Because they're contacted, right? They're just a little bit more isolated than a lot of cultures around the world. Do we know what they practice? Other than eating betel nut and shit like that.
We don't, but that's the thing.
Exactly, but we got people that communicate with them. And
yes, because they're a tribal group of people that speak a mother tongue.
Well, you just think they're tribal jigaboos anyway. Look, my point is, there are certain things that actually are just a part of people's culture that doesn't have any kind of religious notations or anything like that. They're just the people believing in themselves, and they have a tribal hierarchy. That's not a religion.
Well, they may have shamanistic practices.
When it comes to, okay, but this is where I disagree. So we can look at America. We know, just because it was more documented in the United States of America, almost all Native Americans have religion, which of course we consider pagan and horrible and evil, and so you have to convert to Christianity. Of course, we can look at Mexico, where we have these very sadistic group of people, the Aztecs, that were basically not only sacrificing their own people, but sacrificing, the Mayans and whatever fucking Caltech, group that lives around it. And these are, I don't know, I just...
Yeah, I think those are just translation barriers because some of these cultures, right, and I get what you said, because there are some, Native American tribes and stuff like that actually had, a religious practice and stuff like that. But there are some that, would translate it and stuff like that when they discover actually what the context of what their language is, and they actually sat down with people who, studied their language, figured out what this word means and stuff like that. These are people just describing their way of how they interpret history. It isn't this is them worshiping some shit and shit like that. But there are some that did do the little worship and shit like that. So I'm not trying to flatten people. What I'm doing is separate them, right? And when you separate them and you look across the board, the people who actually had a religion out of those groups were a very small population of people. So I think that's who you're honing in on. You're not getting the whole picture. You're not getting the whole puzzle. You're just focusing on the piece that you're comfortable with. And that's all right, bro.
Oh my God, what is the point of this circular conversation?
It's not a circular conversation.
Yes, it is, because then Pepe's going to say the same shit, then you're going to say the same shit, and it's circular. That's what circular is.
Not the second one, John. Work with the eighth one. I was agreeing with you a little bit, too. But you're fucking too stupid to recognize that. You dumb bitch.
Hello? Well, listen, this is a crash out space. Feel free. Go ahead, Akshay.
Every time you say hello, I cringe.
You do? Hello?
This terrible thing is...
Where do you cringe? In the leg? In the leg that's healing? Or is it in your gut? Is it in your brain? Where do you feel the cringe?
I just cringe. It's
I know. Where do you feel the cringe? Because I actually want to be super cringy. My goal is to be ultimate cringe.
my nerves get shot.
Yeah.
Why you say hello?
It's a clubhouse thing. Hello?
It's a real ass thing.
Readers only talk about religion. I saw there's a New York Times article about this guy. He is somebody, I just discovered a few weeks ago. He pops up on my X feed, but I guess he primarily does this shit on TikTok, but he basically he'll answer questions. He's an Orthodox rabbi, by the way. But he what's weird is that people have hard questions. That, and they could be hard because of moral dilemma, whatever. But of course he's a very I guess you could say astute scholar of the Talmud and a lot of this other stuff. And he gives like super good answers to.
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You got any kind of what your calls you could post on? Because I would like to see. Just for further clarity.
His last name it's Rabbi.
What do you remember?
Rabbi like Landau, like L-A-N.
What do you remember that stuck with you that you were like, oh wow, that's true.
It's like, and then I saw today that there was an article about him. I read like the first paragraph, but it was basically about how he was using traditional wisdom. Based, and of course, this isn't an Orthodox rabbi that has his students. I forget what the fuck you call them.
Talmud Chachams.
And he
Rabbinic students are called Talmud Chachams.
He's basically just talking about like it's basically wisdom about everyday life. He doesn't really make geopolitical videos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Catholics got the same thing, bro. Have you heard of Balthasar Gracian?
To be fair, hold on. To be fair, a lot of the shit that he's talking about, I'm sure the issues have existed for more than a few thousand years, and so you've had like wise men that have given their opinions in the Talmud and so forth, and he's basically giving his opinion based on a lot of this, and he's actually a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that, I think what we kind of lose because we're so stuck in our modern times and like how the lines been drawn and like decades of like decision making and establishments actually taking over and implementing their structures. That we don't understand that.
Could you be succinct, please?
These religions were actually the first governments.
No, it's the formulation of intelligence. It's actually like AI.
You all right, man?
No, I mean I'm just trying to talk. Hello.
The separators like people, there's no such thing as a female rabbi, and there's no such thing as a female priest. It's all fake news. It's terrible. I understand why people just deal with this nonsense.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to say that.
If you go to a church,
Hello?
I just want to say something. If you go to a church and you're Jewish and the rabbi is female, and if you go to this is why the Catholic Church has been waiting for 2,000 years. They want to corrupt everything. The day that a woman becomes a priest in the Catholic Church is the day the Catholic Church dies. Women are too psychologically, mentally ill to become priests. And that's what Peter said. And he was correct. You cannot have a woman that is a priest. They can't, they're like, you need like a glass chamber or whatever. Look, you cannot have a woman that is a priest. This is a horrible thing, that's too illogical,
Well, they have priestesses in ancient civilization. Now it would be ridiculous, but back in the day, they had the Vestal Virgins in Rome. Hello?
All I'm just trying to say is, in the Catholic Church, and that's on the Catholic also, born and raised.
You're a Kasumkum Catholic?
Wait a second, bro. You can never ever.
Are you Opus Dei?
These people are mentally ill, sick people.
Is that projection?
The same as women. Alistair, hang on.
It's just a question. Is it projection when you say that, women are mentally ill? Because it could be projection.
I'm mentally ill, bro. Go get married and you'll figure out. My missus, she's mentally ill too. She knows that too. Like, what the hell are you gonna do?
Wait, are you married to a South Sudanese woman or an Australian woman?
She's an American South Sudanese woman.
You're married to an American and a half Sudanese woman?
Are you American too?
She's mentally ill in the same way. All I'm trying to say is,
Thank God she's not a rabbi. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. Hello? Hello?
Let a woman become a Catholic priest. They'll destroy the church like they destroyed marriage, like they destroy everything.
Even the presidency. Thank God we didn't get Kamala. Kamala tried to do it.
And on top of that, you can never let a woman become a rabbi.
Or a president. Never a president. There's a reason why we've never had a female president.
That's such some bullshit. Stop talking out stuff.
I'm just saying it's the natural law and order.
There's no such thing as a female rabbi. It's ridiculous.
Or a female president.
He got multiple personalities. That's like a...
Is that a projection, Night King? Oh, more projection alert! Ding, ding, ding! Let me hit my projection bell.
You're gonna sit there and you're gonna tell me there's female bakers in the United Kingdom. That's why the United Kingdom church is about to die.
No, I agree. They fucked up.
There's no way. You cannot have a female priest. St. Peter said no. St. Moses said no. St. Joseph said no. St. Thomas
Just say no.
No.
Just say no.
Augustine said no.
It's awful, horrible, and terrible. We can never let a rabbi priest be a woman. Or a... Hello?
There's a reason why we don't do this. And the reason why the church of the United Kingdom is failing, because they do this Methodist church crap.
Yeah, it's all LGBTQ gay rainbow flags.
It's very sick. It makes me sick to my stomach when I see those lesbian kusukum come on stage and they put a robe on the stage and they're like, oh, well, yeah, I'm going to lead this church. And they're like a dumb, dark, lesbian-looking Megan Rapinoe, But like that.
You're violating YouTube policy guidelines on abusive hate speech, unfortunately. You can't attack someone's sexual identity or gender, unfortunately. No, my mother's not Jewish. My mother's Christian. Hello? No, my dad's actually Christian too. Hello?
I thought you were Jewish. Oh, that must be like your sixth personality.
No, that's like Jewish. That's another projection. Hello? I'm gonna hit the projection bell there. What annoys you the most about me? Go ahead, Achek. Hello? I'm not a gay man. Is that a projection question? This is some ad hominem. This is some ad hominem projection. You tell us your wife is mentally ill. You accuse. Oh, here we go. What is this? The DSMV convention or something? Hello?
On the other side of that picture, on the other wall, is a gay flag. I saw it.
Hello? Look at my PTR right now. You know, the Saudi Arabians were in deep with the Nazis, just so you know. Let me PTR a photo of a royal prince of the House of Saud giving a Heil Hitler to Adolf. I want to let you guys know what Saudi Arabians are really like. Hello?
Stop saying hello.
No, I like saying hello. Hello?
No. That's what Mikhail says.
Yeah, I taught Mikhail hello. I've taught a lot of people hello.
No, you're fucking retarded. Just stop saying
Hello?
fucking hello. It's so fucking annoying.
Bro, you got it from Dr. Adams, really.
Hello, is this a Crash Out space?
Yeah.
Hello?
Got it from Dr. Adams. I never heard you say hello before you met Dr. Adams. True or false?
Something a lot. It's so annoying. It bothers everybody else.
Let's take a survey. Do you find it annoying? Let's do a survey. Number one, you find hello annoying. Number two, you only find it annoying because John Kitover says hello. Hello?
Yeah. Let's do a survey. Number one, when did you find out you were gay? Number two, do your mother knows you're gay?
You know, my mom called me up one day and she was like,
Your sister and I think you're gay.
and I was like, you think I'm gay? Hello?
Personalities is gay.
Hello?
That divorce hurt you.
Yeah.
Bring him back up. Bring him back up. He got faith.
You see, that means I'm winning. I hate to tell you how these game rules work, but when I get kicked to the goo, that's me winning. Hello?
Yeah, y'all gave him a dub, I ain't gonna lie.
Look at my PTR. That's a Saudi prince giving the Heil Hitler at Adolf Hitler's Berchtesgaden in Germany. These Saudis are no good. I don't trust them. I've seen them kill goats, eat goats. They're like Satanists.
We all know that.
Hello?
Saudis the thing is, though, we all knew that at the time Hitler is alive, the Saudis absolutely Jews. And it's not like they were exactly bands of Christians. They thought we were pieces of shit then.
Damn, all right, slow down.
I have the hiccups. Holy shit.
Hold your breath.
See, the friend of our enemy is the enemy of our friend, meaning that these goddamn Saudis are so in tight with the king and the royal families of the world that they're the natural enemy of our liberated democracy. Hello?
But that can't be the case because for thousands of years before that, the Jews and the Muslims worked in unison. And in fact, when they were expelled and thrown out of those fucking countries, don't look it up, bitch, because I'm very good at history. I'm really good. I'm even better than you, and you come from that culture. I'm better than you at your own shit, right? Challenge you on that. Anyway, when it was the Muslim expansion and shit like that, we could go back to those early dynasties, the Umayyad. You can name any one of them motherfuckers that you want to, right? There was always a Jew in the hierarchical system that actually was running things right next to the Muslims. And even in fact, let's go even further. Let's go to the Crusades. You can even hear about the Lionheart, one of the best battlers that came out of Europe, said this verbatim, that he could not believe that he had to shed the blood of a Jew in the battlefield next to the Muslim. Come on. One thing about history.
Point, hello?
Yeah, but the problem with history is that, okay, so if you look at like a Jew hater, he's going to point towards the opening of the gates of Laredo, where you had Jews that basically welcomed in, the Islamic conquistadors of the time to invade Iberia. Now, when it comes to that, though, the Muslims they didn't treat them well, but they treated the Jews and the Christians on equal footing.
No, they did not. That's why I brought up the Charter of Medina. They do not treat Jews on an equal footing. It's intimidation and mafia gangsterism.
Okay, stop. Now, if you're to look at one place in time where arguably the Muslims did treat Jews better than Christians, We can look at, when they had their caliphate in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is the other thing that is weird, is that, like, I'm not a religious person, we all know that. But I do hear a lot of Christians cope with the fact that, like, no, we would never do anything wrong. We're perfectly fine. We would never fucking mistreat the, like, Christians absolutely fucking slaughtered people by the boatload that came from different denominations of Christianity. And when it came to Muslims and Jews, they were considered, in these times, like the level of dogma you get with Christianity.
The Muslims tried to enslave the Jews, and they do try to enslave Jews.
You were going to look at, like, people who did not believe in Catholicism in particular as being evil, demonic, gross, disgusting, cockroaches. You can think of all of this shit comes up. Like, you were basically a force of fucking Satan. And I think that when it comes to the Catholic or people, what a lot of people don't realize is that, especially when it comes to Catholic countries, that is how outsiders were looked at. And I just find it, I hear Catholics trying
in-group, out-group.
Their fucking history. And
That's what Muslims do. They do in-group, out-group. You're either in the Ummah or you're out the Ummah. Hello?
Chill. Double. Don't give them another dub.
But anyways.
What's your point? Hello?
You look at it, even like between the Jews and the Christians.
It came from a Jew. Jesus was a Jew. Hello?
Move to audience and make it. We were like this. I get it. And by the way, it was a Christian who coined the term Judeo-Christian. It wasn't a Jew. It's not like we were far from perfect, the Jewish people. Like, they were always kept as outcasts. Yes, they could have, some of them were money lenders. Of course, a lot of them were rich and powerful, or a minority of them were at least. But we were not nice to them by any stretch of the imagination. Jews had little. Germany's probably the best case example, where if you look at from like the 1700s, of all of the immigrants, they could not tell Jewish Germans apart from Germans.
I can hear you. I'll raise your Germanic conflation with the French Brigade any day. And also,
sure, but this is what I'm saying is that, like, you have. Okay, so you had Jews that from the 1700s on, you had Jews who came from two places: Eastern Europe and then Germany. The German Jews were they were indistinguishable from Germans in terms of their culture and their behavior, all of that stuff. Then, of course, from Tsarist, Russia, they were always considered outsiders. They didn't consider themselves Russian, and so they never claimed to be Russian. But yeah, they absolutely. If we look at Germany, the most assimilated Jews in Europe at the time, they were disproportionately serving not only in the military during World War I, but also on the front lines. And they were very, like, nationalistic, proud Germans. Now, you have to imagine what kind of mindfuckery these people have to experience when they become proud Germans. And then all of a sudden, it's like, no, you fucking kite, go into a fucking oven. We fucking hate you. Despite all they did for their country and how, like, absolutely ecstatic they were to finally be accepted as one of the in-group of a country like Germany. I mean, Christians, I'm not going to say the Nazis were Christian. I would say they're very secular. But to pretend like, in the Christian world, like we are these perfect fucking people, I think is asinine. I mean, look at Russia and Ukraine today. Both predominantly Christian populations. Which side is the good side?
No, I can't, bro, Pepe. I absolutely understand what you're saying. The problem is we're focusing on one end and not the other, because on the other end,
just imagine it though, bro. Like somebody's given like the job. Hey man, you do this for us, your family will be out of debt.
There you go. That's what I was waiting for.
No. Perhaps to a certain extent. But here's the thing: you have to know that, like, of all the hijackers, the ones who literally hijacked and piloted the planes, none of them are Saudis. A Lebanese guy and an Egyptian, I forgot what the third guy is. But they're all essentially from war-torn countries. The ones who actually made the significant step, like to take the plane and have it hit the building. None of them come from like a stable country, just like Saudi.
Let me Google that for you, Faisal. Put a link in the chat, Faisal. Otherwise, it's just your stupid words. Hello?
It's literally on Wikipedia. It will.
Yeah, okay, put the link in the chat. Wait, can't wait to see a link instead of hearing you talk because you're lying. And if you look at my PTR, you can see a prince of Saudi Arabia at Berchtesgaden giving a Heil Hitler. Yeah, the Saudis can't be trusted, and you're trying to blame it on a bunch of people who aren't associated to Saudi intelligence. You're a schmuck. A schmuck. A schmuck.
Faisal says 15 out of the 19 9/11 were Saudi.
But the ones who drove the plane,
another one was Lebanon.
They actually learned about flying planes in America, and it's fully documented.
Let someone finish, please, guys. Oh, no, I was just pointing out that it says 15 were Saudi nationals out of the 19.
So 15
I acknowledge that.
Oh, you did acknowledge that.
Dude, you were just I'm telling you that the ones who literally pulled the trigger and took the planes and drove them into the building were none of these Saudis.
Were you there?
Go look up their names.
Hold on, so out of the 15,
they were part, obviously, of the same group.
What he's doing right now is he's saying that they were just a part of it, but not a part of it. So they weren't. So you're trying to like lessen the.
He's like, I'm just saying.
So they were all core.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that those who pulled the trigger full on had personal vendettas and shit like that.
That's fine.
Like obviously the Saudis weren't.
Nigga, how Hitler?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So all the Saudi Arabia.
You see? Bunch of Nazis. If you were in the Nazi party, they would have killed you. They would have obliterated you. And how dare you even use those terminology when they gladly would have killed you and enslaved you, put you in a concentration work camp. You're despicable. You're disgusting. Learn to use some pleasant words. Hello?
What do you want to say about that, Facebook?
Rat. That's all you are. You got the brain the size of a fucking rat. Woohoo!
That's compliment.
I made a basic, clear statement that the majority of the hijackers were Saudi. You come off like blaming Egypt, you start defending Lebanon, absolute nonsense.
Because also even the leader,
You see that thing?
the guy who staged the project itself, like he's engineered it essentially, also an Egyptian guy, and he had been also widely celebrated at the day of the attack in Egypt.
We'll get to the Egyptians too. But right now we're on the Saudi.
Are these people considered martyrs in your country?
Widely, not so, but you can find pockets of people who.
Can you name one by name out of the 15? That's not named
Not full names,
but not named
family names, because they're literally families that live behind me, you know?
Muhammad Atta was one of the dudes that was getting drunk and high at a strip club, I believe. Completely going against, you know.
Yeah, that's a real Muslim right there.
Yeah, but yes, but he's the one who's engineered that attack.
So he did.
Like it was some shit. The only reason why they got away with it is because we just thought it was a typical fucking thing that was gonna be resolved. Those fucking donkeys would never be able to get away with anything like that now because we would fucking rip their heads off. We wouldn't take a chance anymore.
It's because of the Patriot Act, which we sacrifice
nowadays, right now, imagine you're in an airplane, bro, and you just sense some fucking Muslim retard like thinking about that, bro, and you're with your family.
Hey, if I get on a plane right now and see some cross-eyed Saudi looking inbred, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna like, hey, look, somebody need to check him. Check him down. You need to make sure he can even see right. I know he's not flying. But the way his eyes is all this going all over the place, yeah, he gotta go.
They ruined it for everybody.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that such scenarios are much more doable nowadays. You could 3D print a gun and slip in, no one knows, and
look, I'm taking notes. You see this shit?
Yeah, that's what think about that shit. I don't see those kind of things don't come to my head. I don't think about that stuff.
Exactly.
Because you just made a retarded claim that saying that such thing couldn't be pulled off nowadays. Like what?
I didn't say less likely. Donkey, look. You said the plan will touch on me. I said if that were to happen today, we'd get their fucking head ripped off. They'd get their head ripped off.
You think so?
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Like, actually.
See, he's part of the Ummah. If you're in the Ummah, you're in the in-group, and that gives you taqiyya, and you can lie in order to deceive anyone outside of the Ummah. These people are Nazis, and the King of Saudi Arabia's favorite gift is his golden dagger from Adolf Hitler. They're just a bunch of royalist, Nazi, Illuminati, piece of shit, polygamists, Satanists. That's all Muslims are. They're scam artists. Because Muhammad is the leader of the scam, and he's a fraudster. It's called the Medina Charter, the Medina Constitution. Look it up. Muhammad wrote it. It's his first scam when he tricked everybody and said, I'm the new Godfather, and you're all going to come to me for your conflicts. I'm the new Supreme Court, or we'll kill you. That's called gangsterism and mafiaism, and everybody knows blood in, blood out. And the whole Medina Charter deals with blood money. And if we kill your motherfucking husband, or murder your fucking wife in war, well, we'll give you a little cash and shut the fuck up about it, and there ain't gonna be no fucking courtroom drama neither. So shut the fuck up, you fucking Nazi! Hello?
Fucking kick him. He's recording the goddamn room, you fucking idiots. Y'all are useless mods, I swear to God.
And it's usually sedated around this time of the hour.
Oleg was just talking.
Probably on his fifth drink.
I haven't started yet.
You know I ain't wrong. Hello? You must be a Muslim. Oh, that's right. You date Muslims. I forgot, Shy. Hello?
Date no goddamn Muslim.
Yeah, you part of the Ummah. I heard you one day. You know I listen to all these rooms. You a goddamn Muslim.
Well, then play it, you pussy.
This is me, Shy. I submit to the will of Muhammad and Allah. I am now a Muslim, inshallah. I heard you say it one day. Some Saudi Arabian sent you $100 on Cash App, and you were like, inshallah. Hello?
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 So I want to welcome everybody back to Chillism, the longest running mind virus Nathan, the artist, has ever created. The most unstoppable clubhouse repetition. It's Groundhog Day. Nathan has created the Groundhog Day effect. He's created a ripple in the universe where he's torn a hole into the fabric of time itself. Nathan, the artist!
That's right.
Whenever I go to Art Basel, I always ask people, have you heard about Nathan, the artist? And they go, who? They go, who is that? And I say, you don't know Nathan, the artist? He's the hottest artist at Art Basel this year. They go, Nathan, the artist? Who the fuck is Nathan, the artist? I say, you don't know Nathan, the artist? Shit.
Oh, like you there, bro? I just got back. What's going on? Can we, Shasha, did you want to say something to Ole?
No.
Go, Alistair.
Yeah, you were saying you wanted to throw out Alistair? Shasha?
No.
Because he's recording the room?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said no. My bad. Is that not allowed? Or...
That's not allowed. He always gets kicked out.
Yeah, Shasha, what the hell was that?
What? I'm just saying he's supposed to be kicked out.
Hello?
Goddamn. So what do you think, Faisal? You think the war is going to keep going in Iran, or it's going to end soon?
Beyond me at this point.
Nice, good answer. Me too. What does your gut say? What does your gut say?
I did the precaution that
The
I needed
covenant
to
was,
do
like, for example,
successfully,
filled with
and that's it.
Jews. Judaism ceased to exist.
I just came back from Hong Kong yesterday. High-end PC back in January before the war.
The idea
And because of the stupid war, the shipping costs went from around $300 to over $2,000 because of how the shipping is affected by the war.
There you go.
And I was like, fuck it. Get that to Hong Kong. I went, took my PC, toured a little bit.
All I'm trying to say is, as a Catholic, I believe, all I'm trying to say is, as a Catholic, I believe it's a one judge and all their ones are all false. Orthodox Judaism, pretty close. I like that.
Well, what about Jesus and just the teachings of Jesus versus the organization known as the Catholic Church? Hello?
Orthodox Judaism, I like.
Yeah, it's universal. It's universal. That's why it's like if we all think, okay, hold on, but you know this better than anybody as like coming from
Zip it, chimp.
population.
Zip it, chimp.
Okay, no, I but okay, you come from the most melanated people in this fucking world, the Dinka,
darkest people in the whole world, yeah.
I check. How does it?
And so, hold on.
Hold on.
The Catholic Church adopted you guys as Catholics, and would you agree that it is considered sinful for somebody like myself to mistreat you as a fellow son of God? Would you agree with that?
To mistreat me in what way?
Hello?
As if you're subhuman, that because of your skin color,
It's not 1920 colonial rule of Africa. It's 2026. Hello?
Shut the fuck up, don't let me know the part of calm down. So, you really think the Catholic Church is gonna look at you a little bit different? The Catholic Church just means a universal church. We're all the same under God, brother.
Exactly. So in other words, I cannot mistreat you as being lesser.
Yeah, we're all the same under God. It means a universal church. Yeah.
Do you use it?
Yeah. I don't understand why people get emotional about it. It's just the same.
You know.
Catholic just means universal. That's all it means. I don't understand why people get so bothered about that.
Yeah, that's why they call it Christ consciousness, universal consciousness. Donald Trump has it. Pepe has it. Beaver has it. Uma Porn has it. Dr. Jordan has it. Even the Night King has it.
Bro. Pepe asked a genuine question. There's sometimes you troll and there's sometimes asking a genuine question. It means the universal church. And he was raised in that. And that's all it means. Exactly. It means all the same under God. That's it.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that they kind of promote, especially in the United States, like as a person who actually got a scholarship to actually go to, you know, one of their colleges and shit like that. I turned that shit down, like fuck that shit. Because I actually can recognize what he's saying as far as when it comes to this nature on the other side and the things that they don't recognize, that they're abiding by a rabbinical culture that's really not tied to the Catholic Church. In fact, they went to war with each other. Catholics had an army. They got a Roman Catholic army. Did y'all even know that they had a fucking army, nigga?
You know what they did, but here's the. So, holy shit. I don't want to get into the second.
Get into that shit. Get into that. Don't be scared.
If you look at before the Second Vatican, we can look at what had two.
Rabbit hole, shy, and see how some of the most expensive substances out there on Earth is some specialized ink that is made in Japan.
I hate it so much. The shit. He rubbed his finger over it in 3 seconds and it's still smudged. What the fuck are you paying $600 for?
The prestige.
It's smudged.
It's still just prestige. 1800s, late 1800s, and then you had the evangelical Christians that were it's spread on like wildfire.
But you're talking about Protestants
like we, yeah, like we, like when I say we, I mean people that were raised Christian. We don't. Well, actually, let me put it like this: the Christians were absolutely responsible for a lot of the anti-Semitism and hatred towards us. And we can look at where the Catholic countries were. You know, and even like Spain, Portugal, France, Italy. Like they were absolutely. They blamed they fucking target the fucking religion for a large part of the time. And I don't. It's kind of weird to me where people downplay it. Like once again, I'm not that religious of a person. Yeah. I can stand up for what it means to be like a Catholic today. But if we're looking at the Catholic Church throughout time, like, yeah, they were totally anti-Jew. And to this day, I don't think this is anti-Semitic. We all
yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And we, for example, Catholics, for the most part, are going to believe that Judaism ceased to exist 2,000 years ago. The covenant has changed.
Yeah, that's what is the New Testament for a reason.
Yeah, sure, but
but even still, as like Catholics, we're not. That does not devalue Jewish people as any lesser than us. Like they are children of God. We cannot mistreat them. We cannot do anything bad to them. Really, I mean.
Yeah, but that's before or after the war.
Pepe has a question whenever.
Well, go ahead, Ann, because I've been kind of going back and forth for a while. So go.
Yeah, no, this is a little silly thing, but Pepe, were you raised Catholic or Christian or whatever?
I was raised Catholic. I'm not a religious person.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I was raised Catholic.
He's an ethno Catholic. Good.
You know, every time I hear somebody say they were raised Catholic, that might just give me the most retarded take in the whole entire world. Go ahead, Ann.
Okay, regardless, I was raised Catholic, schools Catholic, sacraments and everything. But as an adult, I don't. But the whole point was, I was just to say about with Jewish people. I remember maybe Pepe, you did we were raised, thinking the Jewish killed Jesus. I thought Jewish people were bad.
Not because John.
And I know.
That's not
We
how
raised Catholics. That's just what we were told.
Hold on.
Wait.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just saying being raised Catholic.
Because they're full of shit. Every time somebody tells me they were raised Catholic, I know that they
move the audience. So actually, that was not the point. Okay, so if we were to look at, I was born after 1965. Okay, after Vatican II. I was brought up. My family, the Catholic schools, the churches that I went to, did not blame the Jews for the killing of Christ. And what I've always found ironic is that, yes, the Jews were ultimately responsible, or I should say the Jews, that turned Jesus over to Pontius Pilate to convince him to execute Jesus were, obviously they are responsible. But if we're to look at the first Christians, all of the first Christians, whether it's Jesus, his disciples, everybody, they were all Jewish. And those Jews, I guess you would say, were obviously the righteous Christian, new Christians. And so, and of course, Jesus died for all of our sins. He if you believe in Christianity, he saw all of this coming. It's and he died for all of our sins. So it becomes kind of futile and stupid to talk about.
You can. I just was saying, as a Catholic, did you feel like you were kind of raised with the vibe of Jewish people aren't good? I guess I did. I was, and a little bit, but I also had no exposure. Where we live, there's no Jewish people anywhere near me. We don't live anywhere.
So it's very weird. So in Catholic school, you get a lot of Jewish surnames with a lot of kids that were Catholic because their father was Jewish, the mother wasn't. Super common phenomenon, at least, for me growing up. I'm not going to say it's the same everywhere else in the United States. I would say the only, how do I put this? So you get a lot of out-of-staters from places like New York. Now, I couldn't tell a lot, especially growing up, the Italians from the Jews, and I would hear a lot of, for example, Italians would those that I should say that came from New York talk shit about Jews. I felt like it was more of whatever drama they had from where they came from. It was about that. But for the most part, I didn't. To be clear, a lot of the schools I
haven't hit.
I've never heard it.
The ones who want to have it here, just like how they had it back home.
No, it comes from just frustration. There's nothing to do in the country I was born in. There's zero opportunities. they grow up there, they become 40.
This is all I'm
And
saying.
then they fucking come here and they feel like the world owes them something, when in reality it doesn't.
I don't know. I can't say that I ever served with anybody that was Somalian, but I served with a bunch of Armenians when I was in the military.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've never thought of anything negative about Armenians, honestly.
Yeah,
other than that, maybe he's a little bit gangster over there.
That's one of our stereotypes.
What are you guys talking?
Hello?
How you doing?
I mean, I had the same impression about Greeks, but here we go.
Hello?
Again, I don't have any issues with any Greeks. I mean, I think they're pretty badass. I mean, militarily speaking.
It's just, I'm saying that's something that's always gonna be a moneymaker. Like preying on people's like sexual proclivities, that's always gonna be something that's gonna make money.
Wow. Greece is just a bunch of islands. Okay. I don't live from Greece. Now, anybody else want to comment on that? Because I'm already going to do more investigation.
I don't want to see out here on these streets, these MAGA streets.
This is AI generated.
No.
I really don't. Oh, okay. If I'm not on Clubhouse, you're like, where is this girl? Been working on my Trump AI.
Shit, see, if I didn't cancel my revenue sharing, that video I posted got 4.4 million views. I'm looking at it right now.
A lot of views.
That's a lot of views. That would be a big payday. Like, but I canceled that shit. So I said, fuck Elon. I don't want your money. Big rep.
4 million. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope my girl gets that views.
Lee, did you want to play that AI, the Lego love song to the American people?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let me do this one first. Also,
Lego.
Trump's corruption.
Oh my God. Let me go back.
All right, here we go. And see if we can do this. I hope we haven't lost our Trumper on the stage because I'm not looking at my phone. See how you go? They like to take up my space and then leave.
Georgia Senator John Ossoff.
Okay, here we go.
Senator Ossoff is betting that Georgia's voters care about all of this potential corruption too.
Never before have we seen so little effort to hide so much corruption. The Mar-a-Lago Mafia has taken American corruption to spectacular new heights. But corruption in America runs a lot deeper than Donald Trump. Because how does American politics really work? It's coin operated. Money goes in, favors come out.
Joining me now is Democratic Senator John Ossoff of Georgia. There's always so much to ask you about, and especially given the state of corruption in this administration and this country, I want to get to most of that. But first, I have to ask you about some news that just broke today, which is that the Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan, was ousted, it seems, by Pete Hegseth. And this is, of course, coming at a time when the U.S. is right in the middle of a war with Iran, when we're learning about how long it's going to take to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, even if that's resolved. And this is a long list of firings. What's your reaction to that ouster?
Yeah, thank you again for having me, Jen. And I met with Mr. Phelan when he was trying to get confirmed by the Senate. He was not an impressive man or an impressive nominee for that role. It appears he's not done a good job in that role. In addition to what's happening overseas, they were trying to resuscitate shipbuilding in the United States with very limited success. But what's happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz is a geostrategic and economic calamity and a huge self-inflicted wound. It appears that the president has gotten himself stuck and is desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistake. It is worth remembering that now 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, thousands of civilians killed. Munitions, it will take years to replace. Grave damage to our standing and position in the world. And yet, the regime in Tehran is still intact, as are their ballistic missile and drone forces, as is their ability to choke off global energy supplies, as is their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal.
So you are on the long list of things that Secretary Hegseth has done and the people he's ousted. It doesn't sound like this is the top of your list of concerns.
Look, he has been lying to the American public about this war from day one, as has the president. And they have misled the public about why we're at war. They've misled the public about the progress of the war. And they've executed this operation with astonishing incompetence, doing immense economic damage and undermining our national security.
No question about everything you just said. And it is all tied, especially given who their negotiators are, to, as I referenced, this unbelievable level of corruption. You gave a banger of a speech this weekend where you talked about a lot of this. We just played a clip of that. But I want to ask you about a piece of news that really just broke yesterday, which is that the Trump administration seems to be considering a form of a financial lifeline, I guess you could call it, to the UAE. Especially, I mean, there's questions about that alone, but especially given the massive financial entanglements of the Trump administration, the Trump family. What do you think of that?
Well, let's call it what it would be, which is a bailout for the United Arab Emirates. The financial entanglement, the way that UAE money, Emirati money from Emirati royals has compromised this White House is astonishing. It may be one of the most significant scandals in American history. Who are the president's two chief negotiators in the Middle East? Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Witkoff and his family are partners. His son, Zach Witkoff, is the keeper in the Trump family crypto business, which has received vast sums of money from Emirati royalty. The spy chief, the national security advisor in the United Arab Emirates, acquired a 49% stake in that business before the United States agreed to grant the UAE access to our most sensitive AI chips. Then you have Jared Kushner, his private equity firm, Affinity Partners, which in addition to receiving billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia, Emirati money. The people doing our diplomacy are at the same. And meanwhile,
And you got clips on clips on clips.
Oh, cool.
Like Becky said, man, let those clips breathe a little bit. You know, yeah. Did you talk about the California? They had a debate today for governor.
I know there was a debate for a governor's debate within California. I know nothing about that.
Yeah,
Who was there?
It looks like all of them. You had Steve Hilton. You had Katie Porter. You had Steyer. I'm trying to see who else was there. Sarah? Who?
What's his name on Clubhouse?
Not the Sarah. Not the from who? Clubhouse.
Yeah, Greg Cardone.
No, he wouldn't make it to that stage.
He said he was running, and people in here talk about he could win. Grant Cardone. He was not there.
No, he wouldn't. You gotta qualify to be on the stage. I don't think Grant Cardone would qualify.
Okay, that says a lot right there.
And he was on Clubhouse yesterday. You can't be on Clubhouse the day before, then prepare yourself for a debate. So he just.
Right there, California. Grant Cardone is here. Okay, so he's not making the. He's not in the debate circle. Okay.
Nah, so maybe tomorrow we see come out and listen to some highlights for that. That's gonna be a big race. I mean, once you.
Everything that's going on with your president and his family.
I'm still running for president of California.
President?
No, sorry, I didn't. You know you run for good.
Had a commercial on 126. I heard it on Urban View. I heard it with my own ears.
You could put a commercial on it. People give him a pass to say whatever he wants, so he feels comfortable around the. He would be a person that would be welcome to Negro land, right? So that's TC's mentor. He said. Did you guys talk about the Cash Patel suit? The one that got thrown out?
In the Atlantic?
It got thrown out, right?
That's the old one that got thrown out, not the $250 million.
Okay, so I know one got thrown out because I saw it on.
Yeah, that's the old one, but the new one is kind of interesting. Their strategy, right? Because he's probably not gonna. It's probably gonna get dismissed, right? Because.
Which suit is this, because I know he's gonna sue the Atlantic. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, the Atlantic one for $250 million.
Yeah. So what's the new update?
Well, just that that lawyer that's representing him is known as a serial losing lawyer. Yeah, he's been losing a lot of cases. But the thing about it, I watched Midas Touch, right? Our legal AF. And analysis was that this guy is probably good for one thing is exposing the anonymous people that that reported this whole thing, that whole network being kind of bad, right? But also it could create further damage for the Atlantic reporting because people may not want to. Be what they call them again, sources for them in the future, because especially if they expose anybody, which they may have to do if they're deposed. But the other way around is that Patel's completely cooked, right? Because he's gonna have to. He's already admitted to stuff that are lied about, stuff that his own court case filing says happened. Such as getting the not being able to access his accounts or something like that, and then thinking he was fired. And he said that did not happen. But his own filing says that that's one of the that it did happen, and that it was just a minor technical error. So yeah, he's got a lot of problems.
Oh no, I was waiting. I was wanting you guys to respond to love. I know we're waiting for that. We're waiting for that because
Kelsey and Polymarket must be going crazy with Ben. Who's going to be the next person to lead Trump administration?
well, we got.
He has to go to all those places in Las Vegas that he lives, and he has to tell all of those places and all of those cameras that this did not happen. Don't say anything. All that electronic surveillance. I don't think it's possible for him to eliminate corroborating evidence.
I don't get it. I don't really get. I'm just. And then the other thing that's really going to destroy his career and everything else and his life is that he said he has evidence of the 2020 election that it was rigged. Where is he pulling this out of the crack from this body?
That's a big pull, right?
How you gonna get your
Somebody
ass
else gonna die.
and
Somebody else gonna get shot.
now? This is gonna be good too.
That's what I'm worried about. What?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
I'm worried about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
All the names on the desk, bro. The names on the desk already.
Hey, that 80, I know that person was 80 years old, a Democrat, that died in the Congress.
Oh, wow. That was cool.
But how convenient, though. If they start figuring that shit out. All you gotta do is push them off the side of something.
So if you say somebody got.
Stop doing that, though. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop until we die in office. It just is now his constituents and had the nerve to be running the pearly gates. One person with pearly gates. I can't think of his name right now. He was 80. Yeah, what was it?
He died.
Yeah.
Recently? This was recent?
I'm laughing myself because he kept on staying in office. He's doing what is the other Democrat female who died? They had to bring her
Feinstein.
Yeah, see, that's not fair. That's not fair.
So Keisha Todd said David Scott.
Okay, thank you, Keisha. Not fair. You're 86, Donald Trump.
86?
I think, was he 86? Come on, Keisha, how old was he? He knew he was on his way through the pearly gates. He was already in the wheelchair. 80. So he was actually running again.
So he's still gonna be on the ticket, though, even though he's dead.
80. He could be a healthy 80, though.
No. What is going on with you? You could be a healthy 80 trying to help somebody else.
I'm talking shit, though. But I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about my pops, though. He's 78. What you want to tell me 78?
That's true. I get that.
But at the same time, he ain't trying to be no politics either. So yeah.
You start bringing up people behind you. You start creating that spot.
You already know how I feel about that shit. Absolutely, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what you're supposed to do.
If you're a leader, you're motivated by fucking, training future leaders.
That's just like you're having a baby at 80. It's like, bruh.
My grandfather did have his last kid when he was 76.
Really, just because you can don't mean you should. It's like
that's like breastfeeding the baby when you're 80. That's not like having.
Nah, I don't think that can happen, bro. They gotta dry up. That's powdered milk. Hey, that's powdered milk.
That's crazy. You know, I'm only gonna know my father for a few weeks. Is this crazy? Just because you can does not mean you should. So he was running, and now he died in office and left all his constituents out there without no representation. So I'm just like, bruh.
Well, to be fair, all of America has representation when it comes to presidents. That's seat been vacant for a year already.
Well, I'm just saying, but all the wealth of knowledge that he had, all the mentorship, hey, was he doing it? No, because he was running again. He was running again. I'd be like, no, let's find some young blood, somebody else, back somebody else, whoever the fuck, but I'm not going to do this. Nope. So, yeah, that happened. And then, too, the Navy, I had to look him up because John Ossoff was saying that the Navy Secretary quit his job today. And that's the Navy Secretary.
I know what that dude came from private equity. That guy came from private equity. He was, I don't know. Yeah, he's from private equity, from what I heard. It's still bad, a lot of chaos, I think Hexap, it's gonna be like a race between Hexap and Patel.
We need to take wagers. I think we're going first. Anybody want to take that bet?
Well, you have some fucking
my neighbor upstairs.
You know the sperm must be they started.
Almost going on there.
Reckless.
Okay, so the Navy Secretary abruptly left his job yesterday, which is Wednesday, in part because of a hugely expensive new battleship that he wanted built. So, and the people who got mad at him was actually Pete Hegseth. I mean, no, it couldn't be Pete. Pete was probably, I can't imagine him being against this battleship, because listen to what the battleship was about. Phelan, who served just over a year in his post, had helped conceive of the new battleship to curry favor with President Trump, according to two people familiar with the matter. It was going to be called the Trump class.
Remember that when he was like, I don't like stealth battleships. That was ridiculous. I don't like the way they look.
What was it going to be called?
It's going to be called the Trump class battleships. Were major source of frustration for Hegseth and the Department Secretary Stephen Feinberg because they did not serve the Pentagon's broader strategy to pivot towards smaller, cheaper, uncrewed ships, according to two people who, like I was in a story, were granted anonymity to discuss the sensitive matter. He was trying to build these huge ships, which are called the Trump class, so you don't have to be big. It has to be gold. Gold railing, gold fixtures, gold toilets, all this shit. So he's mad because nobody wants to get on board with it. It's gonna be called the Golden the Golden Fleet. I just can't with this gold. Oh, Charles.
So now you're going into war with fucking gold.
Yeah, I like the girl when she says secondary embarrassment. This is crazy.
So I saw this poll for the secretaries, whatever. What is plural? Secretary of War or whatever. But I saw the polls for those guys, and he is like the absolute worst. His poll rating is lower than Kash Patel's comparative poll ratings. It was like 30. It was positive 35 for Cheney. I think it was like positive 20 plus for Hillary, and I forget the next person. The next person was in the 30s or something, 20, something like that, between Cheney and her, and his was negative 30. Oh no, Dick Cheney was positive 65. That's right. So it's like a 95.
country's gonna be when finally, however he leaves office. I don't know where we're gonna be. We have floating gold ships in the ocean. We got turns.
Gold gonna be fucking green, yo. That fake fucking fake gold.
Yep. Gonna be out there turning green in the middle of the ocean. It's just crazy. The Trump battle class and it's the Golden Fleet. It don't make no sense. It just nobody there says no. This sounds fucking crazy. Are you a fucking idiot? But I see that they're going to piss smaller.
That was talking about the munitions depletion, and it was like 50% down on a lot of those high price munitions, like the Tomahawks are 50% down, 50% remaining, and I think it was the Patriots are down at 30%.
I was going to get those numbers. I wish you'd go ahead and present them to the room. I was going to talk about that yesterday, how the military is depleting all of their stock, and if anything pops off with anybody, y'all gonna have to make a Costco run to get some shit, because everything is down to like half or below half. You have those numbers, Ola? Thank you.
Strike PRSM, it's TAC MS inventory has been used. And then we're down to 30% of the stockpile for the cruise missiles, the Tomahawk missiles. 850 of those have been fired. I think it's also interesting to know that some missiles take like 1 to 5 years to replace the munitions that have been used in the conflict. So even if they did get the 1.5 trillion, it's going to take time to replace everything unless they have a way of accelerating, like putting all of this to work on.
So don't worry about it. It replaying itself like it's 8 years healed itself.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have a lot of optimists doing it,
Are those made in dark warehouses or
those movies you see in LA, those are actually Tomahawk.
Arby's.
I don't know. And we need the money to replace that. So I know that he's asking for an additional. Let me go down here because it says in this article. So the military invaded Iran. And a week before Hesef is set to testify on the Pentagon. Oh no, this is gonna be a shit show. So Hesef is set to testify on the Pentagon's proposed $1.5 trillion budget.
When is that gonna be?
Let me just finish reading this. I have no idea. The Oster of Phelan comes amid the U.S. military's campaign in Iran, and a week before Hesef is so I guess next week, is set to testify on the Pentagon's proposed $1.5 trillion budget, which would involve significant boosts to key Navy programs. This includes Trump's Golden Fleet. So he's going to actually bring his drunk ass before Congress to talk about the fucking Golden Fleet and ask for $1.5 trillion. I want to see who votes on this shit.
Definitely need a tracker for that.
Yeah, this is going to be hilarious. That's going to be good content for real. When he goes and tries to sell this.
I might stay home that day.
Me too. Oh, this is going to be so good. Oh my God. He's going to be high as a fucking kite. Nervous. He's gonna be worse than RFK. RFK is just I don't know what. I don't even know why he agreed to do this. I don't know why. He looks crazy as hell.
I think he's still on the stuff, you know, because he took like every drug imaginable. He was on meth, everything. Yeah, he was on everything. You know, if somebody is narcotically sophisticated, that's on them. You know, they can do whatever they want to do. But then when you put yourself in, you know, those positions, especially health, God, that's just so.
Exactly. How we go get health? Can
you imagine going to the hospital and nothing and working on you like Cedar Sinai? Get an IV from a fucking.
This is rich, okay?
So what he testified is RFK.
He's been testifying.
No, I'm saying, but watch what he was saying.
What has he been saying? You didn't hear when they called him on the one? He's the one who said that all black people.
Oh, yeah.
Same hearing.
Okay.
So now somebody is talking to him, Elizabeth Warner.
Directly was like, so do you still believe that we have more mortality deaths because of vaccines? And he was like going through all this other shit. And Brady kept cutting them down. And basically he was like, well, he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to say that vaccines is not the cause, you know?
In that position, the lady was saying that, you know, he has all the people who are on his board, they're all some type of investor or some type of crypto person. There's nobody there, that has the degrees and the science behind any of this. They just sitting around making shit up and making policies behind.
Got cash on that board, yo.
Not cash. I was sitting up here going, let me see how long this shit's going on.
But you know, they have, I saw that they no longer are requiring military folk to get vaccinated. Be vaccinated.
Oh, no. I'm not even, listen, I don't even care anymore at this point who's not vaccinated. As long as me and mine are vaccinated, I just do not care anymore. It's your right.
And you know the vaccine too, right? With the whole thing with the military thing. You know how daycare is, how your kids come home with germs and shit. When you living in close quarters, motherfuckers be nasty. You see how quick shit spread also.
Nursery school, pre-K is crazy.
It's
true. It's over.
Hey, look, come out the field a week later, you'll be walking around seeing camo on the back of one of your soldiers' ears. Like, motherfucker, how do you still have camo on your ears, yo?
Hey, they gotta send out like a message to the parents. All the parents get it by the middle of the day that there's been an outbreak.
You know what I'm saying?
I used to get those messages all the time. All the time. It's like it's crazy because one of my kids, I get a call in the middle of the day and they're like, please come get your kid. I'm like, what's going on? They're sick. And I'm like, okay, what exactly is the problem? No, I'm like, what? Sick of what? So I know what to do. Like, should I come get them and take them to the doctor? Go get them and take them home? Just give me an idea. Well, all I can tell you is they got blisters in their mouth. I said, what? Blisters? Okay, that's enough. That's all I need to hear. I go, pick up the baby, doctor, what the fuck is going on here? He says, oh, your kid has hook and mouth disease. I'm like, what the fuck is that? He says it comes from, it's very highly contagious, and it comes from whatever excrement, like from ducks in the park, or from some, hadn't been to the park with ducks. I was working all week. So a parent had not washed their Park, Central Park, I don't know, Washington Park, I don't know, Irving Park, their hands in each other's face. That's how that went down. And my kid was out for like a fucking week. Not only did he have blisters in his mouth, he also had blisters on his hands and his feet. And he was fucking miserable. And I was miserable.
Is there like a medication? What kind of treatment is there for that?
Well, the doctor told me to give him, actually gave me Tylenol with a little bit of codeine. Oh, okay. But then for the blisters, just the normal, what is that pink stuff? I can't even think of it.
Put on for,
Benadryl.
Yeah,
they call it something else.
Yeah. For the chickenpox.
Miserable. With the blisters in the mouth, it was just the worst. Trying to get like little soups, and they had to be like
contagious. Like a motherfucker.
Oh my God, it is contagious.
My old dudes had it, and they left me with her ass. Everybody else left.
Get out! I ain't never heard of this shit.
I ain't never heard about it either. Summer camp, yo.
Oh, it was a disaster, I'm telling you. Really. So the school got closed down for 3 days as well because they had to go in there and disinfect all the mats, the beds, the fucking little lockers that they had. Everything had to go. So it's crazy. And I can't tell you how we got what are the things, bed bugs? There were bed bugs in the hospital. Wait, hold on. There were bed bugs in the hospital. And everybody kept saying, like, they kept saying, I'm getting bit by fleas. I'm itching. Because it was actually also in the scrubs. It was in the residents' rooms where they go to sleep. They call rooms or whatever. And then they transferred it into the scrubs because you throw the scrubs in the dirty scrub thing, and then the clean scrubs are right next to it. So I was on the train one day, and it was summertime too, and I was like, because we knew that they were happening, so they said, oh, we got new scrubs, so everybody don't touch the scrubs. So I was sitting on the train one day, and I had on sandals, and I kept saying, why is my foot itching? It's just random. It's like so random. And I didn't think anything about the fucking bed bugs because I had been nowhere near that. So I get to work and put on the scrubs, and I'm telling everybody, gee, I don't know what's going on. So I started going through the nerd box, trying to look for something to put. So the comes in, and my key, because no reason or anything. And she said, come when you get through this case, come in to the office. I have some chemical. I said, okay. So I go in, and she looks at my face. She says, girl. I said, what? She goes, that's bed bugs. I said, what? She said, yes, you're getting eaten alive. I was like, damn, we had to take all the scrubs out. Everybody had to report who had on hospital scrubs and take off the fucking scrubs, and we had to put on our clothes, and we had to stay in the hospital till 3 weeks to fuck out. But it was like,
you had that certain it's like, yo, when they come, they should keep their bags the fuck out. Be careful of this shit. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Definitely.
The room.
So I'm gonna confess like there was a part of my life through AIDS, right? I lived in the projects, the worst projects in Oakland, right? Too short lived in the same projects at the same time. So
you got a little badass kid saying biatch.
Hey, look. When I would go across to the other side of the project, on a too short side, I was on the worst side, right? But on the other side, right, my uncle there, and she would pour us a big bowl of raisin bran, and when she put the milk in, they started. school was like 2 blocks away. And every kid had roaches. It was impossible to get rid of roaches.
People look at that shit like pets. They be just talking about it so casually, and I don't know, they just cringing. It's like, oh, you know, that roaches and where that I put the stuff in the bowls with the Ziploc. And I was like, yo, what? So, and then talking about their mice and shit, and how they eat mice and the whole law. Oh my God. No, they don't. They don't. Because you can sit up in New York and hear people discuss their fucking blankets. Like they talking about daily, daily family shit. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah, the rats in New York are infamous. I used to see those when I visited my friends out there. But there's some crazy rats in San Francisco. They're just not as big.
First of all, I haven't seen any rats in my house. Yeah, them rats in New York, they got game. Early in the morning when I got to walk down them fucking steps down to the subway, and they dragging big slices of pizza down with them right next to them. They don't fucking care. They got videos of the rats in the subway, like on the poles, like the poles that we hold to stand up. Like they're just literally circling the pole like a fucking stripper. I was like, I will never touch a fucking pole in the subway again. It's just rats everywhere.
You know everybody got watching the stripper.
They're everywhere. I mean,
I'm talking about New York courthouse. Oh my
God. On 116. They're fucking, you can shit really quick. Shit,
they be jumping on top of the table, huh? Oh God. I can't deal with no rats. I tell you. No rats either, man. I'm down my rook stage. You know, I had a girlfriend back in the day, and one came up the wall behind me.
Wait, you did a girlfriend?
And I'm just saying, like, you know, that's the kind of thing you never want to happen, you know, so I just remembered that. She was
not that plastic, bro.
On that plastic couch that's covered.
Yes.
And you know, that plastic couch, Deborah, you know what the plastic covered couch is? Yeah, my mom had the plastic covered couch. Yeah, so she had that going on, and I had her, clean the room, and she's sitting out there, the lights down. Oh, you get out of here, man. You disrespectful. You don't even know what you're talking about. You never even saw plastic cups, did you? But anyway, that push came up behind your head. I'm trying to tell you, I was fucking hard. Get her not look around. I was like, yeah, so. Holding her hand. Holding her hand. I was like, really? Wow.
Crazy work. I swear to God, you got me thinking, man. Because I just assume everybody's place I go to in New York, they got some type of the bodega, the corner store. They got cats, and I know why the cats are there. Shit, they there because we trying to be nice and they take care of all of their rats.
But you can tell the difference when they say, an issue because it's really an issue.
else in between that, you know.
You want those restaurants where they cook in front of you, you know?
I think I was throwing this shit in the back.
I mean, they gotta have something like that, but at least try to catch it somewhere, because those rats, they gonna follow that food, you know?
Yeah, they are. And I always wonder, the vendors that are on the street, where are they washing their fucking hands? Where are they eating? I don't eat none.
You know when they washing their hands? You know when they washing it?
Yeah.
Shit, they don't be washing their hands. They do it. Yeah, the hot tools, the allow fucking tools.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Shit. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And on top of it, you know, New York, there ain't no fucking bathrooms.
And washing their fucking hands.
And then the little joints who do have bathrooms, they should be saying out of order or it's not out of order. So, yeah. So motherfucker be having some.
Right, because they don't know
wiping their ass. Ugh.
Yep, they do not. Yes, they do. That was selling hot dogs. And I was like, my daughter was like, man, immigrants. There was this lady. Boy. You could smell it. Maybe 2 blocks away. It was something just smelling so good. I'm just thinking it was coming out of one of them little restaurants or whatever, little holes in the walls, whatever. And my daughter goes, no, wait till we get to the block. We're going to see because back to school's on. I said, well, what am I going to see? She goes, oh my God, you and your tacos. You love tacos. I said, yeah, of course. I mean, shit, is there a new place I hadn't seen? What's up with the tacos? But you could smell this with cooking. We got maybe 2 or 3, I would say maybe 10 feet before the school. And it was this lady. You could tell she was just newly arrived. I'm sorry, you could tell. I'm sorry. And she had a whole fucking pig. I mean the whole pig, right? With the whatever that is that goes through the mouth and comes out the ass, and then they rotate it on the. She literally was rotating a pig over some hot ass wood in the middle of the street. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Literally, and getting ready with her knives to cut it up, had the tortillas and shit all over there, the fixings and everything. My daughter had the audacity to say, child, I said, you are anything like that. You don't, where's her temperature, like to put it in the fish to make sure it's cooked all the way in the middle? How do you know that this shit yeah. He's trying to sell you the dog while she's selling you some hot dog.
Yeah, you talking about the corn? Yeah, don't eat the corn, man. It's the nastiest, man. You ever see that? The corn
with mayo on it. And then is it ilete?
In Venezuela is ite, the corn that they put the mayo, cheese, and chili.
Oh, I love
What is wrong with y'all? That looked like diarrhea for me. I was like,
I make it like.
But is it mayo or is it sour cream?
It's mayo. It's mayo, and then it's cotija cheese, and then you put a little, you drizzle sour cream at the end, a little bit. Not the thick sour cream, the cream, their sour cream, the cream, it's good.
But you guys are eating that shit in the middle. It was like 80 degrees, and this woman had a big jar of
After the club, they be lining up for that goddamn club. But they not there no more. I miss them people like at the beaches. They scared now.
Yeah, well, good, because the health department, I said, I'm going to call some numbers. This is crazy right here. I mean, literally in New York, it was 80 fucking degrees at least, and pigeons everywhere, and she got a big ladle taking the mayonnaise out. My dad was like, this is good. I said, have you lost your damn mind? This is why you're always sick. You're going to end up in the hospital, in intensive care, and I'm not going to know why. Stop eating off the street, y'all. Stop. You don't know where they putting their ingredients. There's nobody, like no inspectors, nothing. They don't even wear
You just gotta say the hell Mary, just go for it.
No way.
More people out there trying to get their hustle on.
I would start making cookies and put them in little bags. Yeah, you're right about that. I carry no cash. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so let's see, where was I? Is on a curfew. I'm surprised he's still living.
Don't be telling people I'm on a curve. Really? Ten to 11, yeah. I try to wind down. You know, because you want to. It was with 11 yesterday, but you want to have mental quietness. You want to have serene tranquility when you're going to bed. It's super.
I like it loud.
No, you know, you want to wake up the next morning and don't have to worry about arguing with people.
He didn't even get it. That's why I know he's not getting any. I said I like it loud.
That's messed up. Oh my god.
Hopefully I won't wake up the next day already.
Somebody save her. Where you at, Wah?
That's funny. Okay, so anybody else have any breaking news? I have things. I have a clip about how Trump is very popular in Africa. Did you guys know that?
Africa.
Yeah.
Hopefully, fucking voodoo doll and a piece of shit.
Trump. I don't know what. I haven't preloaded it. I haven't listened to it, but I know it says Trump is beloved in Africa. What's going on?
I'm one of them. Probably those Indians who are making money probably created that video.
I don't know. So let me go on mute for a minute, and then I come back. Anything else break in? So we talked about the guy who put in the Navy. Told you about the AI MAGA girl that you can make thousands of dollars.
We missed. I'm surprised Aisha or Patty didn't talk about it. I think they had the generals. I think they testified today. Maybe they talked about it in the other room, but they were. You had the
commanders and the people in the military were on Capitol Hill, and that was kind of, I didn't hear much about that. So maybe tomorrow we can discuss that. Yeah. So maybe. So I'll try to find the clips for tomorrow.
Sorry, what happened?
No, I'll say hello. I just saw you guys from.
Hey, were you asleep?
Okay.
Kind of, but I was looking at my phone. I looked at my phone and see you guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm driving. It was hard for me to see some cars just stopped in the middle of the freeway. I don't know why.
Were you on a 4? Were you on a 5 or a 4 or 5?
805. I'm on 805.
You're on 805. Okay, so you're going out San Diego. Yeah.
So are we at a war? I'm on
What's that?
what? The Trump's start a war? Is he what happens with the fight?
Yeah.
Yeah. 7, it says build the creator economy properly. 8, solve the AI slop problem, which is an interesting. Yeah. 9, bring back the chronological option for power users.
Yeah, but you
X-Pro.
So with anti-gravity, what you can do is you can create all these multiple terminals, and inside the terminals you can run Claude code. And so, you can have anti-gravity have exactly what you're talking about, then use Claude code inside of 15 different terminals, which are agents, right? And essentially, anti-gravity will start to break up everything that you're giving it, and then it'll start assigning each one of those little terminals a piece of what you're talking about. And it'll start to build, because Claude code's better at back end, anti-gravity's better at front end. Everybody knows this shit. But so essentially, you can just kind of like go back and forth, and it will build. And you should let me show you. I created the Grok Imagine Theater. So
That's awesome.
It's fucking cool. I'll show it to you. Yeah, one thing.
Yeah. So Robert, are you gonna post it? Are you gonna post that? The AI just mirrored what we've been talking about for the last. Yeah. So are you gonna post that or? Oh yeah, I'm adding. It didn't put links to people, so I have to argue with my. Yeah, you go. They're like teenagers. They don't like to slap them in the. See. Yeah, you're gonna like. I was hoping you did this other work. Please do. So let's give hopeful energy that this is seen by Elon and team, and it's taken seriously, because this is not to damage the site. It's not to piss on anybody to say they didn't do a good job. No, it shows proud as well what they're doing right. Yeah, and they're doing a lot of things right. But what was first thing? I mean, if we don't solve that situation with people that are really utilizing the platform, they're going to be going, and it can happen quite quickly, because the natives are getting really restless right now. I can just say that.
So the way everybody can help is, after Robert Scoble is done making that post, we could all just go and like it and drop a thoughtful comment, not like a one-off comment like, oh, that's cool, dude, or anything like that. Like, actually think about what he said and write some thoughts about it.
I love that, Terry. It goes in. Here, let me start.
Don't retweet it though. You'll wind up getting demonetized.
Well, I'm gonna put it as a link.
I know.
It won't get seen, but whatever.
Yeah.
It goes into what actually changed. So the history of Phoenix, what Phoenix changed technically, and it goes into depth on that. What Nikita Beer's decisions have been made so far, and then it goes into the is equally real and equally significant. Creators are losing reach, for instance, and it goes into depth on how much. The algorithm rewards AI slop and engagement bait. Yep. Goes into depth on that. External links are being killed. Geolocation-based distribution problem, right? The clusters of one topic problem. And followers don't see your posts. I mean, that's how we started the show, right? And my own observation, I'm seeing lots of people complain that their region's down. Yeah. So I even pulled in one of mine. Anyway, this AI is very good at analyzing things.
Yes.
And analyzing things after reading it, everybody's opinion on X is fucking insane.
It is. Right? And folks, it's not rocket science.
It had 1 million tweets that it has on the database, so it can see everybody's point of view. Because I guarantee you, if it really goes deep in that, there's a lot of complaints about X.
There is, yeah. And it's not rocket science. We're talking about stuff, tools that we all have available.
And a lot of praise. I'd praise it.
Yeah. You know, and so this is, I think, a starting point. But it's going to get even more complicated because as AI invades everything that we had considered social media to levels we haven't dreamed of yet, it's going to be even more difficult for people like Elon to make these platforms useful in their old ways. Like Robert said, we're coming into a different type of social media, and it's happening very quickly.
Hey, Robert, I gotta say something. I gotta say thank you for the quote post. By the way, I realized it got retweeted by Elon, and that shit was a fucking probably.
Yeah, 40 million views.
40 million views. I'm glad I brought up the topic, but obviously you made the connection. So, gotta say thank you for that. So.
Yeah, it's not. The problem is he didn't lower the price for reading the content out of the list, and so it's still. In fact, let me go to the developer console.
Oh, you're talking about with the API itself?
Yeah, because I got to grab 40,000 posts a day.
I talked to the developer. He said I was on point whenever, but that, I mean, I literally just copied the email that they sent out. So,
all right, in 2 days I've spent $113. All right, I was spending $300 before, so I think the price came down.
I don't think they got it done in time. They were a little late on it, but the other part. They were doing some testing. They're still doing some testing. The other part of it is I saw you got 40 million engagements and I got a 500,000. So I had to throw that out there. I just didn't know. So when Elon reposts what you say, you guys got the same number of engagements. Whereas
I was visible in his post.
Because you were visible?
Right.
Right. I just didn't know that.
You were the third post down, so people would have had to click on my post to see what started it.
Anyway, I thought that was...
That's another problem. That's another problem with the algorithm.
It's just an interesting... I thought it was an interesting conversation. But I do appreciate that. No matter what, I'm thankful. I don't want to seem like I'm unthankful or ungrateful, man. I really do appreciate it. So I didn't know how it worked, obviously. I've only had a couple posts hit over 1 million views, and usually, all 3 of the other ones were completely negative. And it's mainly because people are arguing in the comments, right? You get 2 million impressions and whatnot.
If you want to play the Elon game, you got to figure out. Sometimes he'll reshare.
Well, I mean, I'm 2 degrees of separation.
You got to argue politics.
I mean, I'm 2 degrees of separation, right? So I I got to get it to you, and then you got to see that it goes. That's pretty much how. I mean, he doesn't know who I am.
He sees a lot of new people. I mean, he's pushing the new people thing because he's trying to spread his brand of new people too.
About 20% is new people that he deals with.
Anybody in that kind of position knows every touch you make on somebody's account makes them ecstatic. They remember you and they think better of you. Even if they hate Elon, if he's like engaging on them, it's like a little harder than hate him.
I'll tell you the thing that blew me away is when he did the subscription on me. That kind of was like, all right, I got to write a little better now. It gives you a little bit of pressure, you know. So it's a double-edged sword. You have to really think about what you're posting.
It brings a lot of idiots to your.
Oh my God!
I've gotten quite a few DMs of people who were not happy, but. Well, neither here nor there. I've dealt with that before. It doesn't bother me. So,
I like the ones that can you introduce me to Elon? I want to have his baby.
Oh my God! The number of Elon Musk.
It would not stop.
Would not stop. So I did kind of an experiment. I had the I kept replying to Elon whenever he would like post something, and at one point a third of my followers were Elon Musk, and so I had to go through and delete them. I called, yeah. So it was crazy. I called